into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready?
begins your FC24 last chance qualifier. Right back to R9, these giveaways, nearly criminal. Down some time and space, once again gets it back. R9, that is, dare I say, compilation quality. Take your snapshot. Lovely switch, near side. Jostler's already had an impact. Mbappe, R9, one more time. There's it with Mbappe, ball roll, back on the left stick dribbling. Does really well, has two options. One of them is Cruyff. He's finally made amends, sticking with him. There could be some reward. Frimpong inside. Haaland finally picks the right spot. Localizing it to FC24. That's still at play. But the individuals wanting their shot at glory. And could it be? The start to this game was scintillating. Really well worth watching back. Mbappe, one more. Dino near post to make it 7. Time they both go as one, and there'll be space in behind for Stingray. That's exactly what he's found. Mbappe, that pause is not going to save you. Cruyff, overlapping run, just runs into the defender from distance on the finesse. Cruyff, a huge goal.
Get this game out of the way and move on to the next one. And another one for the go. Centre-back seems to have zero touch. Rebounds back off. What a ball. Counter-attack is on now. Saul off. Around the keeper. The last attack of the half. Into Saka. Neymar Jr. Around the goalkeeper.
Triple man overlap. It finishes with the feet of Mbappe. The green time finish.
Mercy, should I say?
Speaking of, sit down and stand up. Also would struggle to defend any corner against that man. You could see him getting on there. The selection, I reckon.
Ronaldo. Great finish.
there you have it. We are here, viewers from around the world here at the Esports World Cup, building up the hype for the last chance qualifier for FC24. So let's see what's really happening here. So let's talk numbers. We got 128 players from 25 countries across the globe and only 16 remaining, 16 competitors. Whew, it is heating up. So on day one, we had 64 competitors, all divided into 2 groups, and they're all been battling it out just to reach and to earn their place in the finals. After a day of intense matches, 8 competitors secured their spot. Day 2 followed the same format with another 64 competitors divided into 2 groups, leading to 8 more competitors joining the finalists. So on day 3, the 16 competitors are ready. Let's meet our players. So let's start with the winner bracket journey with the first game. With Jafonso dominated the pitch, controlling the game and securing a decisive 3-1 victory over Itachi after 19 minutes of strategic play.
Gets it back on 9. That is.
Let's go to game 2 with Umut. He staged an unforgettable comeback, turning a 3-1 deficit into a thrilling 4-3 win in the dying moments, leaving everyone stunned.
Joslu's already had an impact. Mbappe on 9.
And now going to game 3 with Hazards. He found himself in a tense back and forth match. With the score locked at 4-4, he seized his moment, scoring a decisive goal in the 85th minute to secure a thrilling 5-4 victory.
Does really well, has 2 options. One of them is Croy.
And now for game 4 with Bidov. Well, in a match reminiscent of the one before, Bidov found himself in a tense 4-4 tie. Just like Hazards, he capitalized on a late opportunity with Haaland's in the 87th minute, securing a 5-4 victory.
Frimpong inside. Haaland.
So that was the winner's bracket. Let's go to the loser's bracket, starting with game 5 with the one us. He faced Itachi in a closely contested match with the game hanging in the balance. Neymar stepped up at the 80th minute to score the winning goal, sealing a 2-1 triumph.
With the individuals wanting their shot.
And now game 6 with Murtal. He delivered a commanding performance against the One Lords in a high-scoring encounter. He controlled the pace and secured a decisive 7-4 victory, leaving no doubt of his dominance.
Back Mbappe.
And now heading to game 7 with Stingray. He took control early and never let up, achieving convincing 5-2 victory over Bin Khalid with steady performance.
That's exactly what he's found. Mbappe.
And now with game number 8, the last game of the day of day 1 with Nicholas. He showed his class with a well-executed 4-1 victory, keeping the pressure on his opponent from start to finish.
Run just runs into the defender.
And now heading to day 2 with a winner's bracket. First game with Goat Mo. He outplayed Tex by expertly reading the game and exploiting defensive gaps on the left side, leading to dominate 6-0
Get this
victory.
game out of the way and move on to the next one.
And now let's go to the second game with Yaskow. He capitalized on key opportunities, converting chances effectively, while Diego Mendes struggles to finish. The match ended with Yaskow securing a 3-1 victory.
Back off. What a ball.
And now heading to game 3, as we have John edged out Saad Goat in a tightly contested match, coming from behind to a win 4-3 in extra time, capitalizing on key moments.
Open net.
And now heading to game number 4 with Abil. He secured a 5-4 victory and a thrilling extra time match, with both players exchanging goals, but Abil ultimately capitalizing on key opportunities.
Neymar Jr.
Done with the winners, and let's go to the losers bracket with game number 5, and let's go with Abdi. Dominated Diego Mendes with a 4-1 victory, capitalizing on key chances and exploiting defensive gaps despite early pressure from Diego.
Finishes with the feet of Mbappe.
And heading to game number 6 with Abo Fawzi. He delivered a dominant performance, securing a 6-3 victory over Tekes. Fawzi consistently capitalized on his chances, outsourcing Tekes throughout the match.
Speaking of,
And now heading to game number 7 with Rasta. He outlasted RV in a tightly contested match, securing a 4-2 victory with key goals in the second half.
Corner against that man. You could see
And
him
heading
getting
to game number 8, the last game of day 2 with Muhannad. He turned the match around, overcoming early pressure from Sad Goat to secure a 2-1 victory with a decisive goal in the second half.
Great finish.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers around the world. This is it. From 128 players down to 16. All will be taking place at the STC Play Gaming Hall for the last chance qualifiers for the FC24 to see who's going to be qualified to the Esports World Cup. So let's kick off the day. And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the STC Play Gaming Hall, happening right here at the Boulevard City, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. We are here for the last chance qualifier to the Esports World Cup for EAFC 24. So we kicked off with 128 players, and now we only have 16 players and competitors remaining. Who's gonna make it to the Esports World Cup? We'll see about that, but I'm no expert. Let's hand over to our analysts. Let's go. Take it away, boys.
Bara, you absolute legend. What an intro. What a scene set there in Riyadh. Natalos, Mitch Austin joining you for what will be day 3, the most exciting day of the LCQ, talking all things FC24. Mitch, you don't get much of a better intro than that.
No, you don't. And honestly, I can't wait for today. Huge day. This is crunch time now. I'm sure the guys will be pre-match nerves started to kick in earlier on in the day, just thinking about this day and obviously what's up for grabs. So really looking forward to obviously getting the games on the broadcast.
Cannot wait. And you've got the A-Team, the exclusive crew that will be bringing the games to you live gameplay. Mitch and I sort of breaking it down. Mitch giving you a bit more of a casual overview. We've had a few nicknames for some of these players, and some of them, to be fair, we've been introduced to. They've not really had overall great competitive seasons for FC Pro, but when it got to the LCQ, they got their invite. They've really made it count.
No, they certainly haven't. As you said, this last chance qualifier is such a big thing for these guys. I mean, some of them maybe, as you said, not had the best of seasons, so it's a huge thing for them to get this second opportunity and hopefully, you know, get themselves into the official Esports World Cup. As we said, 300,000 up for grabs, so it's going to be a big day for them, and obviously some top quality players on show today for everyone to see.
Yeah, that 300k, by the way, is just for the individual winner. There's a bigger prize pool at stake for this tournament, for the LCQ Last Chance Qualifier. It's all about grabbing one of those 2 spots, isn't it, Mitch? No prize pool necessary. Indeed, no grand final necessary. You just got to finish in the top 2.
That's it. And so another incentive for the guys as well. But obviously, look, you want to be going through in sort of that upper bracket. You've got less matches. Dropping down into the lower bracket is going to make it a lot tougher, more games. So yeah, I think it's something to think about for the guys. You know, I think we always sort of have that mentality of, oh, you know, you get a bit of a second chance, but I'm sure the guys are really going to want to be on their front foot today and put in their best performances early on.
Fantastic, Mitch, to see, I guess, some of the newer competitors. Always sort of said, those that maybe the form guide hasn't been on their side. What about some of the bigger names at the other end of it, I guess you could say? Tex and Diogo, not going to be there, not even for day 3 of the LCQ. It's almost unfathomable.
Hasn't sunk in yet, has it, Nate, to be honest? I was sort of thinking about it last night and, you know, just kind of going through the list today of the final 16 and not seeing those guys in there. Just, yeah, it's really a bit of a shock, but hey, gives the next generation a bit of a chance.
We've been saying that I've got the 16 karat gold mic. Much more importantly, there's 16 qualified players that have made it through to day 3. Let's have a look at who they are now. things you love to see. Mitch, how incredible has the production been throughout this LCQ? Every hype reel. Yesterday, I'm like, if only we saw that penalty chant slowed down, maybe we'd know. Sure enough, first thing after the game, legitimately, manually slowed down. We get to work out why it wasn't a penalty. It gets you hyped, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. As you said, the production team sorted us out a fair bit as well with some of the replays too. But, bro, just looking at some of the players there, bro, I can't actually look at Abo Fawzi now properly without sunglasses on.
Of course, what Mitch is referring to, the social media tweet, if you missed it yesterday, put on those glasses, conceded immediately. I'm not joking, immediately twice. And then he just sort of looked at the camera and was like, I will never do that again. As we have a look at the bracket singular, because we're looking upper bracket, Mitch, it's where you start. If you haven't lost yet, you deserve to be here. Abo Fawzi, I know we talked about him. What about Stingray's, little intro as well? There's a few characters left.
Of course, and Nicholas as well. Go Mo, another big matchup there. Really looking forward to possibly seeing that at some point. But Umut as well, still in the mix. So there's some big names still here now. And obviously we did say Tex, Diogo obviously have left us in the competition, but there is still some big names still with us.
Have a look there. Goatmo versus Nicholas. If you want big games, big claims to be made, there would be like a crutch there for a bit of physical support. No FC crutches needed for Goatmo. He was so impressive yesterday.
Well, I know all about the crutches, mate, so it's what it is.
You have an eye here.
Still get the job done. But big matchup. Nicholas, strong favourite going into this, I think. And the Iceman, not called that for no reason, Nate.
All right, Mitch. Until yesterday, maybe I would have stood with you. Surely we've learned by now those names count for nearly nothing when you have Goatmo with that 6-0 victory over Tex. Friend, you want to stick with that prediction?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with it. Stick with it, mate. Come back and roast me after.
Or vice versa.
I'll
That's
just go straight
here.
I'll go straight to Nicholas.
Hey, the Iceman, of course, historically, he's got it done time and time again. And if we've got the newer names, I say newer names, they've been around. We've got, I guess, just this local brigade. Maybe that's the best way to put it, Mitch. When maybe the last time I get to have this rant on stream, anyone that has queried a Middle Eastern competitor being there saying home crowd bias, not at all. Home crowd support. Big 6-0 wins. We saw another competitor with 8 goals yesterday. And of course, Abo Fawzi, he got 6 goals in a game. And that was his worst effort of the day. They've been superb, the local lads.
Yeah, they certainly have. As you said, they've got their local support. So I think it's really going to give them the advantage today, just having them guys there, backing them up.
Cannot wait to see the crowd getting amongst it once more. We had sort of like synchronized movements and whatnot. Bring it on, friends. Of course, for the gameplay proper, we're going to be heading now to Brandon, Richard, and Ryan.
Yes, thank you very much, Nate. Great job yourself and Mitch getting us hyped up for these games. Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, and Ryan Pessoa. And I'm pleased to say, live on location in Riyadh. You might not believe it from the white walls behind us, but we are here, 45 degrees outside, and action is up as well. Brandon, we're going to have to come to you first. Big game, there's so much on the line.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been very lucky that I've had the chance to follow this Esports World Cup qualification journey throughout the whole stages, to Dallas, to Sweden, now to Riyadh, days before the Esports World Cup does arrive here for FC24. There's 2 spots left, 16 players are playing. Who's going to take the 2 spots? We'll find out today. Cannot wait.
That's the question that we're trying. Who's going to take anyone that fancy? I mean, big names.
Ooh.
You're probably looking Umut, Nico, like just on paper alone. However, we've got 3 Saudi Arabian competitors here. That's more than any other nation competing. Couple of Portuguese boys, couple of French players as well. A lot of support for Abel in the chat. We can see that chat open at the moment. Just genuine initial reactions. Where do you see at least one of those 2 spots going?
I think on paper, obviously you sort of expect the likes of Umut and Nicholas to reach far in this competition. I'm going to go with Umut as my one player to qualify. I think the other spot is up for grabs. You obviously got Goatmo playing up against Nicholas in this game. You've got Stingray, who potentially could make a run in this tournament as well.
I think Nicholas takes it.
Oh, that's rare.
Give him the other spot.
Brandon gives a prediction. However, in 1 minute 30, are you ahead? Can you see out the
He
window?
might have seen that already.
Do you see that out the window? You are 1-0 up, Nico.
Perfect start for the Iceman. But just back to what you were saying, I think, Umut, on Ryan's point, most definitely, that man has had some ridiculous heartbreak to go through, especially this season. Last season, he's been, I believe, like 1 game away from a world championship.
Multiple
maybe
times.
3 times in a row. Again, from the virtual leagues he's played in, the virtual Bundesliga, to tournaments he's played here in the build-up to the Esports World Cup. You feel like for him, Ryan, if any player really does deserve to get there, it's sort of written in the stars for him.
Yep, absolutely. I feel as if he'd have the fire in his belly, knowing that he's come so close. He knows the feeling of upset and becoming a player that's sort of the nearly man. But I feel like for his position now, he knows that this is the last opportunity in the season. It's practically now or never, and I'm sure he'll revel in that opportunity.
I mean, one thing we have to also bring up to date with the other matches that I believe are taking place simultaneously. You got a couple of games that are keeping my eye and my fancy pickled. Yaskow versus Stingray is going to be a great game. Hezers against Abo Fawzi as well. The old Portuguese affair, Jafonso versus Rasta Arta.
Big matches all taking place at the exact same time. We will be sticking with one featured matchup though here. The last chance qualifier live from Riyadh in the STC Gaming Hall. 4 wins will send you into the Esports World Cup. I have to say that there is a lower bracket as well, so you do get 2 chances if you do slip up early, but it will be a long old road in that lower bracket. Stingray on social media saying he had to go through the losers bracket and it was difficult a couple of rounds 2 days ago. He's back and ready to go against Yaskow.
Tell you what, Nico looks really dangerous. It's only 10 minutes. Yeah.
So sharp. Every time he gets near the area, it looks dangerous.
Well, he scored in the minute 30. Other than that, Goatmo hasn't had a sniff in this game. He hasn't really had too much to cheer about this year. His FC24 season did feature in the Dallas qualifier. She actually left out in the group stages, which, if you're unaware with the Esports World Cup qualification process, for some of these players that are here, Rich, and we have to say they self-funded their journeys to get here. It's a massive risk in itself.
Yeah, it certainly is. Johan Cruyff twisting and turning inside the box. He moved Courtois towards that near post. But when you talk about risk versus reward, you're funding yourself, hotel, flights. It is a lot, and you're putting yourself under, you would say, pressure. The real question is, who's going to crack under the pressure and who is going to continue their season more than anything? You lose this game, you go down to the losers bracket. Yes, you've got a chance to continue. However, it's very difficult. If you're eliminated from this tournament, that's it, right? You're done for what, 8 weeks until the new game comes out?
Exactly. That's why I feel like a lot of players that we associate with reaching this stage, the likes of Nicholas, Umut, Goatmo builds up great step overs. I feel like they're more accustomed to these scenarios and these pressure, high intense moments as well in these tournaments, and maybe that could benefit them in this tournament as well.
Just looking through as well, I know Nate and Mitch were speaking about it in great detail. They couldn't quite believe the Tex had fallen out before the top 16. Sorry, I completely agree with that as well. I mean, Fuma was in this competition as well here in Riyadh. Mashoto brothers were out in force. Cabarros, who came so close to getting a spot back in Dallas, sort of has been named the Rookie of the Year. He missed out as well. No one has been safe here in Riyadh in this last chance qualifier. Nicholas, it's built up for another one now. Unable to do the business with Sakaru. Has been spoken about in great regard after what we saw from him at the FC Pro World Championships. Unable on that to make the attack happen.
It's interesting to see how the squads have developed as well. Obviously, you see the staples in the teams, the Van Dijk, you see Kanate, or Saliba usually used in at centre-back, Rudiger on the side of Nicholas as well. You mentioned Saka, Jude Bellingham, Haaland.
after that one attack, starting to build a little bit more confidence now in these areas. Hasn't really registered more than one shot so far in this game. And unfortunately, he's going to have to be waiting a little bit longer. That second shot to follow. Nicholas has looked well drilled here. You can understand why. I mean, we have to speak about the elephant in the room as well. What happened in Berlin for himself. Didn't make out the group stages. The FC Pro World Championship by his own regard after doing the double in Spain in the Liga FC Pro this year. Not a tournament.
Oh.
You want to see again, even would that be, could be dispossessed. He does get very, very fortunate.
I mean,
that one goes back for a free kick.
Talk of Berlin though, he lost to the eventual runner-up twice, if memory serves me correct. So, yes, it was disappointing, but in hindsight, is the loss made to look nicer because of the performance that Yuval then went on to achieve? By his standards, no. However, I think in the grand scheme, in the big picture, right, now I'm going to ask you a couple of questions throughout the next, what, 6-7 hours that we're going to be joined together watching this last chance qualifier. New items, I'm not too sure when the lock-off was for particular item releases, however, I'm pretty sure that's the new Haaland up top.
Yep.
With 4 playstyle pluses.
Yeah, finesse plus as well. Rapid, here he is, Gokmo on the attack. Gets fortunate, gets a corner as well, but it was offside.
He was one of those players in Berlin where there was a choice over aerial strikers that you could use. Haaland wasn't everyone's. Now this new item that is in the game, you just got to put him in, surely. Like, he's better than the rest.
Yeah, I think with the addition of the finesse shot plus play style as well, and obviously the 5-star skills with Haaland, I feel like he's a guarantee in the squad. You've got Cruyff, the new Mbappe item as well.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, really, the amount of items available for selection.
I mean, we're not going to see better teams, are we? This is the last kick of the ball for some players this year, and then it will be about 4 to 6 weeks off before we go again for a new season.
I actually just did see a few of the new heroes that are coming out. Who are watching us but want to keep up to date with a few news here and there. Marek Hamšík just announced. Mbappe.
Oh, back.
Cruz. Maicon is a hero.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eden Hazard.
It was contentious.
Nice.
It's contentious. I know a lot of people think maybe an icon. But
Big Yap Stam.
as a hero.
As a hero, yeah.
Wow.
And
Got to be an icon.
couple more for you. Jimmy Carragher and Blaise Matuidi. They're a selection. There was I think 13, maybe 14, if memory serves me correctly, new heroes coming to FC 25. I'm sure a few of those in the early stages will be getting teams. If Matuidi's sort of that combo player between a Kante and a larger figure like a Vieira, I imagine he'll probably feature. Who would you want to see, Ryan? Any player that you believe hero status?
Oh, you know what? I don't think they're a hero though. Mesut Ozil. I would say an icon personally, but
I would say hero.
I don't know.
Gareth Bale.
World Cup winner. What, a hero or an icon?
Wow,
Yeah,
I think
hero.
Bale
That's an
icon.
icon. That's an icon for me.
Iconic player.
Nah, he's still too young.
I don't know if age is a factor.
Nah, he's too young.
For me, it's Gareth Barry.
Barry.
Yeah, hero.
Hero.
Unusable hero. Right, last chance of the half.
He'd probably make it into one of your TikToks, wouldn't he? Who is the least used hero on FC 25? Gareth Barry.
No, who is the worst hero? FC 25. That should do us. Or the referee going to play his last chance on. Saka pulls away.
He was through. I'm
No,
surprised.
Sort of stopped in his tracks there after breaking the two defenders. can just see Nicholas there with his feet on a box, just to ensure he's as comfortable as he can be. Here in Riyadh, he leads by a goal still as it stands. Currently, we will try our best to give you scores on the other games that happen. There are 7 other matches taking place at this point. I am checking to see if there's any live scores. I don't think there is, unfortunately. Unless Richard takes his heads off and runs down and gives us an update.
No, not right now. I'm sure they'll we'll get those results for you as soon as we can. See a lot of love in the chat for Abel, formerly known as Abel Dos. Speaking of Dos, MS Dosari will be in action coming up as one of the 14 players already locked in to the Esports World Cup. Going head to head with some of the biggest names in the scene. We're talking PH Zin, Anders Vergang, Matthias Bonanno, and Levi David, just to name a few. That all kicks off Thursday with group play.
I mean, you start thinking about it, don't you? You sit there and you look at who could be going through. Let's just say on paper it was to be a Nicholas Umut situation. You're looking there at that 16. It's a ridiculously stacked 16.
Well, I've not actually seen the groups yet. I don't know if the groups have been finalised. So just seeing how the groups are going to shape up as well, because those names that we just spoke about, they'll be in the same group. Like, you can't have an easy group because there's 16 players who will be vying and more than capable of going on to win this tournament. So I think even getting out the groups, finishing that top 3 is going to be so pivotal in your success to the Esports World Cup victory.
For those that aren't aware, it is just a Group A and a Group B. The players that have made it through to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, they'll be battling out for $1 million when it gets 300,000. If it was to be Anders Vergang off the back of picking up 250k in Berlin a few weeks ago, we would be close to $1 million in prize earnings. What could be in a week's time. Finesse from distance, Courtois does do well. Could fall back kindly on the rebound. Needs Canate and John Stones just to double up to get rid of possession.
Don't think there was any goalkeeper movement there from Nicholas defensively as well. I think something obviously all the players will have to look out for. A lot of players with finesse shot plus play style, edge of the box shots. We saw in day 1 and 2 for the last chance qualifier, the likes of Cruyff, Saka from distance as well.
I had the opportunity to watch Nicholas quite a bit during the Jönköping qualifier in Sweden, and to me it looks as though there's been a few notable changes in his gameplay. I mean, mainly, I don't believe he was using Haaland. He weren't really using any big players. Be a chance.
Good chance now.
He just seems to have adjusted ever so slightly.
Haaland's going to win that. Almost timed it.
Pick down, Tony Cruz, right place, right time. I mean, it might be going off target anyway. Mbappe should have the legs there to get round John Stones. A yard or two, nice fake shot inside. Nicholas looking for a second. Courtois does enough. Possession still back in the hands of Nicholas though.
Got a score right.
A second or two.
Yeah, I thought maybe the goalkeeper movement was slightly early, but in fact it worked perfectly for Goldmo to prevent Nicholas from getting an easy shot at goal. But you'd expect after that little fake shot inside there, Nicholas to be more decisive and get himself the 2-goal lead.
I've got to ask you, Ryan, as well, when you talk about Nicholas, you and him sort of came into the scene at the same time. Testament to how far he's come when you still look at it now and he's still competing. And that's not a dig on you in any way, but a lot of players don't have longevity over, what, 8 games?
Yeah, and the thing is, in 2017, he was still one of the names that people thought could win it. and he's still one of the names that people think can win it this late on in his career as well. As you said, it's a testament to how professional he is, I would say, and his dedication.
The consistency
yeah.
is... I probably would say he's the most consistent player we've ever seen.
I agree, yeah.
When you look at... He might not have had the highs of Tex or the highs of Dosseri or even Anders Vergang or Umut. However, over the 7-8 years, it has been incredible. And he doubles his lead.
Just picking on the back of what you were saying, 7 World Championships in a row this man has made, and still, when you think he's sort of been pushed right until the edge or he's had enough, he'll just keep coming back again and again and again. And a massive sort of part of that goes on to Fer, his coach, and Juanma, who have been working so closely alongside him this year. Been a massive reason why he sort of found this new wave of motivation to go out to La Liga, play for Sevilla, qualify for an E-Champions League and the World Championship there. If he was to win this game and 3 more, he would be in the top 16. He seems like he's on his way to at least getting through to the next round of the winners' bracket.
Well, if you look at who he would be playing in the next round, the Wanos, another Saudi Arabian player, or Abel, depending on how that particular fixture is going.
There'll be a lot of people as well in the chat. They'll be over the moon to see Abeldos in that game. Again, we know that there are 7 other matches currently taking place in this winners bracket round 1. Abeldos is in action, and as Richard just said, against the Wanos. K1 John against Imertal, Yaskow, Stingray, RB Leipzig, Umut against MUAE 14, Hezers, Abo Fawzi, and the big Portuguese battle, Jafonso against Rastarata. As soon as we have updates and scores from those games, we will let you know on who is going through or staying on the upper bracket side, or who's dropping down into the loser bracket. 2 losses, you are out of the competition. You will not be going to the Esports World Cup, which kicks off, as we said, this Thursday here in Riyadh. "22 minutes away from Nicholas being 1 step closer to that." Can't argue that he hasn't looked in control. Here's another chance for boat mode, just to try and unsteady Nicholas. He has seemed so in control. Other than one small mistake when he had the ball in his own box and very nearly gave away. Terrible loss of possession. Mbappe down that byline. Toni Kroos is back again to save the day.
Yeah, he's been looking for that a lot, Gotmo. Just to play towards the byline, a little dig cross back inside, but it's not been successful at all throughout this game.
Do you know what I absolutely love seeing? John Stones playing out a Megiri cancel at right back. The Barnsley Beckenbauer. That combination of aerial plus and intercept plus as well, I think quite underrated. Could be a chance.
Oh, great recovery.
Tackle.
Yeah, 2 incredible play styles defensively. Of course, intercept helps a lot. Aerial plus comes into effect more often than not when you're defending at the back post.
Do you think intercept activates, even without it telling you, in the aerial battle as well? To intercept the ball?
I don't know. Sometimes it happens in the air. It does come above the
I've seen it before where I've gone up to head it and I've got the intercept, and obviously I know aerial's working as well.
Out the back post there, didn't bounce it across instead. Yeah, well, their course just queuing up.
That's an interesting one there. I thought the space finally seemed to open up there for Mo, but he just turned back with Hullet.
Comment here from Jack Hammer. Aerial plus anticipate and intercept is cheating.
All incredible play styles, honestly.
Yeah.
Step over exit, pulls away kindly. Havertz, Bellingham for 3. Wasn't for that 99 Van Dijk. It may have been game over already. As Richard said, we can see you at home on the chat. Let us know in the comments who you think is going to qualify for the Esports World Cup. Only 2 players out of the 16 can make it to the big $1 million FC24 portion of this $60 million World Cup.
I'll give you another name who I think is going to have a good tournament. Jafonso.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So just before actually they started speaking to his coach, they were always confident and very calm. Like, do you never really sense any nerves or anything?
I've got an untold story about Jafonso.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, we just finished in Berlin. Anders had just lifted the trophy. He beat everyone on his way comfortably. Jafonso was outside. I was like, how are you? He was like, yeah, obviously disappointed to have lost. I seem to remember he lost in quite a tight game as well. And he said, I'm mostly disappointed, not in my performance, but the fact as though I feel as though I could have really beaten Anders.
Yeah.
We always have close games, and I feel as though I've got the perfect play style to play against him. If he was to qualify, it's a game I would love to see.
I think they played on.
We've seen it a couple of times
yeah.
in Wicked Wednesday. However, on LAN, I don't recall seeing it.
It's a beautiful dribbling.
Jack saying Umut, he thinks he's going to qualify. He almost beat Anders in the Euros. Tofty, Abel is so good. Yeah, he certainly is a great player. It's good to see him back in the scene as well after a few years away.
Of course, if there's a chance to come in and pull a goal back, it has to come now. Time will just trickle out, and if there's one thing that Nicholas is good at, he's good at just seeing out a result. 2 minutes left. Is he going to find a third? Space has just opened up. He's more than clever enough, though. Try and keep possession as I curse him as he loses possession, wins it back kindly with Rudiger, and he should be on his way into winners bracket round 2.
I've got to say, Ryan, this Nico, I know we spoke about it earlier, this is a dangerous sight.
Yeah, it's the best we've seen him. Obviously, it's only one game, but it's the best we've seen him since the La Liga FC Pro League finals and the Cup as well. He was flawless there, won it in astounding fashion. He's about to win this game, 3-0. There we go. Game, set, and match. Nicholas advances into the next stage. Flawless indeed, a fantastic performance from him.
3-0. And that guy in the back's absolutely loving it. It was more than anything. He always looks really calm and composed. Just see Guy Barrios there in the background. Walking off to one side. It looked like he was with K1 John as Nicholas picks up his first victory. As I've got a frog in my throat. 3-0. He is, what is that, Brandon? 3 games away if he wins all his games. 3 matches now after picking up his first win.
And it would be an incredible consistency that will keep him coming on for him. As we said, 7 World Championships he's made in a row. There has never been a season quite like this where we've had, of course, our FC Pro World Championship and the Esports World Cup, 2 tournaments with $1 million on the line. If he was to make both of those, such as only a few players have been able to this year, it would be truly remarkable. But look, scored in the first minute and a half of that game. Quite a slow 45, really. Then just turned up the gear in the second half, and as soon as you tune him down against Nicholas, it's a long road to try and pull that one back.
And I've got to say as well, I think Goatmo will be disappointed in his own performance as well, because I don't feel as though he really threatened at any point. Even if he would have equalised and it had gone 1-1, you still feel as though Nicholas is in complete control of that game. He's dictating where it's being played, how the game's going to go, and really what is going to happen in it. It's going to be intriguing to see how the rest of those games do take shape. But let's get some more analysis on that Nicholas dominant display from the 2 best Aussies I know, Nate and Mitch.
Yeah, what he's not telling you is that they're the only 2 Aussies he does know, Nate and Mitch. Thank you so much, Richard, Brandon, Ryan. Wow, Mitch, your prediction completely on point. I put my hand up straight away. I was wrong. Nicholas back to season best form right there.
Thanks, mate. I told you I was right, but Nicholas, absolutely fantastic play. As I said, it was just sort of a professional performance, I think, from him, wasn't it? Really didn't really give him too many issues, I don't think, throughout the entire match, really. So it's a good start for Nicholas, and I guess a bit of a confidence booster going into the next match.
Yeah, imagine what we're going to get game to game today. If yesterday the likes of Goatmo beaten Tech 6-0, today, as you say, barely even registering a chance. What about Nicholas on the other end? Is that testament to his gamesmanship. We've said that from other competitors more towards the end of games. He managed that superbly from kickoff.
Yeah, certainly did. But as you said, Tex yesterday, obviously getting thumped 6-0, and then for him to really not register a goal, it's very, very good stuff for Nicholas. So things like that, they're the sort of things that you look at, gives yourself that confidence, I guess, going into the rest of the tournament.
Any particular players from you that stood out, of course, referring to in-game for items? Obviously, Haaland there on the right. We'll see him throughout today, no doubt.
Well, I think we're going to see Haaland everywhere, aren't we? Let's be honest. I mean, if you haven't got 99 Haaland in your squads,
you're doing it wrong.
Right, you shouldn't be here. You should not be here, let's be honest. But no, I think, obviously compared to some of the yesterday and the day before, some of the players, Cruz, obviously we've talked a fair bit about. You're not a massive fan, Nate?
Dude, every time you get that play, you're like, okay, he's going to pass it. Cruz is going to pass it. Oh, great, he's really good at passing it. In central midfield, even with those amazing play styles, just doesn't seem to win it back enough, doesn't hold on to it when he does win it back, and is still yet to score a goal, despite being a fixture in everyone's team. Look, you were right in that first prediction, Mitch, so maybe Cruz will turn it around later today.
Yeah, it was a Vitinha as well. We saw Vitinha quite a lot, which still can't really get my head around. Obviously, Frimpong in the fullback areas. Must say, John Stones wasn't at his best in that match there. A couple of times he got beaten.
Waiting for that from you. If you missed the last 2 days of action, John Stones, we've been calling the GOAT, got a pen with 66 penalties. Doesn't matter. Nailed it bottom corner. Has been stopping Haaland consistently. Sort of just keep an eye on them, I guess. For our viewers watching along, let us know in the chat which foot items you wish were out there, who you'd be using if you had these unlocked accounts the competitors have via LCQ Day 3, of course, with 2 spots to be decided for the Esports World Cup. Mitch, is it then business as usual? Haaland is dominant, sub Cruyff when you want a guaranteed goal. Rinse and repeat for you today, maybe.
Yeah, I think we all know sort of the meta play style, don't we? I mean, look at the near post corners, should I say. They've been pretty much a staple in most of the guys' play styles. But I mean, how many goals we need to say? We keep getting we need to get the counter on there. How many goals Haaland gets off the corners? But it's just impossible to stop, Nick.
Hey, as we have a look at that bracket, Richard Buckley, get the pen out, write them down nice and quick, or take a screenshot. As you saw, 3 games down there. Nicholas 3-0 over Goatmo. I'm seeing this live too, if that helps. Abo Fawzi's game against Hez is not quite done yet. Jafonso, one of those competitors highly touted by your triple commentary team. Starting off with our win, of course, a loss, and this is where you head down to, Mitch.
That's it, and maybe we can just get Brandon and the team to sort of have a look over at Abo Fawzi if he's got the sunglasses on. I think we know what the result is.
Indicative, right? Sunglasses on, loss, sunglasses off, win. Unless you're on social media and you want those impressions, having a look again at your lower bracket, that's what we're referring to for your TBD. The rest of them, some big tantalizing matchups. What about Big Mert yesterday, your Turkish competitor? He was scintillating. What did I say about him, Mitch? Always does it the hard way. Maybe the lower brackets where he'll just be happiest.
Maybe some of us, that's just how it is. They do their best in the lower bracket, but yeah, it's not me personally. Much rather be in the upper bracket. But as I said, sometimes it just kind of gets the best out of some of these players, and mentally, that's where they shine.
You said mentality, and then I've seen a picture of Stingray on my screen.
Shushing
His tweets are superb. Yeah, he's literally shushing us right now, saying you don't need an intro, just wait and watch what I'll produce. But you really enjoyed K1 John yesterday, our Egyptian competitor, representing Inter Miami. He wants Messi. Can we give my man Messi just this one time?
I didn't like that. I did not like having Messi in that. I feel like it's got to be in the contract, surely, you know? Playing for Inter Miami, the second go, you can't not have him in the team. The
second go, yeah. John Stones number one, but Messi a respectable second. Do you think, maybe just maybe, we could see him as an impact player off the bench if things are getting desperate? I'm trying to find a way for this to work for you, Mitch.
100%. I mean, agile, he's got the finesse shot. Get him in the team.
All right, it's that simple, apparently. He's agile and he's got the finesse shot. There's a few people that have got that, Mitchell.
Nah, but it's Messi, isn't it? It's Messi. The name says it all. Doesn't matter. Even when he's like the worst rated, I still think he deserves a shot.
I'm surprised you haven't just gone full Stingray here and just stop, mate. Just cut it out. It doesn't matter. We don't need to explain some of these things. What about Stingray yesterday? Did you like? I said it was sort of your introduction for him, so to speak. We saw that fire. He channels, like, whether they're issues or perceived issues that are going on. He consistently uses them to fire up and get not just wins, but big wins.
You know, as you said, he's quite vocal on Twitter, etc. So I think he's pretty good at actually backing it up, which you know, I find like if you are as vocal like that, you do need to back it up, which he has done. So no, I was impressed. As I said, it's probably the first time I've actually got to commentate on him on an actual broadcast. So it was it was a very, very good performance, good day from him. So obviously he's going to want to take it into today and hopefully give himself a chance of going through to the Esports World Cup, Nate.
Bring it on. We cannot wait to see what happens with the rest of day 3 action. But hey, for the gameplay itself, let's go back now to your commentary team.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, looking forward to getting stuck into a few of these upcoming games. To my knowledge, I think we're going to have your upper bracket quarterfinals and also the first round of losers taking place at the same time. So we're going to try and keep you up to date with who's progressing into the semi-finals and whose Esports World Cup story has come to a close. We've got to get some initial reaction, though, right away from that round of 16. We talked about Umut dispatching MUA in really emphatic style, Ryan. 7-1. It was the most dominant scoreline of that opening round. Is he almost thinking, you know what, I've had enough of this, and is he getting all the limelight? I'm a world champion as well, because that was emphatic, to say the least.
Yeah, I think the result for me, in terms of Umut winning, was quite favourable. I think a lot of people, if you were predicting, would have said Umut to win that game. By 7-1, though, dominant display from Umut. But as you said, he's sort of, in a weird way, despite being the world champion, I feel like I've said this to you so many times, he's sort of underappreciated because of obviously being associated and teammates with Anders. It's very easy to sort of just fly under the radar, do your business sort of under, I would say, steps beneath in terms of how Anders is always prominent on social media and the reactions in game and outside of the game. So yeah, I think Umut's got a point to prove.
The 1-0, Brandon, 8-3 beating Abeldos. We spoke about him a lot in that game, sort of building up. There's a lot of love for him in the chat, but the 1-0's knocking him down to the losers bracket. Really, really dominant display.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that wanted to see him in action. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see him. Just wanted to say on that, Rich, as well, just to go back a second. We speak about Umut being world champion. There's a world here where Umut could be playing Nicholas, who he did beat in that world championship final on a penalty shootout for $200,000 back then it was. So that could be a matchup that could be upping in our winners bracket. As we said, they both got to win their individual games. But then we look down to the lower side of the bracket, still 4 more stat players that each their own could definitely go on a run tonight and qualify for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Just while we wait for our game to get ready, let me run you through those scores one final time. Umut beating MUAE 7-1. Abdi beating Not Bedov from Saudi Arabia 5-2 for the Frenchman. We saw him in Sweden. I think he finished top 9 through 12, so continuing his great form from there. Nicholas, as you know, 3-0 win versus Goatmo. A 1-0, 8-3 versus Abel. K1 John, who we're going to see in action very shortly indeed, with a 4-2 victory versus Imurtal. Stingray beating Yaskow 6-5. We're going to get Ryan's thoughts on Stingray very shortly indeed. Hezes versus Abo Fawzi. Just waiting to see the final score in that one. And your final game that took place, Jafonso in the all-Portuguese affair with a 3-2 victory versus Rasta Arta. Underway here, it's going to be K1 John from left to right and Guild Stingray from right to left. Ryan Stingray, only Brit left in it to qualify. He will be looking to join Goal Poacher. He's one of those players that if his confidence is up and his feel, which is weird to say, but if he feels right, he could go all the way.
Yeah, he's dangerous. He's someone that knows the game on the palm of his hand. He knows every aspect of the mechanics and how to utilize them to his advantage, defensively and offensively, and build up everything. As you said, when he's playing his perfect game and everything is just sort of on his side and he doesn't succumb to the nerves or maybe things that don't go his way in game, he's an extremely dangerous player to look out for. I feel as if personally he's somebody that, again, you have to keep an eye on.
Did actually match this time last year in Riyadh. And the last World Championship we had here on the game as 8. Stingray being in 5 goals to 1 a year on from that. It could be maybe the same storyline. 6 minutes in, Stingray leads by a goal to 0 in this one.
0 reaction, Ryan, as well.
Yep, he knows he's got a job on his hands. It's not over. It's an early start from him, but he knows that it's not an easy opponent. K1 John has performed in previous tournaments. He's done well in this tournament as well here in Riyadh. Coming into this tournament on a rich vein of form as well from the FC Pro World Championship. So it's not going to be an easy game.
And those other matches that are taking place right now.
For the visitors, number 11,
Umut in a big game, taking on Abdi. We'll try and keep you up to date with the fixtures and where these games are moving and grooving throughout.
Stingray. He has played in pretty much every single Esports World Cup qualifier. On the build-up to getting here, he came so close in Dallas. Top 8 finish it was for him there. And unfortunately ran into the hands of Anders Vergang. Union Kopping in Sweden. It could be a 1-1 situation here. K1 John does get very, very fortunate there that the animation didn't pull out for a penalty. That could have been so dangerous, right?
That's a key slide tackle there. I think it was risky, to be honest. Of course, if you miss time and get a bit unfortunate with the animation, it's a definite penalty, but it's signs that there is space to exploit defensively on the side of Stingray.
That won't be a surprise, though. Defensively, it's never been his strong point. It's been that attacking play and that real sort of flurry that he can put on you. K1 John.
Good press.
Yeah, losing out there to Bukayo Saka. I had the opportunity to watch a lot of K1 John at the FC Pro World Championships. He loves that ball onto the edge of the box and then a first time L1 triangle to try and bring players into play. Found a couple of step overs, but decides to re-elect through Mbappe.
He had to run. Good player switch there from Stingray into John Stones. He knew he had to follow the run.
Just looking at his team, Wakehorst, R9, Haaland. No Mbappe, I don't think.
Yeah, no Mbappe in the team. He's got possibly right back as well.
In midfield. Feels like Mbappe just has to be in the team.
For me, that's it has to
number
be
one
a
on the team
lock.
sheet.
Yeah, I think it's a lock. I'm with you. I think it's a lock. Oh, he's fortunate. Back post is on. Got time.
Time in the world. Wakehorst will easily make that 1-1. So much time there just to chest it down. Pick his spot. And K1 John, just so that will bring it back all square once again.
He had so much space at the back post. I'm not too sure where that came from. Else Nosy in the chat. Is this the round of 16 or the quarterfinals? This is the quarterfinals, my friend. You win this game, you're in the semi-finals, and you are 2 wins away from booking your place into this year's Esports World Cup.
Do have an update for you both. Was Abo Fawzi winning the game?
Wow.
Winning the game. 8 goals to 6 against Hezers.
That means they'll be playing Rastarata. Hezers will be Serie A champion. Taking on the Portuguese free agent. The lower bracket round 1.
And that's Jafonso versus Abo Fawzi.
It is indeed.
Dead ball plus. Goes all the way out.
it's lucky.
Oh!
Back in, he'll get fortunate, but he won't care.
It's ugly, but you don't, as you said, you don't care at all. He got a very, very slight rebound. It just cushioned perfectly into his path. I mean, you've been there, Ryan, on stages like this where you're just locked into the zone. You don't care how you score.
No, absolutely. And I think for K1 John's perspective as well, obviously it's not a goal that you'd be fond of.
It doesn't phase you.
But then again, you could argue that his goal as well was slightly fortunate with Haaland getting the bundle over John Stones, I believe it was. So it works for and against you.
You know that you've not necessarily done anything wrong.
Yeah.
Sometimes the ball just won't bounce for you. So if you can compartmentalise that, big word, and sort of push it out your brain and think, you know what, look, you'll get some luck, I'll get some luck, that one just didn't go for me. You can really start to control how the game is perceived.
Yeah. We've been seeing the way Stingray here, pressing high up. Hold on a second.
Might be able to make the most of this as well. The angle's quite odd. Can reverse it once or twice. Superb from Stingray. Got a very well-timed press where he won the ball back, and it was just the one more pass that made all the difference, as always. And it's a small advantage in what is still a long 9-minute half, still to be played in the first of the two. But a 2-goal cushion for him.
I'd
Again,
love to see that back. That seems
it's
like
all
a
in
big
the press.
mistake.
Kevin De Bruyne pressed it, but it was sort of an off-the-ball press, so he switched onto De Bruyne and moved across the pitch. If you're K1 John, you've just got to see that quicker. You can't pass the ball in that space. You can't move the ball into that space.
Yeah. Just saying, we're seeing a lot of the first-hand passes over the top into Haaland and rushing into the box, and we've actually been given some intel. That's from our good friend Tom Stokes telling me about Stingray practicing his power shots, something to look out for. He's been practicing them a lot against VBD and Ricky as well when practicing, so maybe might be seeing some first-hand power shots from Stingray.
Shout out Tom Stokes.
It's just the start of a rampage now for Stingray as he can pull away.
Oh no.
For half-time! He caught that one well of Bukayo Saka. Able to get the shot on target though. If you have just tuned in, this is the last chance qualifier. Final day here from Riyadh. 2 spots, the final 2 spots available for the Esports World Cup. Which takes place this Thursday, a 4-day tournament. $1 million on the line.
If you were coming into practice, Ryan, is that where sort of you'd be looking to get some games in? I mean, you mentioned he's playing against Ricky and VBD. Play against a few players that you know you get guaranteed wins in, boost the confidence, get the momentum going.
That's evil from you, Rick. I think it's just who you find to be comfortable with when you're practicing, obviously. You want to try and get different types of players, the way they play. There's a lot of players that play possession-based. Oh my goodness.
Wow! 4-1! But we have to speak about that through ball.
This is an unbelievable performance from Stingray so far, I've got to say. He's played really, really well.
That ball there was genuinely inch perfect. Set R9 up perfectly, in on goal. Goalkeeper movement. It's an element to try and distract your opponent there, because ultimately, if they make the right choice, it's pretty much a guaranteed goal. There's nothing you can do about it, but decisive from Stingray again.
I do joke, by the way. I do joke. Great guys. K1 John. I think he's Guy Barrios in behind him. You're 4-1 down in what? How much you play? 35? you probably now is there a point in the game where you come to the realization that, look, a couple of the goals may be a mistake on my part? Also, this guy I'm playing against is playing really well. Like, I'm going to have to step up if I want to try and compete here.
Ultimately, it's a combination of so many different things. There's different variables in the game. You obviously have to factor in your opponent playing well. Stingray in this example, if you're K1 John. K1 John's been unlucky in terms of some passes have been gone astray, like simple passes and the touches of some of the players. However, he's sort of playing into Stingray's hands in terms of trying to play out from the back. He's allowing Stingray to press him.
He's inviting it.
Yes, it's perfect every time, and he's just giving away.
Again, you're also losing the ball in high areas. Like, that's your fullback who you've lost it high up the pitch with. He got away with it on that occasion, but we talked about it earlier. Stingray is a confidence player, and he will feel as though this game, he can smell blood in the water.
Yep. Give him an inch, he'll take him out, and he's just going to keep on prodding forward. Haaland.
Before half time, maybe? No. And when you've got your opponent, Ryan, in this sort of situation where they're sort of second guessing themselves and that, you've sort of got a pounce to really go for the knockout blow, that being a fifth or a sixth.
Yeah, you have to keep on going. You have to hope that last-ditch tackle almost came in. Oh my goodness, wow. This is what I mean. There's little bits of unlucky elements in the game for K1 John. To me, that has to be a goal. And there's nothing he's done wrong there. It's just the animation from Haaland.
Somehow able to recover was Courtois there. Half-time, Stingray leads 4-1 in this upper bracket quarter-final matchup. And it really is a chance now for Gabaris to help a friend out.
Just following on of what you mentioned, Brandon, about when you're on the ascendancy, it's very key to make those chances count for Stingray here, because, again, a 3-goal lead in previous years might have been something that's very difficult to overcome, but 9-minute halves, you've got a long time for your opponent to try and get back into the game. There'll be chances definitely for K1 John. So it's just about, for Stingray, making sure he doesn't give away easy goals as he gives away possession here.
You say that, he's literally kicked off the half.
Yeah, I just passed it to him. At the moment I said it, I thought, uh-oh, I've jinxed him.
Stingray's been a player, I mean, you would say he's crowning moment, the E-League victory last season. But I think he finished, top 2 at the Club World Cup as well, with Saf. He's been a player that he's sort of always on the edge of achieving something fantastic. If he continues in this form, you do look across the board and think,
What's that tackle?
If he's playing well, who can go toe-to-toe with him? Press for press, move for move. Like, matchups make games, and styles make games. But an Anders Stingray game, it just teases the taste buds.
Oh.
Speaking of Stingray. You mentioned about Anders Vergain. They did play back in Sweden a few months ago, and it was Anders that stopped him from getting his ticket to the Esports World Cup. That was the tournament where Anders got his ticket. So qualification. I'm sure we'll be flying in probably today or tomorrow. Imagine that being a potential story in a week's time if he was to go and win.
Wow.
2 huge championships.
And as much as
Pro World Championship and the Esports World Cup.
As much as this game in particular, Ryan, doesn't qualify you, each win that you get in the winners bracket, it sounds crazy to say, but and sort of really simple to say, it improves your chances because there's less games to play than in the losers bracket. If you get to the winners bracket final, it's only one win away after this one. You've got 2 chances.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw Stingray lose his first game in the group stage, or sorry, the knockout stages. I think it was 2 days ago now. And he had to go through that gauntlet of winning every single game in a row, backs against the wall, to reach this stage. And I'm sure he wouldn't want to do that again.
Clever little pass there, finds Mbappe. Is there a flick down
offside.
available?
Just.
It was a well-worked move though, they saw the idea. As we said, lots of games currently taking place as this one is too. 8 matches taking place at the same time here in Riyadh. Remember, Nicholas and Umut could be going head-to-head in an upper bracket semi-final if they were both to win their round 2 matches. As soon as we have some updates on the results, we'll give them to you. Let us know at home as well. We can see both the YouTube feed and the Twitch stream of you tuning in. Who are you backing to qualify for the Esports World Cup? Only 2 of the 16 can get there. Wow, Weghorst. Something needs to go for K1 John. He tries his best to delay and force a tackle, force a movement out from Stingray defensively, which he did do and was able to time it pretty well with Virgil van Dijk. Pause cued from K1 John as well. 25 minutes left on the clock. Works that one superbly well. Havertz around the corner. Is he going to go for the shot? Courtois does enough to stop him and then pick up the pieces quite easily.
We often talk about confidence in FC and what confidence looks like in game. I think that's a perfect example of it there. You threw on goal. You're on the slight angle, yes, but no green timing of the shot. No real look to maybe even try and bring it back inside. Delay, wait for the goalkeeper movement, shoot at the near post. You probably know that Stings will move the goalkeeper. He's one of the best in the game to move it. So I think Stingray is playing, you would probably say 90% confidence right now. K1 John looks a little bit short of it.
As every minute trickles down, look, he's got a 3-goal advantage to hang on to. I know we're playing 9.5 here, but it'll be a lengthy last 20 in-game minutes or so. If he finds another goal now, he might conclude it. Mbappe! Oh, it's silky, it's smooth, it's Stingray!
What a performance. I think we've seen 2 performances in these opening 2 games on the featured station where they've both been great for different reasons. Nicholas controlled, and he was 3 steps ahead every single minute that game ticked by. Stingray is being steps ahead, but it's the self-belief almost, and he's just trying stuff. He's just playing his game right now.
You mentioned about the difference in terms of the confidence between the 2. You could tell straight away. That goal there, for me, epitomizes Stingray with his confidence in the area with Mbappe, the skill move, the cancellate. It was just perfect. Perfect way to end the game.
We spoke about him maybe holding on to possession with a 3-goal lead. Forget that. That's out the window. 4-goal lead he has got. He'll be going through, as we said. He will be 2 wins away from qualifying from the Esports World Cup. How hard is that, Ryan, in this situation right now to sort of break it down game at a time? Because you must be thinking, I'm so close right now. Like, this is an unbelievable opportunity, not only just to qualify for the Esports World Cup, but just to fall into some prize money as well.
Yeah, again, you mentioned the prize money, just the stature of being at the Esports World Cup is an accomplishment in itself. And I think for Stingray, he knows it's in touching distance, but it's still something that you don't want to look too far ahead because the names in front of you are some of the best players in the world.
Havertz, K1 John, his Courtois has been superb once, twice, 3 times now.
I'm actually going to counter what you just said there, Ryan, about the names in front of you. I think if you're Sting, you know sort of how he thinks and how he sort of operates. Arguably the toughest first round game in terms of player on player. Stingray versus Yaskow. That's a really, really tough first match. You then look across the rest of the bracket on your side of the draw. Hezer's losing first game. Rastarata and Jafonso, 2 players that you probably didn't want to play, they're going against each other. One of them's got to drop down. So then you look ahead. You're playing K1 John in the quarterfinal. You will play Abo Fawzi or Jafonso in a semi-final.
I know he wouldn't want to play Jafonso. I can tell you that for free.
You're missing Umut.
Yeah,
You're missing
I understand
Nicholas
that part. Yeah.
on that side of the bracket. I do think you would take it. I think you'd take that side.
Another one from Stingray. He is just cruising at this point.
And who knows? Abo Fawzi might beat Jafonso.
Yep.
Nicholas might lose against the 1-0. And then you start to look at this bracket and how it's shaping up, and really, someone's got to qualify. And at the end of the day, it's not about how you do it, it's if you're the last one standing from that winner's bracket. That's where you want to go through. If you go down to the loser's bracket, you're in the trenches. You've got potentially what? I mean, if Hezes was to qualify, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a row where you have to be flawless.
Two games in a row from Stingray where he's bagged 6 goals. Defensively, I don't think he can ask much more from himself than what he's provided this game. Makes it 7. With 7 minutes to go. Still no updates on the other results. As we start to look across to what is to come. More importantly, who are going to be the first 4 names that are crashing out in our top 16. This is a elimination round as well on the lower bracket side of things. 4 players will be concluding their FC 24 season.
It's a tough way to go out.
As much for K1 John, he won't be thinking about it now. He's still got a second chance at it. I know it's a longer and it's a difficult road in that lower bracket, especially when you don't know who you could be coming up against.
Is this the best you've seen Stingray playing a long time? I mean, we're just waiting for the clock here, aren't we? Ryan?
I would say since there were periods in EPREM when he was performing extremely well.
Yep.
But I think to me, this is a level above. Obviously, as the years progressed on, we've seen new elements of ways to attack. And I think for me, with this performance, it definitely puts him in good stead as one of the favourites to go potentially the whole way to make it to the Esports World Cup.
Well, this game's over. We got 2 minutes left. I'm going to try and bring a few results to you. However, I'm not seeing much from the rest of the fixtures so far.
Bring the camera back to us if you want.
You can come back to us. Stingray's won. We're going to see this, what, 10 seconds tick down. And there you have it, full time. Stingray.
Big.
Dominant again, I've got to say. Dominant performance on the main stage. Seen 2 games up there. Very different scorelines, very different performances. However, both extremely strong in their own way. Final thought from you, Ryan, on Sting, before we go back. Were you more impressed with his attacking there, or the fact that he completely shut down K1 John?
I would say a bit of both, to be honest. I think I was impressed with just the way he built up to get those chances. I thought it wasn't just one set way of attacking. He had different elements to his build-up play, which I thought was very good.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he barely even conceded any shots, never mind 1 goal, just a really, really solid performance. You're going to hear back from us three when we get underway with the continuation of this last chance qualifier. But let's head back on over to Nate and Mitch to break down that superb Stingray performance.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Mitch, I've absolutely bottled the first prediction of the day. A little bit better with the second. The history of Stingray. You sting him, and he will bite right back. Not just with wins, with big, crushing, soul-destroying wins. Maybe that's a bit too far. What are you meant to do to stop that man when he's fired up?
I can't lie, I was not expecting that sort of 7 goals to Stingray, but that's a big statement to the rest of the pack, isn't it, Nate? Absolutely phenomenal. Some of the build-up play, the goals, as you can see on the replays here, absolutely majestic. And he started off within 2 minutes.
And that was the goal for Weghorst. Is the first time on broadcast during your LCQ that a competitor has started Weghorst and lost. And I guess if Stingray's going to be breaking records, breaking hearts, Mitch Austin, he's going to do it today on day 3.
Oh, yes, definitely. Some of these goals were literally trademark. Obviously, K1 John had his chances.
Yeah, that
Plenty of
last
saves from
one,
Courtois.
right before the half, Mitch. I wondered if the game was going to turn, it was going to be there. The really extra good pass, I should say, with Weghorst to get to Haaland, who then just sort of toe-poked it, and Courtois did this leapfrog-type animation. A bit peculiar, but if you're Stingray, you take that luck, you run with it, and it's not like he didn't deserve it. It's not like he didn't make the very most of it. We saw 30 in-game minutes from the end. K1 John just be like, headset off, just went silent, stopped there, and then we ran down the clock. I don't know what happens to you when you're watching that, like Richard, Brandon, Ryan just being like, any other scores for me? Like I just got a little theme tune in my head, just like, and we just wait. We wait for the next course of what will be an appetizing day 3. If you're another competitor watching that, Mitch, you're scared of Stingray from this moment if you weren't before, surely.
Definitely. Also, I think for K1 John, he just kind of let the game, I think, just got the better of him a bit. Just got frustrated, I think, after the 4th goal. You could sort of tell, even with the reactions. I think that's a good thing about having the actual player cams. You can sort of see the reactions of the players and I guess where their heads are at. And he was, his body language was a little bit all over the place. But what can you say? Stingray, absolutely 5-star performance, Nate.
Yeah, 6-star, 7-star. Stingray just does it all, mate. He does it all. He's adding levels to the performances we've seen from days 1 and 2. Of course, a bunch of games happening simultaneously. And yet when Stingray's doing things like that, with the form guide, Mitch, that we talked about, heading into the LCQ, we realized very quickly it counted for little, whether there is just like a slight meta change or the footies items coming out, or certain competitors just being like, you know what, all this pressure I've put on myself throughout the FC24 season, we can just chuck that out the window, enjoy ourselves, express ourselves, and Stingray is just a typical performance, the typical example of that.
100%, and he didn't really show too much emotion either. I think it was just play his usual gameplay, believe in himself, stick to what he does, and as I said, he obviously more than got the job done. But I think going back to sort of pulling out previous performances from past events, I think he did that really well. And as you can say, I go back to body language again, but he didn't show any emotions, which I think is a positive thing.
Yeah, I know Mitch likes that. Maybe a bit of expression at the end of games, but during it, you like them locked in, like the fire on social media, so they're pumped up for it. But then when they get there, what was the most extravagant celebration we got this time? Just like,
well, I can't see him putting the sunglasses on, let's be honest.
I thought you actually had a pair for a moment.
Well,
I tried my best to
no.
look straight down the barrel, and I'm like, if Mitch Austin does an Abo Fawzi, I've made it. Day made today.
Well, I'm in England now. We don't have sun here, mate.
What are you talking about? It's been roasting the last few days.
Mate, we get 7 days and that's it.
Then it goes away. I'm sure the sun is always shining in Riyadh. If you can get your tickets, get down in just a few days' time to the Esports World Cup proper for FC24. We would love to have a big crowd cheering them on. And of course, that home team support, Mitch. The Saudi competitors, by and large, been superb.
100%. I'm still turning the volume up, trying to see if I can hear the guys in the studio. I haven't heard it yet. Maybe they're coming down a little bit later. Obviously, we've got quite a few hours left to go yet. So, no, it's massive for the locals, as I said. Get behind the team, get behind the boys. You know, I'm sure they're going to be having quite a few events coming up, but for an event of this stage, the Esports World Cup, there's nothing bigger. So, get down, get supporting the guys if you are a local.
It's like the start of history, isn't it, Mitch? Sometimes we're like, be there for a history-making moment, or be there just because, to be honest, it looks kind of cool or whatever. This is the start of something very, very special. The Esports World Cup, we mentioned it yesterday. Team Falcons absolutely smashing it. You get points for different titles. But FC24, their hope's still alive here as well. Just going to be a dominant display from that org, you'd expect. And anyone who's enjoying this hopefully can enjoy some other titles. We had Fortnite yesterday. I didn't mind a bit of that.
Oh yeah, we've got everything. I mean, even when we were last there, you know, had all the titles, but as we said, the facilities are just absolutely second to none. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep saying we're jealous that we're not there, Nate. But you know, lucky the other guys get to be over there at the moment, and they get to experience the facilities over there. I know exactly where I would be if I was over there. That games room was very, very impressive. But
you didn't want to leave, Fred.
No,
legitimately, they had like VR, like Beat Saber happening. There's a bunch of things. I'm like, Mitch, man, like, can we go prep for this event? He's like, no, I've done my prep. He's like one of those kids that's like, oh, I've done my homework, mate. You haven't done it yet. We need to get in there, but I understand completely why. It was just like a carnival like atmosphere, really.
Yeah, it is, but it's just a good vibe, isn't it? And I think there's like always sort of different events and stuff going on as well in the background. Even like the outside bit. You know, I think obviously it's really hot there now as well. So sit out the back. They've got the big screen. Hopefully they've got FC on there as well. I think they had the camels there, didn't they? They had
I had a literal falcon on my arm. I had a falcon on my arm. I was like, there's no way you're gonna let me hold it. It's like, you don't hold it, like it holds you. And I'm like, a bit freaky. And then like it was so chill. You're allowed to pet it. That was amazing. And the camels, I don't know, they're a funny animal to me. I enjoyed them as well. A bit of everything, mate. Get a bit of animals happening for your Esports World Cup. It truly had it all right here, right now. We're looking into FC24, just waiting for some of these other results to get done before we move across. Of course, 2 losses today on day 3, and you are out. Mitch, it's one of those, the deeper we get into this tournament, the deeper we get into day 3, the tighter things get. Maybe those goals do start winding down a little bit. Understandably, competitors playing out the clock a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. But I think as you said, like, there is a lot of games to go on. I think that for me, that's going to be the most important factor. I think the player that can sort of sustain the high standards, because it's just such a mentally draining game, especially, you know, when you're playing against top players such as everybody that's in this competition. It's such a difficult thing to kind of keep the standards, you know, at such a high level. Plus, maybe a bit of, well, I'm sure the guys have been there, so there's no jet lag, but a bit of tiredness, mental fatigue, Nate.
It's a thing, friends. And again, just get into the chat section. If you're not aware, happy to answer your questions. Just read out your comments as we go. 3rd game down there in round 2. That result that we just had, Stingray 7, K1 John 1. What about up above? The King, Umut, is going to keep going all day long, it seems. Has to be one of those favorites for a top 2 spot, Mitch.
Yeah, he's slowly just grinding his results out, making his way through. But definitely a favorite, Nate. Definitely a favorite. As you can see, Yaskow with the 3-1 win over Mert, Nate.
Ah, dear. Maybe the Nate predictions need to get in the bin quick smart. K1 John, of course, will drop down to the lower bracket. You can see there for round 2. And yeah, Imotal, I know the chat was getting around him as well. He was one of the most entertaining competitors we got to enjoy yesterday. What about this man? Left of the screen. Abdi was cool, calm, and collected. Mitch Austin had no words at the compliments I was dishing out to that man. Yaskow, quite similarly, but it got literally sweaty there at one point, Mitch, for him.
Certainly did. And was it 2 hotels you said he owned as well?
We'll forget about that. That
yeah,
was
I think
my
guy.
yeah.
But no, he was unbelievable. And just as I said, he was calm as ice as well. Some of his play, not really too many emotions, really handled the pressure well. So excited to see how he gets on in this match.
One of those where I'll just sort of say it as well. You go onto Twitter and it's like not following anyone you're following. I'm like, anyone? Where have you come from then, blood? I go back and like watch some of the previous gameplay. And he is one of the Austin FC, Mitch Austin, favorite type competitors in which he will give you nothing, show you nothing. When he's got those big results yesterday, he goes on Twitter just like, got the win, big tick or something like that. I'm like, for the way you were playing, the calmness, there was an issue with one of the games yesterday, really easily sorted. The excellent admin team smashed it. But honestly, you want the reaction? This is what he did. The other competitor just being like, they just went, that was it. That was the most we got from him on like 2 games on broadcast. If you can show those nerves today, Mitch, we're going to be having a laugh at least over here.
Oh, it's just business as usual for the man. But as you said, I mean, I think the aim is to try and get a reaction out of him. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I don't know. If you can hear us right now, we need some form of emotion. I need to see
just a little bit. Get like Richard banging on the glass or something like that to see if homie's going to register. Maybe if he can get one of those final 2 spots, get to the Esports World Cup proper, that top 16, we might get something there, Mitch.
Well, we shall find out, won't we, Nate? We shall find out. But as I said, it's still difficult to sort of tell who's going to get all the way to the end, Nate. Have you, from the early couple of games, have you got any any insights for me yet? Who you think might be a favourite to go to the end? I'm just waiting for these
predictions. I'm waiting for Mitch Austin to send it right back, because we know at the start, I'm like, oh yeah, Nicholas could be in trouble. Nah, Iceman does what he does. Then I get the second one right. Can I just stay chill on the third, please? Please? Maybe we'll let the casters do it themselves. Heading back over now to Richard, Brandon, and Ryan.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, great filling, I've got to say there, getting us up to date with the games. I think we've just got a few results left to finalise as we do unfold this long bracket. It's going to be a tough day if you went down early. Not only plenty of opposition in front of you, but it's just so much mental fatigue as well, knowing that every single game could be your last of FC24. We're going down into losers bracket. That's where we're going to head for our next fixture. It is going to be Abdi versus Yaskow. Both these players we saw in Jönköping in Sweden. Decent results. I think when you look at Abdi, I'm pretty sure top 9 through 12, if memory serves me correct. So it was close. Lost out to Bryce in that losers bracket. It's going to be a tough game. I mean, you've played many different players throughout your career, Ryan. Whenever you come into this game and you're playing against a fellow national teammate or someone from your same country, is there like a little bit of extra bite to win, or are you just thinking it's another play in front of me, I've got to get that victory?
It's a bit of both. Obviously, you want to win regardless of who it's against, but again, a fellow national player, you want to sort of show that you're the better player. That makes sense anywhere, and I feel as if both of these players will have that sort of hunger and fire in order to progress into the next stage. Again, as you mentioned, loser bracket game, you lose, and your dream of reaching the Esports World Cup is over. So as you mentioned, there's a lot at stake here, a lot of pressure. See Sammy Lamine behind Yaskow, their familiar face from across the years of competing when I did myself. So it's a tough game. Honestly, it's a really difficult one to call. I've been impressed with Abdi, but I've not got to see a lot of his results. I mean, a lot of his gameplay, sorry. I've seen the results on paper. They're very impressive. So hopefully the gameplay goes hand in hand with that as well.
It's going to be really interesting to see you back on the main stage as well, how you deal with it. We've watched a lot of competitive gaming over our time, Brandon. Very rarely do you get someone drop down to the losers bracket early and go all the way. It is just such a long haul of games. Does Yaskow have what it takes? It would be, what, 7 in a row if he was to qualify?
It would be a long way for him, but I mean, potentially why not? Looking at the players that did go down to that lower bracket, he certainly might have just enough left in the tank to pull himself through, just leading on the back of what you were saying about him. More importantly, his opponent having a decent run in the DreamHack qualifiers. It was Yaskow actually went to both of them. Recently sort of came to the end of his contract with AS Monaco Esports, and now he's a free agent. So he was to pull this off today and win 6-7 games in a row and qualify for the Esports World Cup. Who knows what could follow the next 48 hours if he was to sign something for a club, get over the line. I think the bigger story that we should say as well is that Umut falling out of the competition. Yaskow beating him to eliminate the Turkish pro player. That is it for him for his FC24 season. We won't be seeing him until the new game drops in the latter stages of this year. Speaking of Yaskow, kicking from right to left. That darker strip, just refreshing for some more updates. We're potentially in to see a Nicholas versus Umut game. We're waiting to find out on that result still. Umut beating Abdi 2-0 to get himself into an upper bracket semi-final. Abdi now fall back on his second chance in this lower bracket. Try and keep his Esports World Cup dream alive. Big win back there from Mbappe in the air. Race of the game. Oh, 9 and 99 footies Haaland fancying a finesse from 25 plus yards. Well, we have updates, and we have an even bigger matchup that's happening. Nicholas versus Umut is a confirmed matchup. It will be taking place in the upper bracket semi-final. A little bit later on tonight. Big chance, Yaskow, what a tackle that is. John Stones, I believe, he came flying over from left back. The most important block we've seen so far in the game. That should have easily been 1-0, Ryan.
Yeah, it's an important slide tackle there, as you mentioned. It would have been a destined goal, R9 in front of the goal that you expect to find the back of the net there. Huge tackle, though.
John Stones for that heroic block, looking to get this attack moving forward. Alexa Mateus on the half turn. Out a corner. Abdi looking for Haaland. His footy's icon Petr. Able to get two hands on it.
I love the turn inside the box as well from Mateus. Very commonly you usually turn back into the box, but that little touch just away from the defender but towards the byline. Yes, it eliminated the percentage of scoring, however, you know what corners are like. Sometimes you take a shot to get a corner.
There's a lot of Beldos fans in the chat as well. Unfortunately, he has been eliminated here from Riyadh. He has just lost to the hands of Goatmo. 6-3, the local.
Oh, what a ball.
Saudi Arabian, what a chest down that is. Haaland will get it again. Can he recycle the chance to keep it alive, Abdi? Oslu, yes, in that familiar right-back position that we've come accustomed to in FC24. Touch wasn't nice, tries to get it back inside. It needs Alphonso Davies.
I thought maybe he was going to look for the back post there, whether it would have been a driven pass to Haaland or a dinked ball into the back post.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been on, but I think just defended well enough to eliminate the space. That's green, that's perfect. Across the keeper, into the top corner, and that's why Alphonso Davies, for me, has to be the left back of choice.
Yeah, a decisive finish there from Yaskow. We saw in the previous game, Richard, you mentioned how with K1 John against Stingray, K1 John had opportunities like that with Havertz, didn't go to time it. You can see he lacked the confidence and the belief in those areas of the pitch with Havertz. Davies, it just shows if you green time your shots and you're confident, decisive in front of goal, and you can definitely find the back of the net.
What a run it was from Alphonso Davies as well. We know he's full of pace on pretty much every single item he gets. If you time it green with him, he can also bag a goal or two for you. Yaskow breaking the deadlock in this all-French matchup. Loser is eliminated here from the last chance qualifier. Coming live to you from The STC Gaming Hall, which is located here at the Esports World Cup. For the long ball into the box, they didn't really lock on to anyone. Now has to deal with Yaskow that's going to be running 100 miles an hour at him. Look at the runs that have been triggered there. Haaland queuing up in the box, R9. So just trying to cause a nuisance in the area.
I love the way he's moved this ball around the pitch, I've got to say. The passing is
Fully in
unbelievable.
possession.
That's
No,
such a good goal.
That's an unbelievable goal.
A really important goal, Bab. I'd love to get a passing counter on screen for that.
That ball into Haaland there, the thread of the needle pass was sublime. The composure as well, wait for the goalkeeper movement.
That's right up there with one of my favourite goals I've seen this season. The passing, the composure, the patience.
Number 13,
Such a well-worked, well-structured goal. Yaskow looks a little bit shook. Given the ball straight away from kick-off back.
Could be in for a second it. Looking across the board now. I think we've pretty much got all our results in, Richard, from that last round, which means we can confirm that 4 players have been eliminated here from the last chance qualifier. Hezes, Serie A champion, out of the tournament, eliminated by Rastarata in the lower bracket round 1. Of course, we mentioned Tel being eliminated by Yaskow, who's currently playing in this game. Ebeldos eliminated to Goatmo, the local here, and another local player here. Not Bidov eliminated up against MUAE 14. That's 4 players already eliminated from the tournament. From this round here that you're watching, there'll be 4 more eliminated, and there'll just be 8 players left. All fighting for those final 2 spots. Another chance here for Yaskow. Lex Mateus just completely off the mark.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there because the pass was quite a good idea. Driven pass across the box, just couldn't make it stick. The final few moments of this half will go his way. Just rushing ever so slightly in the final third.
Time of 1 minute. That will be enough time, though, just to get this attack into this area. Hosselu, player locks. Very nearly finds a way past the inside post of Petr Cech if it wasn't for his feet. Corner's always so deadly. Will they be this time? No, they won't. Matched up pretty well there by Petr Cech. Half time. And it is 1-1 in our lower bracket round 2 matchup.
Just seeing Jack there in the comments saying, did Nico and Umut win? Our very own Brandon Smith, I believe, said they did.
They did. They did. Nicholas beat the 1 or 6 goals to 2. And Umut beating Abdi 2 goals to 0. Both look so convincing. Unfortunately, they're both going to run into each other now in the upper bracket semi-final. Only one of them can stay on the upper side of the bracket and will be 1 win away from qualifying for the Esports World Cup. Do not panic, that game is not coming for, I believe, another hour or so.
Yeah, hour in a little bit, I think.
Straightened away, Yaskow.
It's perfect timed as well.
To corner, front post flick on is available. Surprise, surprise. He was quickest to react, and the goalkeeper had no chance to do anything about that.
It's just about the pace of the corner, not necessarily the delivery, but how quickly he's taken it. You don't have a chance to do the goalkeeper. You don't really have a chance to get set up at the back. It's been whipped into the box before you can even react. And when you aim for Haaland, 9 times out of 10, he's going to score.
It's a horrible touch, wow. Great ball in behind there as well, bit unfortunate.
Question for you, Ryan. I mean, you saw Anders Vergang become world champion a few weeks ago now. Obviously, his custom tactics were made aware for everyone to see online. We saw his team that did the business for him. Of course, you look across the board at many different pro players, but do you think a great deal of these players here have looked at his team and gone, right, that Hostler at right back, the John Stones at left back, I know it was pretty common already at the World Championships there, but there was just little details. Do you think that people would have just taken and put into their own game?
I think naturally when someone does extremely well, you always sort of try and see the blueprint that they're using in terms of personnel and game, tactics, instructions that they're using for their players. But I just still think to mimic Anders' play style and be as good as him naturally isn't just down to the plays he's using, you know. It's a difficult thing, but it's a normal thing that occurs a lot in FC24 Esports.
I actually think as well, it's probably more reaffirming sometimes. You might have an idea of, yeah, I fancy using Saka in my team, he looks really good, and then you see Anders do what he did with Bukayo Saka and probably been his man of the match in those last couple of games in the bracket.
Literally.
And that is what then reaffirms it for you as, you know what, yeah, Anders did it. I'm not going to play like Anders does with Saka, but if he can do it with him, I can do it with him.
I think what helps as well with certain players, the way they build up their squads. We see with the likes of Johnny, for example, he likes playing the long ball pass plus, so he's obviously going to opt for players in midfield that have those play styles. Same with certain players look for long shots with a finesse shot play style plus. You're obviously going to include those players. R9 in behind there, good slide tackle to prevent a third goal from Yaskow. Corner again though.
Quick corner taken in, this time 2 or 3 plays, just did enough to block off Haaland from being able to think about jumping up. Balls has come in from Abdi. A lot of people asking for the bracket online as well, the tunes, and you can get in the bracket if you head over to stcplay.gg. You can follow all the action of this Esports World Cup EAFC Last Chance Qualifier. All the results being updated live on their hub and website at STC Play. And his build-up was superb for his first go, Abdi. Are we going to see something similar here?
Really surprising to me to see a couple of my, not necessarily favourites, but players I thought would do really well already eliminated. Hezers and Abel.
Yep.
Both out already. Shows the levels. I don't know if you caught the score, by the way, between MUEA and Notbedov.
What was it?
10-9.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
believe it was 5-5, then went to penalties between them two.
Wow.
Been waiting for that pause, 10+ minutes gone. Happy to keep possession though. Finesse from distance! Or just keep a check on his toes. Over to you, Yaskow. Massive switch of play. Find the goal scorer of the first, Alphonso Davies.
Well played.
Nice overlap. Fakes the player lock into Mbappe. Might use it this time, he will. First Elastico was the idea for R9. Couldn't really maneuver the way he wanted to. Full heavy touch. Does get pulled back for a free kick and into a pause. We shall go.
I'll be honest, I just got a bit of a jump scare from the music. No music there. Locked in is Yaskow. A few words from both coaches.
It's one of those as well, I think, Rich, where you're flying yourself out, your hotel, your flights, you can't really bring a coach out with you as well, so you're just seeing a number of pro players that have already been eliminated, friends, just stepping in to offer a little bit of support. Especially as, I mean, look, you look at that top 16 today, so many of them free agents. I wonder if one free agent comes through from this tournament today, if they will somehow be signed up by a team in 40 hours time to represent at the Esports World Cup.
I feel like they have
back
to.
underway.
Surely.
You have to. It's your biggest outing potentially, your biggest tournament.
Yep. Obviously leads into the club championship too, so.
Yeah, which, I mean, Falcons are dominating at this moment, but still a couple of weeks left. Still could be some late drama. I've got to ask you, Ryan, have you been in a tournament before where you've gone in as a free agent and you sort of backed yourself? And if so, what is that like?
No, the first one wasn't a free agent, but I wasn't necessarily signed with them at the time. I signed afterwards.
Leg loss!
Still going, oh my God, keeper saves it. It was a weird predicament. The very first tournament I went in, but obviously there's a lot less pressure. Pressure's even alleviated, especially if you're going in as an unknown quantity. You kind of know that the pressure's off in a way, because everyone else has the pressure on them. Their sign, their salary, and their future.
Was that in Munich?
Yeah, that was in Munich, yeah.
I mean, you could argue it's the same sort of story there because you went and qualified for the World Championship back then.
Yeah, exactly. But there was no pressure on me then, to be honest. I was sort of just there, just to be there, really and truly. And
was the inbox pinging after you qualified, or?
Yeah, but at the time it just, I can't even.
Nothing.
Yeah, at the time I can't even explain like the feeling of going into a tournament where there's no pressure. Because after that, once you sign to a team, irrespective of anything, the moment you're contractually signed somewhere, for me, there's always going to be pressure.
Final 7 minutes to keep your Esports World Cup stream alive here. Abdi just chasing the game, trying to make something happen. Frimpong, does he fancy a finesse from that far out? Asking a lot. De Bruyne might this time. No, he fancies a pass around the corner, just offside.
Yeah, it's so tight, wasn't it? We're seeing Mia Hamm brought on as well. A few new items since the last outing that we saw.
A lot more 99 items as well, isn't there?
Yep, tons. I think there's a lot of options going forward and everything. But I thought, for me personally, if I was, I think the staple players, R9, in terms of offensive players anyway, R9, Haaland and Mbappe, and then it's sort of +1.
How many 99s are in the game right now? Question for everyone at home as well.
That's a Brandon Smith expertise, right? I guarantee you know that, Brandon.
I think I've got it for you.
Of course you do. Go on.
Right now.
I want to say 7.
There's 18.
What? 18?
11,
I'm actually
12,
gonna have
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
That's
Shall I reel them off for you quickly in this pause?
Why
Ham,
not?
Wirtz, Frimpong, Pedri, Fernandes, Haaland, Pele, Morgan, Sauer, Hansen, Kerr, Tears, De Paul, Salah, Van Dijk, Neymar, Messi, Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Just fees though, isn't it? It's what we expect. End of the game cycle. But maybe not 18 of them.
I said 7. I was miles off.
7? You're back in June.
No, literally.
You've got Wirtz and De Paul, which are 2.99s.
Oh, it's a great play, though.
Yeah, if you will. I'll get some for the next round.
Rami, hello, my friend.
Concluded now, Yaskow.
Fantastic work you've been doing. Not only over the last few days, but over the entire season. Your hard work certainly isn't unnoticed.
Oh, it's in.
Big chance, Abdi! In the 89th minute, may have just kept his Esports World Cup dream alive.
That first time pass from Hully to split the defence is beautiful.
I know you're a big fan of it. I can tell, Richard, the way you... I see it as well. Just the build-up play is perfect. You can see, though, he knows there's still time left in this game, and, of course, potentially extra time. He's not going to be celebrating. Liam Bucci done all the celebrating for him. But it's another great goal from Abdi.
It's just the style. He's an artiste. Hang it in the Louvre. He's got the paintbrush out.
We went to Louvre, didn't we?
I have been to the Louvre. Some great art. Sculptures. And Lisa. Speaking of...
How hard is it, Ryan?
Go ahead.
You're 2 in-game minutes away from getting past a really difficult lower bracket round. You go and concede like that for Yaskow. Would you pick yourself back up to go into what's going to be a really difficult next 30 minutes?
It's very difficult. Funnily enough, literally had that scenario in Saudi Arabia last year at the Esports World Cup. It was obviously 2v2, but we found ourselves winning in most games and conceding late on pretty much in every single game. So it's difficult to bounce back. Obviously, this one you've got extra time and penalties to try and redeem yourself and keep it in check. But it could, whistle. Could have been a last attack there for Abdi. But yeah, this extra time is going to be difficult because it's Yaskow will be thinking already from the 85th minute. He's got possession of the ball. He could see himself in that next round of the loser bracket, and now he's up against it.
I was going to say, speaking of that tournament last year, Ryan, you know, I had the pleasure of commentating on you in it, and the amount of times I was like, come on, Man City Esports, see this game out, see it out.
Could be like 3-0 up.
Started so well, and he just last couple of minutes, it just fell apart, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a combination of, I wouldn't say lack of preparation to try and sometimes you go into games, or maybe in practice nowadays, people practice how to defend last minute onslaught attacks from players. Constant press was a little bit different last year compared to this year. But ultimately, we just weren't good enough to see out the games.
We got to minute, 87, 88, and then I think you and Shell's just
floodgates just open.
playing.
Yeah, we thought the game was done at 85th.
I mean, now we're going into extra time, but with 9-minute halves, it's almost a brand new game.
Yeah, it's long. It's very, very difficult to stay locked in and concentrating for that period of time. It's what, 20 minutes or so, plus of course extra time. It's not easy.
Another thing I've got to say, you know, I often spot things when I look at the player counts. Abdi's posture is fantastic.
You're not going to get a bad back like that, are you?
Straight back.
Yeah, I was
eyes
starting
locked
to
on the screen.
Let me
Quite
sit
close
up.
to the monitor, but not too far.
Finesse, Hullet! Wasn't time green, but Went over the bar.
You were definitely a leaner, Ryan. I seem to remember.
Yeah. But the thing, I wasn't too close to my monitor though. I'd say
these
up.
days, you're talking three
Goodness.
yards.
If that.
Elbows on kneecaps, you were Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah. Get the imprint in the joggers that I was wearing. See, it's right there, right above the knee.
Sometimes the glasses, sometimes not.
Yeah. Don't remind me.
Chance. Oh, he moved the keeper to the left, but checked somehow. Got a pole like right.
He's gonna win it.
Weghorst.
Almost flick on. Well, Weghorst, who always seemingly at this stage of the year gets some sort of promo item, comes into these World Championship matches and just cause havoc.
Not much you can do.
What turnaround?
Yeah, there's not much you can do in that situation from Yaskow's perspective anyway. But he scored that way. He concedes the same way. As the corner taken quickly, you play a lot, bring a player forward. There's no time to really move the keeper out as far as you would like to if you were given a little bit more time. So when Weghorst gets in front of the defender, yeah, it's almost certainly going to be a goal.
It's NDW. Never doubt wout.
That is a shocking abbreviation, but
That'll catch on. That'll catch on.
yeah.
Got a question for you guys.
Okay.
There are 12
Here we go. Here we go.
99 rated footies players.
Yep.
Do you think there are more male or female items?
Sorry, say that again.
So there are 12 99 footies items.
Just footies.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we wait for half time?
We'll wait for this chance to come in first.
Finesse.
Saka finesse! Basically, do you think there's more male or female items?
I think this.
Out of the 12.
I definitely think female.
Same. Just the way you ask the question, it makes me just assume it's female. But oh, the
Chance.
play.
Ooh. I think it's 100%
Look at R9.
female.
Is he going to try and play it? He's not. Plays it in. Whistle will blow.
Is the referee going to play it?
Oh, he's not?
He is.
We're playing.
Frimpong
Oh.
round the corner. Kanata goes down to ground. Petacek will take us into half time. And to give you an answer,
Can we
it's
try and
actually
name them?
even.
Oh, it's
wow.
even. Okay.
So it's a
It's
jinx.
6-6, but can you name each?
I think
each
I
gender?
can name. Okay, so we've got Sauer, Pateas, Hansen,
Yep.
Bonmati. Is Bonmati part? No, okay, not yet. Never mind. I'm done.
I think it's Ham. We've seen her
Yep.
in game.
Yep.
Yep.
Um,
I need the 6.
Mateus,
please. Yep.
Hansen. Who else did you say, Ryan? Sauer,
Yep.
2 more.
Sam Kerr,
Go on.
and
He's definitely got some sort of website.
I don't have a PC.
Last one.
Morgan.
Yeah, you liar. You absolute liar.
Here I am playing by the rules, you know.
Oh.
All right. 6 male.
Save it
99s.
for another day. Save it till next game.
Haaland. No, we'll save it, fam. We'll save it.
Haaland, Pele, Ronaldo, Salah, Frimpong.
What he's doing is he's giving
I'm
a
not
couple
sure-
of breaks
I'm not
between
sure on the last
each
one.
guests.
I'm not sure on the last
Scrolling. Or mistake.
Oh my. Abdi concluded now if he gets another one. Remember, loser eliminated from the last chance qualifier.
Neymar. Sorry,
There you go.
I think we heard that one.
Oh, there we are. Never mind.
I think we said them all. I think we said the 6. you want me to recite them again for you? Frimpong, Haaland, Neymar, Salah, Ronaldo.
That's 5.
And Pele.
Yeah, I think you're there.
Well done, Ryan. Good work.
I must have missed that Frimpong release. I didn't even know that.
He's playing right now.
Yeah, I know, but I just I think they're using Team of the Season. It's a bit of a strange one.
He's literally about to get attacked on this left-hand side of the pitch and goes there. Oh! Could be an error.
Could counter-attack. Could be a 4-3. He can move quickly.
Oh, good interception.
It's a great step. Has to be
This is
aggressive
going
there.
pens.
Oh, I think he wanted the ball there to John Stones.
Just about got it to John Stones. Little ball roll to pull him away from Alphonso Davies.
Hold on.
Through, solid,
he
Neymar.
turned back.
Space were there.
The press, though, is so intense. He manages to give it away, though.
Have I just jinxed him by saying I think we're going pens? Not yet. Maybe I have.
It's a great play.
Should be absolutely massive for Abdi. Yes, he's still a long, long way away from getting into the Esports World Cup, but it's sort of really been a breakout year for him.
It's not over yet.
He's only really played in the DreamHack qualifiers.
Oh.
That's it. Wow.
And he's just knocked out one of the biggest names in France at the moment. Yaskow eliminated from the last chance qualifier here with the help of Iliad Busi over his shoulder.
Abdi's a serious, serious threat in this losers bracket. He's not someone that you want to be going up against. I mean, the way that he plays, it only looks to be getting better. The passing interplay is really, really smart. He's got the corner in his locker as well. Could be a dangerous prospect, Brandon.
Absolutely, I was just looking at his achievements and accolades this year. Didn't really play in the E-League One, played in E-League One Challenge, so already if he was to go and play well to the Esports World Cup, expect to see him in the biggest league in France next year as part of the FC Pro ecosystem. Look, still a long way away from qualifying from the Esports World Cup, but one step at a time, one game at a time, and we'll have to wait and see as these results start coming in. Who on earth he's going to be playing up against next?
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this bracket starts to unfold. We're getting closer and closer. We're edging there. But before we do get the full-time results for the rest of our fixtures, let's head back for a little bit more Abdi praise with Nate and Mitch.
All over it, Richard. There you go, Mitch. Someone else understands the Abdi praise. Man was cool, calm, and collected. We got a posture check in there as well. More crucially, he gets the big win here on day 3.
Yeah, huge win. And Yaskow as well. He was so close there. Just obviously would not have wanted that to go into extra time, but posture check, mate. I think I have to agree. Not just the posture. I think everything about him. The haircut, the glasses, mate. He's the ultimate esports athlete.
You've changed. You've changed completely from yesterday. You just needed Richard Buckley to get on my side, and all of a sudden, was that also, just quickly, not like your favorite commentary of the season from that trio? I was looking at my phone for the trivia, and then he got to the female 99 footies. We also like Sam Kerr. Like the Aussies are here waiting for you to throw back to. We're also in the footies. Felt like it was our moment, you know?
Yeah, but I have to agree with Ryan. I think the Frimpong, I for one thought it was a team of the season one as well. Completely forgot he had a footies item. So yeah, shows what we know.
Really enjoyed that analysis talking about being a free agent versus being signed and what that can do in terms of your performance and how you act. And for Abdi, look, back home in Australia, you got your E-League challenges next to E-League Australia. He's coming through from a similar vibe, reputations at the door, Mitch Austin. He looks like one to beat.
Oh, yes, definitely. And as I said, some of the goals, I think it's just the way, obviously, went down early doors as well, but to keep composed, get himself back into the game, really impressive. And I think it's going to only help him as he goes further and further on in this tournament, Nate.
Have a look at that. That is a 90th minute equalizer. He would be knocked out otherwise. You get a bit more celebration there, but he had to wait for the coach to come for the fist bump. Man is locked in. Man is pumped up. Maybe we'll get a bit more enthusiasm if he can be one of these final 2 spots to make it through to the Esports World Cup proper.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see what sort of reaction we get if he actually went on to win the $300,000. I mean, that'd have to be the only thing I think that maybe we'll get something out of him. But yeah, as you said, no, absolutely fantastic performance from him, and hopefully we can see some more of the fantastic play that we've had from him so far.
Really enjoyed the interactions with the chat as well, by the way. People speaking a lot in French, Mitch. I got to be honest.
Oh.
Google Translate can only get me so far. A petit peu.
You don't know French?
Yeah, just that line and the one explaining what about the rest of your competitors? Anyone in this lower bracket that you think is going to have that poise and composure to compete?
Really not sure, to be honest. I think tough for me, obviously, see a few more results, but Jafonso, Goat Mo as well. There's some big names there. I was really impressed with Goat actually yesterday, so would like to see how he gets on. So I'd probably say him for myself. What about yourself, Nate?
I rate that. Similarly, just looking to check when that bracket is ready. We just want to make sure as many of those fixtures are ready for you, because that was another comment in there being like, can we be a little, little bracket overlay, bracket check. Respectfully, want to stick with the gameplay as much as possible. We can have a bit of trivia. And if you are in Twitch chat, YouTube chat, just at one of Mitch and myself and whatnot, we'll give you any updates as we get them. In terms of a favorite, I guess, Mitch, lower bracket, upper bracket, I don't know if it really makes too much of a difference. We've seen locally and indeed throughout sort of Middle East and Asia region when we've been commentating there. To be fair, a little bit in Europe as well for yourself. It's just who's there. On the day, lower bracket, some competitors absolutely thrive in that high pressure environment, right?
Yeah, I think we talked about it yesterday. It's who can handle the pressure, I think, on the day. It's, different things can happen on the day as well. Decisions, referee decisions, just silly animations, things that are out of your control. So, but I think it's just how you can kind of react to that. But it's going to be an exciting rest of the tournament. But yeah, just looking at some of the other players as well. K1 John, what's your thoughts on him, Nate?
Man, you just wanted Messi. I reckon he's waiting, or you're waiting until he gets Messi, if not starting 11 off the bench, and he'll turn things around. Of course, a little bit of weird trivia for you. Wout Weghorst, one of those players that has been starting on broadcast. Competitors, when using Weghorst, have won every single game. But as I mentioned, Stingray, just putting that fun fact to bed. John Stones, we've not seen much of that particular player today, or your man Schmeichel.
No, we haven't actually. And as I said yesterday, Schmeichel, hands down my favorite goalkeeper. He's just got such a presence, the size of the man as well. I think a lot of it with the foot items, players kind of go on stats, but I think the body shape, body type is a massive thing for me. So Schmeichel definitely is a favorite of mine.
We'll see if he gets another run out at some point. Look, you said Jafonso, I said Abo Fawzi, Mitch Austin, take a seat for me. It is the latter who prevails 4-3. You saw that Stingray result earlier. Nicholas winning, Umut winning. Some things don't change. They just seem to stay the same as the years go by. But what about Umut versus Nicholas? What a tantalizing fixture. And then you got Stingray, Abo Fawzi on the other side. I don't know if we can start doing predictions anymore, Mitch. Can we just send all 4 through?
Mate, that's a
above your
mouth-watering fixtures right there. Really is. Stingray, but Abo Fawzi. Bro, my guy's been scoring goals all tournament, so...
Oh, your guy all
really?
of a sudden.
He's my guy, mate. Ever since he brought the sunglasses out.
Respect it. Abdi, of course. Just, what are we going to say? Has that lower bracket poise. If you're unfamiliar with this format, maybe you're just unfamiliar with the sort of FC Pro scene in this competitive season. Best of ones, they are 9-minute halves, so longer than what we've had in previous years. We'll see who will be coming up against 2 veterans, really, that will make up his opponent. And Jafonso, of course, gets that second chance against K1 John, who better bring Messi on, Mitch.
Certainly better. But yeah, he was very disappointing in his last game. As I said, I think just his mentality, got to him when he can see. I think he was 4-1 down. I think that's when it just sort of shifted. So he needs to put that last game just sort of in the back of his mind, start fresh. And hopefully he can try and get the job done here against Jafonso.
Bring it on. We'll go back, of course, up top to that upper bracket a little bit later, right here, right now. I believe it was Richard Buckley himself who also called out Jafonso. Apologies if I got that wrong. K1 John, representing his region, got that fresh Inter Miami drip. He's going to need to be a different man. He really did look demoralized a bit earlier today, Mitch.
Yeah, he did. As I said, I think it's keep going on about it, but the mental side of the game, it's absolutely massive. It's such a big tournament, big stage, Nate. Hopefully he can just sort of put it back, well, as far back in his mind as possible. It's still going to be fresh because he obviously didn't play too long ago. So, but he's got his coach there. Hopefully he can just sort of get in and around him, give him a bit of advice and just sort of calm him down, and hopefully he can just get back to his natural game.
Of course, Mitch Austin has competed not just as a footballer, but in the competitive FC scene as well. Mitch, have you got any advice, that bounce back mentality?
Well, as I said, I think I was more nervous for my esports debut than I was my actual football debut. So, yeah, it's a complete different setting, obviously, when you're playing from home to playing in these studios. But no, mental-wise, in terms of playing football, I think it's the exact same thing. You just got to, as I said, dig deep within, just kind of forget the noise, just stay focused and just focus on the task at hand, even just setting just simple goals, as I'm sure he will. And then, hopefully he can get the job done. But as I said, needs to really just sort of look to his second-hand man in his coach.
I like that a lot from you, actually. I'm not sure I've heard too much of that type of breakdown, that type of analysis, setting sort of individual targets as you were in a game. I think that's what you're alluding to. And from kickoff, when we've seen scrappy possession, a few errors around the back, it could really snowball quite quickly.
Yeah, it is. I think, especially when you've had a bit of, I used to do it myself and had a bit of a nightmare match the previous game, and then you go into the new game and it's kind of just like working your way into the game, just sort of setting a little goal each time, take a touch, get the ball under, don't give the ball away straight away, and just slowly work your way into the game. Don't try too much too soon. But obviously, a bit different, but there's similarities there between obviously football and FC. So, as I said, hopefully for K1 John, he can just sort of slowly work his way back into this after the heavy defeat.
Tell you what, there's one man that I know wouldn't be listening to any of that unders. I don't think he's setting small targets. I think he just sort of thinks
goals,
destruction, and then just goes from there. Friends, we'll go from here to there, over in Riyadh. Back to your casting trio.
Thank you very much, and there's not a lot I love more than Nate and Mitch. But there is one thing, and that is rematches. Because the game that we're about to see, if my assumptions are correct, is Jafonso and K1 John, and in major competitions, to my knowledge, this will be the third time they've matched up this season. EMLS Cup final, 6-0. Jafonso beat K1 John. You look ahead, FC Pro World Championship quarter final, one of the biggest games of the season for both of these two. Jafonso, 4-2 victory. It's 2-0 if you look at games played at majors. Will it be 3-0 Brandon Smith, or will K1 John finally break the seal?
I mean, look, you have to give credit first and foremost to the MLS this year. Always a superb league, always so impressive with the talent that comes through, but also someone like Jafonso makes a massive decision there, going over to play for New England. A lot of players that go over and play in a different league don't usually perform. He did. He went and won the championship, not the world championship. He might do that if he qualifies. Won 6-0 in that competition, and since then I think he's been a bit of an underdog this year, Rich. I think you're right. He's been very, very impressive, had a decent run the FC Pro World Championships as well, and maybe still isn't getting the credit that he deserves with the performances that he's put up this year.
Well, from a pros player's perspective, right, and I say pro lightly, where do you see Jafonso in terms of level? Is he up there with Anders, as he believes he is? Is he up there with Nicholas and Umut, or do you think he's maybe one tier down? Like, where would you sort of place him? Could he go through this losers bracket and go all the way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he definitely has the ability to go the distance and make it into the Esports World Cup. But in terms of level, I think Anders is, for me, a level above everybody else. Not just, yeah, he's on his own. Not just Jafonso. I think he's above everybody else. Jafonso has proven this year, I think he's the level below that. I think he's on par with the likes of him that we've seen perform extremely well, Emre, Levy, etc., to name a few. I think he's up there, definitely.
I think you've almost got like three islands. You've got Anders Island, which no one else is invited to, which if he plays to his level, you fully believe that no one can really get near him. We saw that in Berlin. I think you've got like an elite island. Manu, Emre, Levy, Banano. I think Jafonso's paddling there. I think he's close. However, there's been a few occasions this season in that semi-final where he lost a narrow defeat to Yuval. Does an elite player pick up that victory and force the grand final? We'll have to wait and see. The other game that we are waiting for to get underway in the lower bracket round 3 will be Abdi. We're just waiting to see. If you see that glass there, just it's okay, it's gone now. Just behind Rastarata, behind Jafonso. That's where we are located in the arena.
Shall I quickly go there and wave now?
You know what? You probably could. If we go back to Jafonso's POV, Brandon's going to go and wave at the camera. Quick, now, run, go. Before we get into game. Go. Now we wait. Oh! Go back! Go to Jafonso! Oh, we're having too much fun. They're getting the kit selected. Second time we've seen K1 John on the main stage. First time didn't go his way. He suffered a heavy defeat to Stingray. Just getting back in.
Did you see me?
No, they chased camera back.
No!
You can go back now.
Quickly, go.
Stay there.
We're going into game.
Go into game, producers. Get into the game.
He's gone. K1 John just picked up a victory against MUA, beating him 2-0. And just getting back in the winning column is important for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that loss against Stingray was...
I came out the room and saw the jump into gameplay.
I was saying that loss
carry on, Ryan, carry on.
The loss against Stingray was resounding. It wasn't just obviously 7-1 tells a story, to be honest, but it felt unlike K1 John throughout the season.
Well then. Maybe he just does have his number. As K1 John, he suffered an early defeat, an early goal, should I say, to Stingray. And he's gone 1-0 down against Jafonso within 3 minutes here. Brandon, have you got your breath back?
Good, I'm good. Do you want me to do that run again? I can. But I've done it twice already and not been seen on broadcast. One thing that we can say is that everyone that's been on broadcast today that scored first this early on has normally gone on to win the game. Just by having that real control on the fixture. The key thing here, Ryan, I mean, if you're in the shoes of K1 John, you've lost twice already in big matches this year. How do you get out of your head of like, one, this guy's already beaten me a couple of times, but more importantly, so how can I go and beat him?
I think the hardest part is, in this situation anyway, is going 1-0 down early on. The confidence already is just knocked out. The preparation sort of goes out the window, and he's potentially going to be 2-0 down in 6 minutes. Here we go. Jafonso.
Can he get around the goal? Wow. Yes, he can. Luna Galaxy Jafonso is running rampant at the moment here in Riyadh. 6-0. 6-0? 6 minutes in. He leads by 2-0. He might be on his way to a 6-0 if he keeps playing like this.
I mean, what is it about K1 John and on the main stage and not switching on in the opening moments? He's 2-0 down. It's going to be a real tough fight back. Jack Hammer saying, hit a gritty when you get the chance, Brandon. In the chat.
Yep, noted. I'll try and remember to do that.
I've actually got some trivia for you as well, if you would like it.
Love a bit of trivia, of course.
I'm the trivia king, bit me.
Obviously, we're in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, right now. And the highest rated Saudi Arabian in FC 24 is Saeed Al Awairan.
Yep.
I'm just going to let his chance play in before the rest of the question comes through.
So I'm just sat there in silence looking at that. Come on.
He has got 5 99 rated stats on his 97 item.
Yeah.
What are they?
Pace.
Acceleration, sprint speed.
3-0.
Oh wait, we're talking about in-game stats.
Yeah, believe it or not, he doesn't have. He's
Alright.
not the best item on the game. He doesn't have 599 stats on his
Rich,
face.
I'm out of
Dribbling.
touch a little bit.
Stamina, pace.
Sorry, what was that? Acceleration, sprint speed,
Yep.
Attack positioning.
Dribbling.
dribbling, correct.
Heading accuracy.
If you've got a
Stamina.
website
Yeah,
up,
you're a nasty piece of work, Brandon. So.
that's really poor form.
Yeah.
I've
That's
got a better
really
question.
poor
That's a
That's
default
more
win for
exciting.
myself. I've won.
Which 99 rated item is worth the most coins right now?
Ronaldo. Surely. CR7.
As in. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me think.
I'm locking in my guess.
CR7, you said, yeah?
Ronaldo.
I'm leaning towards Pele.
No, Richard Buckley's right.
Ah, boring.
I'm pretty sure he's extinct at 15 mil.
Is he?
That's basically the situation.
I thought it was 10 mil.
I don't even think Pele's like 7 mil.
15 mil in August. Come
Yeah,
on,
man.
people, man. Let's have some fun.
Who's the second most expensive behind Ronaldo?
Have a guess.
Pele? Neymar? Pele?
No,
Very
I'm
tight.
I'm gonna go
Ham?
Van
What's
Dijk.
Oh wait, no, Hampton SVC, isn't she?
Yeah. Jeez.
No, I'm having a horror show right
You're
here.
having an absolute stinker.
It's Van Dijk,
Yeah.
but who's the third most expensive?
Is it Pele or Neymar?
No. Well, he's just
Really?
released. I reckon it's Salah. He only came out 2 days ago.
No,
There's no way Salah. Yeah, no way. I'm not having
Not
Salah
Salah.
more than it. No, I'm not having it.
Oh.
Ryan, you said one of the right answers.
Pele.
Neymar.
It's Pele. Pele or Neymar?
Neymar.
Oh, it's Neymar. Okay.
There you go.
9 million.
Well, thank you for joining us. We've got a very small technical issue right now, so you're going to be joined with our faces until we get back underway. Let's just keep you up to date with what you might have missed so far, because it is the last chance qualifier. We are fighting for an incredible chance. 14 players are already there at the Esports World Cup. And you know what? I'll run you through them right now. I've got them down just here. PH Zin, Web Nasri, Nathan SR, Mark 11, Emre Yilmaz, Manu Bashore, Anders Vergang, Goal Poacher, Johnny, MS Dossary, Banano Young, Abu Maka, and Levi David. It's a stacked cast already, Brandon, and 2 more will be joining it. Imagine those 2, Umut and Nicholas. Is that the most stacked tournament we've ever had?
Absolutely. I mean, it could be. I mean, we'll ask you at home. We've been doing some predictions as well coming into the Esports World Cup because we're going to be part of that broadcast from Thursday. We're all on the same wavelength of who we think is going to become world champion, I believe. But let us know at home.
Shall we say?
I mean, can they guess? Who do you think?
Yeah,
who do you think we think is going to be Esports World Cup champion?
We had to give our prediction on who we think is going to be lifting that trophy high, putting their name and their club or organisation in the hat as being the best on the planet right now. Who do you think we predicted to be the Esports World Cup FC24 champion? And if there is no guesses, Nate, just jump in the chat and throw one in there.
Oh, Jack. There's Jack. There's Jack in the chat. Anders Vergang, yes, we are all in agreement that Anders Vergang.
That's who we predicted. It were a tough decision for me. There were a couple of names that I was floating around. I was sort of tossing and turning between Anders, Banano, and Levy. But I've gone with Anders in the end, as Ajax 4 always, says Levy.
We just extended his contract today, did Levi David with Ajax. See, with the recent news this week, the PHN pulled out of his contract.
Stingray
Kobe
qualifying
forever.
and then winning. Wow.
That would be massive.
Do you think any of the players who qualify could go on and win it?
Of course. I think it's not going to be easy, obviously. I wouldn't put them as favourites. But if it's like Umut or Nicholas, just because they've sort of done it.
Jafonso?
Jafonso potentially as well. I rate Jafonso extremely high in this game.
He's making easy work right now of
This is
K1 John. He's 4-0 up inside 20 minutes. Jackhammer, I don't think if Umut matches Anders, he could counter him. It's a really interesting point as well, because the bracket we almost need to do the prediction when the bracket comes out.
Exactly. Because I don't even know the groups yet. I don't think they're set in stone. Maybe they're waiting for this to be complete. But I personally don't know the groups yet. So I'd love to see how it could potentially play out.
Just to bring you that...
We joked around it being 6-0 potentially, Rich, 4-0. We're not even the 20th minute in this game. I don't know what has happened from K1 John.
Just to bring you up to date as well with everything in this bracket so far, Rastarata did beat the 1-0, so I think we were waiting for that result to come through. He has beaten him, so Rastarata plays Abdi in the losers brackets. Wanted to keep you up to date with everything.
Following this one.
Go back to the winners, I believe.
We are. We're going back to the winners, and we're going back to Umut against Nicholas, which of course was a World Championship final a few years back that ended on a penalty shootout for a lot of money.
Nate fancies Abo Fawzi.
He's been impressive. Taking down some big names on his route so far. It's nice.
Just
off
off.
side though.
If you were down in that losers bracket, and I'm going to ask the pair of you, because it's a thought that's just come to me. Does fatigue ever play a factor? I mean, it's 8:13 p.m. local time here in Riyadh. You've potentially got 1, 2, 3, 4 more games in a losers bracket to play. You're probably looking at maybe a 12 midnight finish. You'd much rather get wrapped up in the winners game than be in bed for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll answer it after this. Shot cancel, R9. Beautiful play. Still gets the ball though to try and get goal number 5, but K1 John does enough. Honestly, I think these times sort of suit gamers, if I'm being honest. I think a lot of players would prefer this time than, let's say, a tournament that starts at 10 a.m., for example.
Just on that though, Brian, as well. We're speaking about the winners side. Umut, Nicholas, Stingray, Abo Fawzi. They've had to wait 2 hours.
Yeah, it's more detrimental on players that come through the winners bracket because you have to wait for the lower bracket to sort of catch up. When you're playing in full flow and then you have to sit and wait for potentially 2 hours.
And then you're playing against someone
who's been
winning.
Exactly.
As well. Not just playing, but winning.
Yeah.
Typically, that losers bracket final, the loser wins.
Yeah.
Unless there's just a massive skill discrepancy, yeah.
Yeah. It's a weird one. I just sort of feel like once you're playing in a loser bracket, as long as there's no delays between games, and I mean, you're sat there waiting 30, 45 minutes to get into the next game, I think you're okay. You're sort of in full flow.
Haaland, power shot. Jafonso still looking for goal number 5, and we're not even at half time yet.
I feel like you relished it down in the losers bracket, Ryan.
It's probably performed best, to be fair. But the thing is, when you get there, though, if you lose early on, like for example, Stingray losing in the first round in his group, right, managing to win, what's it, 7 in a row? That's very, very rare. Very rare.
Extremely.
So yeah.
Is there anyone still in the tournament who was in that first losers game? No. Oh, sorry, there is. Rastarata.
Big chance. K1 John still can't find a way through the goalie.
Out of the 8 players who were playing in losers round 1, Rastarata's the only one left. Everyone else has been eliminated. Rastarata's first game of the day were against Jafonso. It's not been an easy run for him at all. I've not really spoken too much about him, but Feels though we might need a little bit more trivia in this second half unless K1 John can make it interesting.
The little first-hand little think connect course. Quite unorthodox, but you mentioned earlier, Rich, how we tried that and was utilising that a lot in the FC Pro World Championships. But for me there, I don't think...
It's not needed.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the players were sort of getting in perfect positions for him to go for another option.
The spaces he was doing it at the FC Pro World Championship, so the edge of the box and he was dinking it over.
Yeah.
Whereas he's not really been able to get into those spaces to try it. That's unbelievable work down the byline.
It's a shocking mistake. Keeper just about keeps it off from going behind the line, then making it 5-0 and almost certainly game over. But that dribbling there with Mbappe, just the way he found space, the step overs, tight control there was perfect. Let's be on
Big
side
chance.
here.
Stones.
There's a chance before half time. That's a half to completely forget about for K1 John. It's lucky that he has got 45 minutes still to play, long 9-minute halves, but as it currently looks, it's going to be 3 wins and 3 defeats between these two when they have matched up. A different stage of the year in an EMLS final, in a quarter-final of the FC Pro World Championships, and an even more important matchup as it would be the last kick of the ball for one of these two FC 24 seasons. This does lead me into a great chance to ask another trivia question.
Perfect, let's go.
No cheating, Ryan.
Which 99 rated player on the game right now has the most in-game stats?
Yes, I've lost.
Which
More stats than anyone.
Sour? Sour. That's my shout.
And it's not an icon.
Okay, never mind then.
which in-game player
99 rated.
has the most in-game stats?
Not such
It's a tough question.
I'll be honest.
Of course, on the icon front it is Hullet, but
Frimpong? No.
Frimpong's a great shout.
I'm just thinking who's got high, well-rounded stats, you know. But honestly, I don't know.
I'm going to go for a player that I've packed. Rodrigo de Paul.
That's a massive.
he is
massive
in
shout.
second.
Oh,
You know what? That's incredible from you, Rich. Incredible.
you forgot he existed, didn't you?
I genuinely completely forgot, and I tested him out as well. That's incredible from you.
Ryan's there in his chat going, you know what, guys, he's really good. Like, I think you should get this
Nah,
guy.
you know what? I didn't like him. Maybe that's why I forgot him. I think that's why.
Who is it then? Who's the answer?
Enzo Fernandez.
Enzo
I promise
Fernandez
you.
in SP's.
No,
It was
I
an
promise
objective.
you. I promise you. I was just about to say him. I promise. I promise.
It was an objective. You had to get, what was it, like
yeah, it's the England squad. I got
14
him.
England wins?
Yeah, I think it was 14 or 12 or something.
Oh, Kobe forever said it's going to be like Enzo or something.
Yeah, I swear. I promised I was going to say it, but I thought it can't be. Where's Frimpong on that list? Top 5?
Wrong on that list.
Don't make the list, mate.
Frimpong is not even in the top 20.
You're lying.
He's not even in the top 30.
I've got,
Nah, I don't believe you.
I've
checking
got a
right
Lionel Messi question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, Lionel Messi 99 item. This is for Mitch. He's got 4 playstyle pluses. What are they?
Tiki-taka,
Correct.
technical,
Correct.
finesse.
Correct.
Last one is tough. I don't actually know. I want to say like incisive. Because
So I'm not sure that
So first touch.
first touch is correct.
Oh, it is. See, the reason you don't know this stuff is these players are out of my price range. we don't look at these
You've been
players.
using Danny Welbeck for the last 6 months.
Yeah, literally. If you're above 2 million coins, honestly, you don't exist.
Okay, well, John, could be a penalty shout. Referee doesn't fancy it. Frimpong was an awful suggestion. Rare Ryan L.
Oh, rare. To be fair, I respect that. It's a rare one. It's a rare one. I hold my hands up. I hold my hands up.
Hello, Footboys.
What an old they are, man.
Going to see Mark in action this week. We'll be looking to put up a good performance mark. Obviously, he was in Saudi Arabia last year where he finished second in the World Championship. After a disappointing display by his own standards in Berlin, I'm sure he'll be wanting to showcase his talent again in Riyadh. That all kicks off on Thursday. What the point of today is finding out who will be our 2 final players to join the 14 Esports World Cup finalists. $1 million of prize money, $300,000 for the winning player, and a chance to call yourself the very best in the final event of the season. Do we have some more trivia? Because Jafonso's knocking this ball around like he's playing an exhibition game at the moment.
You want more trivia?
Maybe just one more question. Get the chat excited.
Big chance. Goal back, maybe.
What a save.
No, still can't find a way through. Into the pause we go. I'll give you a bit more trivia. There is one goalkeeper with 99 passing. Who is it?
As in in-game passing?
Yep.
So you expect me now to know that question?
It's a bit of a weird one because technically on the front of the item, obviously that's where the passing is.
It doesn't exist, right?
Technically, so it would be kicking, really.
Wait,
right?
so wait, hold on a minute. So is it a goalkeeper
Wait, so is it 99
position?
kicking or 99 passing?
Well, if you click passing, it would come up as passing, even though technically it's not.
So it's
Okay,
kicking then.
so I know who it is.
If it's kicking, it's Pickford. No?
Yeah, Jordan Pickford.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks as though we've right into a slight technical issue there. I think Hal was just about to put that in.
Yeah, possibly the worst timing for a technical difficulty. Obviously, it happens, but
Will come back to us, and we'll get this issue solved very shortly indeed. But while we wait for it, it gives us an opportunity to ask you guys at home who you think is going to be going all the way this week in Riyadh. We started today with 16 players, and we are slowly whittling it down as we look at the bracket to bring you up to date. Umut versus Nicholas. That's a game that's going to be taking place very shortly indeed. Stingray against Abo Fawzi. We've only got 8 players left, believe it or not. We eliminated 8 already. Rastarata versus Abdi from France, and Jafonso versus K1 John. We'll be joining that game very shortly indeed. The 14 players who are already there: Webb Nasri, PH Zin, Nathan SR, Mark 11, Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bashori, who got their spots in Dallas. You were there, Brandon. Incredibly impressive performance from the 2 Team Hullet players. Anders, goal poacher, MS Dosseri, Johnny getting the global invites, Banano Young, Abu Maka, and Levi David. I'm not going to ask you who's going to be the winning player, because I think we're all on the same page with that prediction. Who's going to be a standout player? Maybe one that you didn't expect to do well, maybe one that you expected maybe get knocked out in the groups or go down to the last chance, the final chance bracket and qualify through coming through like 5th or 6th in the group. Who do you think is going to have an impressive tournament?
I mean, the problem is on that is
we don't know the
no
groups.
One there that that's one, but there's no one there that I would expect to go in and have a bad tournament.
yeah, that's tough.
On that. But I would say a top 4, if we can have a top 4 discussion. I mean, again, we don't know what the groups are like or what the knockout play is going to look like, but I think Matthias Bonanno, Anders Vergang, I think we can see a bit more from Johnny.
Do we see E-Champions League, Johnny?
I mean, you hope so, but...
Ryan, are you there? Ryan,
we
you
need to see
let's
it
go
very
knock on the door. Ryan?
Johnny, it's a difficult one because when we last saw him, he obviously played below expectation, but he did lose in the World Championships to Anders, if my memory serves me correctly. So it's not obviously a shame to lose to the eventual winner, but from the E-Champions League level of performance to now, I think it's been below par compared to that. And I think obviously he can reach those levels again.
I think we see a fantastic performance from Dosseri. He was really, really good.
That game against Tex, yeah, he was
Jönköping.
sharp. That looked like the old school Doss. He was amazing in that game.
Yeah, I think Dossary plays really well. And do you know what? I was really impressed by goal poacher. He beat Anders on penalties.
Yeah.
And after he beat Anders, it almost looked as though he thought, you know what, as much as you have that self-belief in yourself that I deserve to be here, I'm one of the very best, sometimes you need a signature win. Sometimes you need that performance to go and establish it and rubber stamp it. And I think that, for me, was that win that did that. And from then on, he looked really good. He got his spot, he qualified. And I think Goal Poacher's going to have a really good tournament this week. I expect him to play well. All three of the Team Hulit players could go on and win it. But as we said, in these groups, you've got 8, you've got 2 groups of 8, and 2 players are going to be eliminated straight away, 7th and 8th in the group. Someone like, it's really tough to say, like, you could see PH Zin getting grouped, you could see Banano. It wouldn't be the first time this season we've seen Banano getting grouped in unfamiliar fashion. Just look back to the FC Pro Open. So it is going to be fascinating, and that's why we're going to watch. That's why hopefully you join us Thursday through Sunday at home and really keep your finger on the pulse.
For those players as well, Rich, on that, it's a long old season already, and then you're done from Berlin, whether it was a good performance or not a good performance in your own right, and then you've got to go back and then you've got to go again when you're looking around you and everyone else is on vacation, holidays, or putting down FC for the season. Yes, I know there's a lot of money on the line and the chance to become Esports World Cup champion here, but for those players to then go again at another gear, some players by this point, Ryan, would be just burnt out.
Yeah, it's been a long season, especially for those players that would have been playing from the FC Pro Open up until now. They've had bits or sort of breaks in the season. Let's say the players that maybe got their spot for the World Championship early on, they've had a gap, and then this late into the season, it's very hard to keep motivation up for a lot of them. But it's a huge tournament. It's a massive tournament, a lot of prize money and stature on the line, so I'm sure they'll be excited for it.
I don't know, Rich, just to jump in, could we see the bracket if possible? Could we get the bracket up? Production, could we have the bracket up while we're waiting? Just for context, there was a small technical difficulty in one of the matches between Jafonso and K1 John, hence why we are looking at the three of us right now.
I was
If
going
we
to
can
ask
see
you,
the bracket.
I know you've got a man on the floor, Mr. Dory. He's out and about. Do you have any live scores from the other games potentially taking place?
I think there's only one other game taking place.
if we got a live score from it,
I'll try and find it for you.
it should be Rastarata versus Abdi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
No update.
Okay, thanks for that.
No update, unfortunately.
Nate put a question in the chat. He said, which foot item has the most goals as a substitute in this last chance qualifier?
Oh, as a sub. Oh.
Messi.
Frozen Rich?
Did you say Brozovic?
I said, are you frozen, Rich?
Oh.
This guy's Brozovic. Goodness me.
No, I was thinking. I'm going to say Weghorst.
Same. I think I'm the same. I was going to say that aerial
We're
plus
going to say
player.
Wout.
Yeah.
I think Weghorst.
I just think it's great as well, while we got a minute, to just say, like, well done to Rich for bringing his microphone all the way from the UK. His headset, when he used to do radio, he brought it across.
You like this one?
I love it.
Well, we are here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We came over last night, I believe. Yeah, we got in yesterday.
Yeah.
Neymar and Cruyff are both tied. There you go. We will be, all three of us, with you throughout the week, starting on Thursday for what plans to be an incredible 4 days of FC action. Also want to say a massive shout out as well to Nate and Mitch. We're going to hear from them after this game has wrapped up and throughout the rest of the tournament. But a great job they've done over the last couple of days, keeping up to date with the groups and where players have fell and who has gone through. They've kept it very entertaining and kept us up to date with all the shenanigans taking place here in Riyadh. Let's talk a little bit about where we are as well, because we were here last year. And from last year to this year, Ryan, when we were driving in the car, you were sort of looking around going, wow, we've seen this is rapidly developing. Like,
yeah.
The buildings are going up, we've seen so much happening, and the boulevard, where a lot of the Esports World Cup's taking place, I think all of it actually, it's really taken shape.
Yeah, as you said, we're here a year ago. The difference is stark. It's a massive difference, as you mentioned. The development has come a long way and quickly, to be fair. A year's not really a long time for the amount of structure that's been developed over it. So yeah, it looks amazing.
Brandon, what are you smiling at?
I'm smiling at you smiling. Just when I can see you put a little smile, it just makes me smile, mate. So
We've had a fantastic year this 2024 season with FC. I mean, if you look back, there's been some high moments. PH in FC Pro Open final, Johnny at the E-Champions League, all the domestic leagues, one of my favourites, the best of 7 mammoth session that me and Ryan were both in that beautiful old-fashioned theatre in Paris. I think it dated back to the Renaissance period, and just such an incredible display that they put up there, both Olympique Lyon and then Montaxa and Fuma for FC Lorient. It was a great season. For you two, before we sort of head into final event of the season, what's been some of your highlights throughout this year?
I'd say E Libertadores. Opportunity to travel there as well, first time in South America. Obviously, the tournament was incredible. Just the atmosphere and the way the players celebrate is obviously different to a lot of other tournaments. Every goal, whether it's in the second minute, they're still getting up and roaring. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
Brandon?
I would have to say, I mean, it was early into the season, but that PHC Grand Final against Anders Vergang, that winning moment was just really sort of the tip of the season. Of course, I expected a little bit more. The World Championships that just went from Berlin, I expected a little bit more in certain games from certain players, but Anders Vergang's winning 6-0 in a semi-final and 7-0 in a Grand Final, or the other way around. I mean, look, it was just it was completely flawless, wasn't it? From
I think I think all the domestic leagues were great in their own way. I really enjoyed the virtual Bundesliga this year. I think a little bit more of a relaxed vibe. This jumper actually became its own little story at the virtual Bundesliga because I blended into the couch, if you remember correctly.
Yeah.
I really liked, I think, the E-Premier League final game. I think the quality of the E-Premier League probably this year, sorry if anyone played in it, I think it probably did lack a little bit compared to other years, but I think the final in particular was fantastic. City, the favourites, the heavy favourites, expected to win, the juggernauts, the super team, against Brighton, the two Scots, who great players in their own right, but no one really fancied them. And the fact that it went all the way down, extra time, Mark had that last chance, 90th minute to win it, and then, I mean, there's been some real memorable moments, Ryan.
Yeah, as you said, that one stands out because, yeah, that was a key moment potentially, because obviously Mark seems to come up close every time, especially in E-Prem. So it was unfortunate for him to not get that goal.
I mean, when you look at what we've had today as well, some of those players that have been champions in their domestic leagues, Hezers, we saw his dominance. That only way to describe it at the East Serie A this year. He lost against Abo Fawzi in his first game, 6-8, and then he lost against Rasta Arta, who we've not seen a lot of this year, but he's having a great last chance qualifier into the top 8, top 6 of the losers bracket now, starting to progress through. He's taking on Abdi, and if it just was that one station that went down, hopefully it wasn't all the stations. We're waiting for everything to get back going. I have had some good news. I am hearing that we're getting ready to go very shortly indeed, and we are going to be getting that match back underway. And here we go. He's given the corner back. Whether or not he has the same success from that corner, we'll wait and see. Haaland wins it, green time header, and K.O. John will feel displeased, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a painful one because obviously he's down 4-0. If he scored, it would have been 4-1. It looked like it was destined to find the back of the net. The rebound looked like it fell, fortunately, but it's hard to tell without watching it back. But at that moment, I thought it was almost a guaranteed goal, and he could be punished straight down the other end.
This would be a terrible start after that long break. 4-0, he still trails. Remember, this is an elimination game. You lose, you're out of the last chance qualifier, and you will not be going to the Esports World Cup top 16. It kicks off on Thursday. if anything, it sounds crazy, but that break's been so long, Ryan, that we've seen it so many times in matches. When a break happens or a technical pause happens, the other player could just come out flying.
Yep. I think in this position anyway, 20 or so minutes left, you're 4-0 down. K1 John has to sort of come out and go all guns blazing to try and get a way back in this game. Obviously, that leaves him susceptible to counter-attacks, but surely you'd rather lose by a few more than knowing that you didn't give it your best.
Well, we're just hearing as well that see the delay was lengthy because there was a technical pause, but if you remember the replay rightly, K1 John was convinced that that rebound, that save was going to be a direct goal for Erling Haaland. So I believe he had to go through the admins, and unfortunately it won't be much now.
Yeah,
as he finds himself 5-0 down.
It's a very, very difficult one. As a player, I know for a fact I'd be raging as well. I'll be completely honest.
You're 4-0 down, regardless.
I know. It's a difficult one because I still don't believe even if he scores that, he gets back into the game.
Yeah, I agree, but it's the principle.
Yeah, it's just.
I see both sides. And now it's 5-0, and K1 John will feel as though he has been hard done by in this game. Was the writing on the wall to start with? Not too sure, however. It certainly is now, as Jafonso will keep up his unbeaten streak against K1 John.
What is exciting though is what is to come in this next round. Umut against Nicholas in an upper bracket semi-final. Just saw in the background there of Jafonso, Umut waiting in the wings, ready to get going. Had to wait, I said 2 hours, maybe even a little bit longer than that now. Have we got a result in our other matchup? I'll have a little look to see if we have got one from the lower bracket. Fortunately, still no update there between Rastarata and Abdi. One of them two, as we said, will be eliminated from the last chance qualifier alongside K1 John.
Great.
It's a goal, but it's just come far too late.
It's a lovely pass. You got to say, John Stone's long ball pass plus activated, dinking it over the top to Wout, but look, I will always say NBW. I believe I just got disconnected, but I am back. If you can hear me.
Yep.
NBW. Never doubt Wout.
Oh no.
But it's just not going to happen for him on this occasion.
Fortunately, a painful ending to his season for K1 John now. We'll just wait for the time to trickle out for a full-time result. And it all came from that start. That first 15 minutes, Richard, was just ridiculous from Jafonso.
And look, it's not for the first time K1 John suffered early goals to set him back. He saw it on the main stage, the exact same scenario with Stingray. Maybe that's something that he needs to look at himself for FC 25, that early start, and make sure that he switched on from minute 1. How will K1 John reflect back on this season, Ryan? Will it be with maybe a little bit of anger towards Jafonso? He's been his kryptonite every step of the way.
Yeah, he's been someone that sort of stopped him at a numerous amount of times, from reaching glory. But I still think it's been an incredible season from him. Finished runner-up in the MLS, qualified for the World Championship, or the FC Pro World Championships. Good opportunities to get to the Esports World Cup. Unfortunately, didn't fall in his favour.
I mean, even to this day, you can't mention the Newzow's name.
Yeah, wasted the spot there, man.
Jafonso goes through. Yeah, disappointing given the circumstances of the game, obviously with that pause, and K1 John will, I'm sure, reflect back on that with a little bit of anger and disagreement. Maybe that he wasn't given the margins in that scenario, but it was, that goal wasn't the decisive factor. He was already 4-0 up. If he gets one back 4-1, maybe there's a little bit of a flurry, but Jafonso was always in control and does come out with a resounding victory in the end. Just having a little quick look to see if the Rasta Arta and Abdi game has finalised. Not yet. We'll bring you that result when we get it. But Jafonso marches on, Brandon.
He does indeed. As we said, I think for those guys there, Abdi and Rastarata, they can finish when they want because they're going to be waiting for one of the players from the winner's side of the bracket to fall on down. Jafonso marches on. Again, he'll be waiting to find out who falls down from that winner's bracket side. But that is it from the commentary desk for this round of action. For now, it's back over to our favourite Aussies, Nate and Mitch, to break down what we've just seen. Take it away, gents.
Thank you very much, fellas. Can we get my guys like a glass of water? Just some time to breathe. Mitch, fire out what a carry from that trio, because what we saw out there on the pitch, shall we say, a little bit one-sided. It is commiserations, of course, to K1 John.
Yeah, I think unfortunately game was over pretty much after maybe 20 or so in-game minutes, so it feels like a lifetime ago when that actually was. But no, the boys did well to fill in there and keep us entertained, kept the chat entertained anyway. But
You gotta respect it. Yeah, I reckon before that game started, Richard had like long mullet going on, but he's just aged about 5 or 10, looking for any trivia question you can find. We respect it from the lads. And again, commiserations sincerely. K1 John has been the weg horse sort of, utilizer throughout. Never doubt him. Unfortunately, even the big man, not enough to carry him through against Jafonso, who is quickly becoming one of the favorites of day 3.
Yep, he just found the goals so early on, didn't he? Obviously, a little bit of a disappointment with the technical error there for K1, but as the boys said, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Really needed to defend better earlier on there in the game. I think he lost it probably within, as I said, in the first 30 minutes. So unfortunate for him, but Jafonso, a deserved winner.
Yeah, I like my little note takings and stuff. Mitch Austin's been live in the studio for me before. He's like, can you put your literal clipboard down for just a moment? But we do enjoy the trivia, having a look at a few stats. We've got a few up our sleeve if necessary, but really focusing on Jafonso as we should. That quick start, Mitch, when we were talking before this about setting little targets in game, a 3-0 lead, normally possible, at least to come back for. A 4-goal margin has not happened, at least so far, in this LCQ. It was just a 3 for him. It was the nature of it. Clinical finishing, everything on point, and defensively, what I really liked is that early right stick player switching. I know it can be a bit hit and miss, some competitors preferring just like, I'll just bang a few like offside traps and hopefully that's good enough. He is so quick to get the right defender ready to make a manual tackle.
Oh, 100%. That's where I struggle. I always have struggled. I'll stand by it to this day. The right stick play switching, if you can master that, it gives you such an edge over your opponent. And yeah, Jafonso really has it mastered.
Two of the coolest, calmest characters that we're going to have on day 3, Rasta and Abdi. We're still waiting for that result. Won't be a moment too soon. Jafonso 5-1 confirming for you there. And yes, in the chat, I'd call you out individually, but I ran out of names. Umut versus Nicholas will be the next one up. And both these games, Stingray, Abo Fawzi, of course, Mitch, absolutely tantalizing.
Mate, I don't know which one I'm looking forward to seeing the result for here, but bro, Umut against Nicholas, mate, absolutely mouth-watering. I just can't pick which way either of these games are going to go, so really looking forward to it.
Gonna just keep the trivia then in the back pocket. Depending on how long we've got, we're sincerely hoping it's going to be Gameplay City to finish it off. But you're in the chat. I see a comment or two now. One says, finally, we are almost there. Don't you worry. Red Bull Gaming just having a superb season. Of course, Mitch, if they could get yet another competitor through, they'll be laughing.
Right. Who's doing their talent identification? Because they just seem to be such a powerhouse. Year after year, they're always in and around the championships, aren't they? So, mate, needs to be a bit of a inquest, I think, into that. But, no, looking forward to the match, man.
Got to poach the creative director, head of football, whatever it is that's going on there behind the scenes. It's smashing it. And in a tournament, this LCQ, where veterans have been falling, it seems, just by the wayside, Nicholas has shown a different type of mentality. The Iceman just keeps on getting it done.
Yeah, I think the boys were saying before, like, it's just the fact he's been around for so long, just continuously for such a high level. I mean, it's like actual footballers. You get to that age, don't you, where you just kind of like, not fatigued, but you're sort of past it, aren't you, when you get to that 35 years of age mark. But Nicholas in the esports scene, man, just keeps on going. So don't know how long has he got left. Who knows? But I mean, he's not showing any signs of slowing down, is he?
How long left, friends? With the things that are being announced with the Esports World Cup and the evolution of the FC Pro scene, I reckon there's a few vets extending their years a little bit. We talked before about a few stories that one local competitor down under, Marcus Gomes, has got up his sleeve about Nicholas. Without revealing too much, let's just say, Mitch, there's a lot of mind games that can take place beforehand. Yeah, I think he's going to try that against Umut.
Oh, 100%. He'll have all the tricks, but as you said, especially with the older pros, but I think as soon as I see the Esports World Cup with the huge prize money, etc., up for grabs, surprised not, there's not been more sort of ex-pros that have come out of retirement, just sort of looking at that prize money and obviously the different structure in the tournaments now. So, yeah, no, touching back onto the match, I really think he's probably going to have the edge. Just, as you said, he's not called the Iceman for nothing, but just touching on previous tournaments from the past, for me, I think that just kind of gives him the edge.
Respect. So, was that a prediction? I didn't even need to ask for it this time. Mitch volunteering.
I'm sticking with it. Umut is top class, but mate, you got to pick one. So, my pick, Nicholas.
I respect that from you.
Your
I
pick?
think Umut, yeah, maybe just a bit surprising to even see him there to start off with. I know there's a few Aussies and a few even from East Asia region that have seen a comment or two about selection from different regions from him in the past and been like, maybe we're going for Nicholas too. Do I have to make a prediction you're going to make me?
Yes.
Man, if I do though, I'm going to be boring and I will go Nicholas too, only because I tipped against him at the start of today. And I was just wrong, Mitch. You were right. I was wrong to put my hand up and say, brother, you nailed that. And there's just something about his mentality today. When you see him just, I don't know, is it like locked in? Is it when he just sits down, he's just not talking to anyone else? Do you know what I'm getting at? We've seen it in live LAN events. And there's competitors that can thrive online, and then in a live setting, they just take it to another level.
Yeah, but I thought you'd have something about you, to be honest, Nate. I thought you would have gone against me for once, but
for once,
it's all good, mate. It's all good. For
mate,
once,
we've been like an old married couple arguing the last 3 days.
No.
You're not sick of me yet.
You always take my side in the end.
Yeah, because eventually I'm like, wait a minute, Mitch was right, and we go straight back over. If you want, mate, I'll give you half the trivia then. For these two competitors, and then we've got 2 more to come. Abo Fawzi, of course. I know you're a big fan. And Stingray, who has the best defensive record out of any of them in the LCQ?
Ooh. I'm gonna go Stingray.
Stingray with the best defensive record of all 4 competitors? All right, I'll give you like YouTube chat, Twitch chat, just a moment to see if they can get there as well. And Mitch Austin, you've almost been
Abo
like the worst.
Fawzi, he's been scoring goals, but they've all been like, he's conceded a lot on the way as well. Plus, mate, gets the sunnies out, which means guaranteed he's going to concede at least 3 or 4 with them on.
The sunglass handicap. If you're not sure what we're talking about, sincerely, it is worth going back and looking at yesterday's play or just going to his Twitter to be like, yeah, sunglasses off from this point. Stingray conceding an average of 3 goals a game. Obviously, he was exceptional to start off today. It's actually Umut. He is conceding less than a goal a game in the LCQ, which is absolutely incredible. Of course, in his goal scoring record, maybe it's like, but they say defense wins championships, Mitch. If we're going to throw out the cliches, maybe we should be looking more in his direction.
Yeah, no, you're right. But I think at the end of the day, mate, whoever scores the most goals wins. So I'm quite happy to kind of go with some of the other lads that are going to be banging the goals in for fun. I mean, some of the players are going with that tactic. I score more goals than you, I win the game. Doesn't matter if you concede 10, as long as you score 11, you win the game, mate. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
I'm tempted to get a little annoyed at you to reduce all my analysis and spreadsheets and stuff to being like score more goals. And yet in FC 24, and the way that Anders plays particularly, just sort of manual player runs, win it back high. Maybe, just maybe. Mitch Austin is onto something. Nate Loss and Mitch out for now. We're going to throw it back to your commentary team.
What happens when I get the sunglasses on? That's the question.
Oh, gosh.
Abo Fawzi in action. We're going to be seeing him take on Stingray. I tell you what, I cannot see a thing in this room right now. The other game that we just went to get a quick drink from downstairs here in the arena, we saw both Umut and Nicholas making their way to the main stage and getting ready. I'm going to have to take them off. I can't see anything. A massive game. Massive game, Ryan. Just not a prediction, just your thoughts on this game that was coming up.
Yeah, it's both players that I think when the Esports World Cup got announced, and obviously the 16 players we knew were going to be finding their way to the tournament, these two players you would have put in as one of the staples early on. So they didn't make it through the other chances in Dallas and in Sweden. Of course, they've got another chance now in Riyadh, and I think they'll be reveling in that opportunity. Both players you'd expect to make it on paper with the favourites coming into it. And obviously one gets knocked down to the lower bracket. I'm actually going to give a prediction, and it's going to go the way of Umut. I think Umut's time is now, and I feel as if he looks ready. We saw him just downstairs. He seems calm and confident.
Ryan, I like a prediction from you. Brandon, what are you expecting from this game? Tight, cagey, nervy, one player dominating?
Cagey. Very, very cagey indeed. Both have had an incredible run of games already today, but the one thing that I'm interested more than most, Richard, is how they're going to respond to the lengthy break they've had. They've been waiting 2+ hours for this game. Rob Fulton, you've got to go up a level again. We spoke about fatigue of these players. It's such a big game. You win this, you are one game away, and you still have that second line if you need to fall down into that lower bracket to try and qualify for the Esports World Cup. You look at the matches that these two have had. They've played each other 6 times in the competitive history, one of them being the biggest game of their careers in a World Championship final 2 years ago. That went all the way down to penalties with, if you remember rightly so, what was it, 0-0 the whole way through the game? Yep, 0-0. Be a chance for Umut early doors, and Hosselu goes down to ground. The shot came in, referee. Think about a penalty there. Quick corner to come in front post, flick on. You know the drill. No, you don't, because Courtois will save it.
It looks certain. I'll be honest, it looked like a certain goal.
But he stepped in front as well, and he greened it. I thought, yeah, defo, goal.
That's the point I wanted to speak about, as Nicholas looks to try and break down a bit. I think, Ryan, you could agree with this more than anything, that for me, he's been so close so many times to getting back to a World Championship or an Esports World Cup, and he's just fallen at the last hurdle. He wasn't able to do it again in this scenario here. I know he's still 2 games away from doing it. He will feel like luck just really isn't on his side.
Yeah. A little bit fortuitous there as it fell to Haaland. I just feel like for Umut, it's his time. I know I said that at the start when I gave my prediction. I think when you're that good, you can only fall short so often. I think a lot of the players that obviously have eliminated him in previous tournaments have already qualified. The likes of, we saw Anders in the Euros defeat him. We saw Johnny defeat him in the virtual Bundesliga.
You say that, Ryan, and I'm going to counter you. He's already won a World Championship before.
Yeah, yeah.
I think... Is there a thought process of, look, we can only have one. This year we've got 2 fantastic, huge events where there's only one player who can win. And Umut's won before. So, as good as Umut has been throughout this year and last year, and he's every season a top 5, top 10 player. I don't know if it is. Like, you can only be so good and not achieve, because he has achieved. I think the players that fall into that category probably for me are over the history. Olelito.
I mean,
Levy
for this
DeVries.
season, this season specifically, though. Like the events where he's fallen short in latter stages of tournaments, those players are already through. That makes sense. They're already in there.
Yeah. He's probably the last remaining player in this bracket. And Jafonso. I mean, Jafonso won the MLS as well, so.
It's just a name, isn't it? You just expect
to
be there.
Finals.
And, we were in Berlin. He was with us on the commentary booth, which was fantastic. But we just expected to be in the tournament.
Chance.
Nicholas with Cruyff.
Oh,
Somehow,
my goodness.
to find a way through with a direct power shot.
I mentioned it in the first game. He's changed the way he's playing. He's playing a lot more direct, and he's almost playing a little bit more the meta. I remember speaking to him in Yongchaping, and he said, "You know what? I'm not really like. I'm playing my way." He was playing short corners. He was looking for like finesse shots. He was trying to work his way into the box. This is a different Nicholas. Sorry, Ryan, I cut you off.
No, I was wondering if the shot was down the middle of the goal or was it towards the corner. It was hard to see from that replay. Well, nonetheless, still found the back of the net.
I always say it, one of the most dangerous things in FC is a motivated Nicholas. Which sounds strange to say, because why would it be motivated all the time? But he's not been. Sometimes he will enter a tournament and you think it looks like he's just going through the motions. If he is motivated and he is playing well, there's not many who can stop him. One of the only ones that probably could stop him is the man sat opposite him now, which is why this is such a great game.
You're absolutely right. I mean, a good little chat with Nicholas as he feels him out for a second at the Liga Cup and the final there, which he went and did the double. And he said, look, motivation was not really there for me until the likes of Fer and Wanmar, his two coaches, came into play and just got Nicholas motivated again. Especially for him as well, after not even getting through the group stages in Berlin a few weeks ago, to then go and find another gear, go and find another level of motivation to get through a last chance qualifier of 128 players, where he's got to play 3 days more of FC than anyone else has that's already in the Esports World Cup.
But he will never lose the fear factor.
Yeah.
He will always have that.
The aura.
Yeah.
Also, Umut trying to find a way back, so important that this doesn't come more than a 1 goal gap between the two. Power shot blocked. Recycles again, so well. Finesse! Back all square at 1-1.
It's a beautiful goal. It's quick, snappy passing. I thought the pass back there was going to find it difficult to get back into the offensive area because the amount of bodies sort of getting behind the ball there. But the driven pass and then just finding space to take the finesse there is perfect for Umut.
You just saw a comment in the chat from Hefe, maybe Jeffe, saying, where is the coach from Umut? I just saw a pair of hands clapping off the side of the camera. Coach Daniel is there. You see him in the background of that shot. Thank you very much. Another integral part to what RB Leipzig have built through recruitment, on-the-pitch performance, content creation. They are certainly one of the leading players in this FC esports scene.
I'm sure that somewhere a good friend and teammate and world champion Anders Vergang will be watching on.
Yeah, I'm not too sure when everyone flies over.
You'd like to think that they're not here as of yet. They kick off on Thursday, probably travel tomorrow, media practice day. Maybe they could be arriving later on today, especially for those that are travelling far afield to get used to the different time zones. Haaland into Nicholas! The time green finesse room straight down the other end, makes it 2-1.
I think that's what you get now with the new footies Haaland. Of course, we always notice how good he is, obviously, in the air, aerial plus dominance. But on the ball now, you can sort of turn and try and look for that finesse shot with the play style, and that's exactly what you get there.
Rocking the FC Basel kit. If you are a long-term FC Esports fan, you'll remember Nicholas with FC Basel for a very long time. I'm trying to think who else were on that team.
Cody the finisher.
The Stranger. Sorry, did you have a little bit of salad in your mouth there?
Cody the finisher.
I think the Stranger played for him, if I remember correctly, Ryan.
Yep. Cody the finisher,
Cody the
another one.
finisher.
Yeah, that's another one.
I feel like there was one more player as well.
Lumo.
Spider-Con. Switch of play, open up the pitch once again like a surgeon, operating with expert precision.
Nicholas looks dangerous. Oh my goodness.
On that occasion, the antihistamine hadn't worn in yet, and Umut was alive to the situation at the back. Switch of play once again coming out. Kai Havertz, the wide man.
Chance to the half, maybe for Umut if he can get this ball back down the other end. Holland should be onside. He's got time. He can get around the defender, which he can. Can he pull the shot away from it? Yes, he can. Time green. 2-2 all square at half time. We said this was going to be cagey and not much between them, and it's been exactly that.
It's a ball from nowhere. It's something that we always associate with him. The ball's over the top, whether it's on the ground or in the air. This one, of course, in the air. Triggered run from deep, and it's an incredible ball over the top. Caught Nicholas completely off guard. It's a perfect goal at a perfect time.
And again, it was guaranteed to be green as it came over the top. Maybe one final chance of this half. Nicholas has to go forward if he wants to execute on it. Good tackle from John Stones, and that will do us for the first 45 of this gladiator matchup.
You can understand the pressure that's on it as well, Richard. You are in such a good position if you win this game.
Got two shots.
Exactly. You've still got that second bite at the cherry. On the other side of it, you're going down to a lower bracket, which is just going to be an even longer route for you to get to the Esports World Cup.
You just see the audience starting to file in as well here. 9:05 in the evening. It is typically a lot more of a later in the evening. Things do get a lot busier when the heat has decreased as well. You know why they're coming in here as well. They'll be hoping Abo Fawzi can beat Stingray in the game's taking place right now, actually, and booking a grand final spot against Umut or Nicholas. Question there for you, Ryan, in the chat. Do the players listen to music on their headphones during the game? What did you like to do when you were playing?
It depends. Some players obviously listen to game sound. Some players listen to nothing. They don't have the headphones on. But in some tournaments, they sort of tell you you kind of need to have it on anyway. It honestly differed, genuinely. It really, really did. It changed from tournament to tournament. Honestly, depends on the mood you're in. I know Stingray likes listening to certain songs just to get him in the mood.
I feel like sitting there with no music, no game sound is like that trend where people have been going on flights and just sitting and watching the flight map.
Yeah.
It's either that or you listen to us commentating, which I believe here in the STC game and all, they've actually got the local language commentators firing through the speakers.
Great feet.
New from here, Nicholas, down the byline, taking his time through the goalie's legs. I'm not sure how he's pulled that one off, but he has.
I saw him do that earlier in warm-up. I don't know if you caught it as well, Ryan, when we first came into the arena. Nicholas was on the main stage, warming up. And he scored that exact goal with Erling Haaland.
I thought he was going to look for a cancel because the space sort of opened up towards the byline. The shot, the direct shot there, I didn't expect at all.
It almost doesn't even look like a shot. It looks like a driven pass. It is a shot, I'm pretty sure. But
the initial part down the touchline there with
incredible.
Havertz was beautiful. Just a turn and twist and turn, get the step over for the speed boost into space was great. The shot though, the attempt at goal, it's something that only Nicholas knows what he intended to do there.
I've just got a great story from Nate, and I'm going to tell it on his behalf. He said we got a guy in the E-League who refused to play unless he could listen to Rihanna. In the finals, there was no music allowed. He didn't win a game.
Oh God! Yeah, he needs an umbrella on.
Oh, it's good. Favourite Rihanna song? Put you on the spot there a little bit.
The remix, but more of a is it Live Your Life?
All right.
Okay,
I'm with that one. Yeah. I didn't know you had that in your locker, Brandon Smith.
Yeah, I do. I think it's on That's Music 70 or something.
Not sure that counts as my favourite album. Yeah, what's your favourite Rihanna album? Rihanna Greatest Hits. I think mine's We Found Love. Good tune.
Goodbye tune.
Great tune.
Never went to uni, Rich.
Oh, a bit. Haaland.
Rude Boy's up there as well. Sorry.
Wow, that's a throwback. No,
Just came back to me.
that's a serious throwback. I have to get on the playlist.
I think he's onside. No, he's not. Nico just seems a little bit more switched on at the moment. That's taking nothing away from him, but he's just a little bit quicker to the ball. His press just seems a little bit sharper. Sharper is the right word. He's loved Kai Havertz down this left-hand side as well.
Quick glimpse at how the team's lining up as well. Into the pause menu we go again, and this is where some of the best coaches in this space just input those finer details which could make all the difference between dropping down to the lower bracket or staying on that upper side of being just one game away from qualifying from the Esports World Cup. As we said, Abo Fawzi at the moment is currently playing against Stingray. Just behind these two, another part of the arena here.
You see the coaches getting in there. I mean, Ryan, what would someone like West Ham be telling you right now?
I was about to put on a good West Ham accent, but it would have been a shocking attempt. Honestly, West Ham
keep doing what you're doing, mate. You're playing well, mate. And
yeah. Keep your head.
You're better than him, so you just play.
Yeah, just keep your head. I think coaches they've obviously evolved over the years. You've got two sides of it. Obviously, you've got a coach that's sort of there for some players just to keep them calm and composed. I think a lot of players struggle with that in key moments. Or you've got the side of it where they help you.
I would really struggle taking in so much instruction.
Yeah, it's very
with 20
difficult.
minutes left to play.
It's very, very difficult. I think a lot of players, some players like to be micromanaged. Well, good tackle there. Keeps it all well done from Nicholas. Yeah, micromanaging, I think, in FC24, I don't know if it's... I think in other esports it's probably a lot more effective.
Through to now potentially Nicholas into Cruyff. Shot was time green, the block was vital. Pape onside, in the air, Haaland, what a save, Courtois, another corner.
Got to score. It's a golden chance.
Haaland might from this one. Another corner from Nicholas.
How big of a chance is that just missed? I mean, you talk about moments, small margins, that's a 4-2 scoreline and a little bit of separation.
Yeah, I feel like if that goes in, for me, I know there's 20 minutes left, but I would honestly say Nicholas would have gone on to win the game. I think now obviously he's in the lead, but I think it gives Umut that belief that there's still a way back into it. It's only a 1-goal deficit. He has a corner as well.
Just got punched off the ball there as well, Howard.
Way.
The way I would describe this game, I feel as though Nicholas has had control of the game, but Umut's played in moments, and in his moments that he's had, he's been fantastic. Can Umut have one more moment before Nicholas wrestles this game away from him?
Elastico is pretty, and the finish nearly was too. Going to be outsmarted from a corner, played in very quickly. Mateus defends it, still goes back the way of Nicholas. Step over exits, nice! The finish is even better. Could that be the goal that sent him into a winner's bracket final? And he'll be one win away for qualifying for the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh.
Sensational. It's absolutely beautiful with Cruyff just a step over there inside, finesse shot plus play style. Can we keep mentioning how important it is in those areas? And for Nicholas, again, I said if he gets a 2-goal lead, I think it's done, in my opinion. But you can't count out him, I guess, because of obviously what he's accomplished. And he's come from bigger deficits. But Richard, I've been really impressed with Nicholas in this game.
I've got to say, this Johan Cruyff has been outstanding for Nicholas. We've seen him used, but not to this efficiency. He has been Nicholas's best player by far.
And it all came back from La Liga when he was using him. Obviously a different variation since then, but he was drafted into his La Liga squad, brought him so much success, and maybe as the game's gone on, and of course as Cruyff has had a few decent promos along the way, he's just loved having him as part of his team.
I mean, this one is the greatest of the game icon, if I'm not mistaken. 98 rated, first touch, finesse, power shot, and quick step as his playstyle pluses. And exquisite. 5-star, 5-star. Dribbling is nearly all 99. The shooting is all 99. He's got pace. He's got great passing. The remaining playstyles: incisive pass, tiki-taka, flair, relentless trivela. An incredible item. It looks even better in the hands of the Iceman. Oh, he's simply freezing out Umut right now.
It's nice from you.
Everything's nice. There's been no howlers today.
What is it? What's that abbreviation? Not with that record. I forgot what it is.
The abbreviation is NDW. Never doubt.
Yeah, that's it. Shocking.
Looks like we've got some people on the stage here. Umut clearly not happy with something. I see Nicholas back in the main menu, so I would imagine that we could be coming back to us. Let's just wait and see how this plays out, see how long this delay is going to take. We are on location here in Riyadh. However, we're a little stone's throw away from where the games are being played right now. There's a few inches of glass and a couple of walls separating us and the main stage. Let's just wait and see how quickly this can be turned around here. They're remaking the lobby as we speak.
I think if I'm correct in reading the bracket here, so to interrupt you, Rich, the loser of this game plays Jafonso in
Awful
the loser
game.
bracket round 4. That is a horrible game for either player.
Shout out Cloud9 in the chat as well. Huge move for Nicholas.
Yep, it's good to see them in the space as well.
Yeah. Hopefully, plenty more esports organisations who are here competing in different titles at the Esports World Cup can see the appetite and excitement of FC24 and maybe take the leap going into what plans to be another huge year for FC25. We've got the football clubs already coming in the masses, some of the biggest in the world. Manchester City, Ajax, RB Leipzig, just to name a couple. As we are waiting for this lobby to be made up, and we'll head back into the action. As you said, Brandon, earlier, you've been on this journey from Dallas, through Sweden, through Jönköping, and now all the way to Riyadh. If I'd have asked you then, who do you fancy going through a last chance qualifier bracket? I think Nicholas would have probably been high on the list.
I think I'd say on the opposite side of that as well, which you wouldn't expect them to need to be into this situation.
Yeah, true,
especially
true.
Umut and Nicholas, you'd think maybe they'd have already done it, but with how the process has worked with this Esports World Cup and how the invites have worked with the competition, I mean, you've had to really fight to get your spot there. As we said, 6 players got spots from DreamHack Summer in Jönköping in Sweden. Only 2 got spots from the Open Qualifier in Dallas, and then of course here we're down to our final 2 here as well. 6 players were directly invited. Now 15 minutes left to be played. One of these 2 will be 1 game away. Remember, there'll be 1 win away. They still need to win 1 more game after this to qualify for the Esports World Cup final 16. The loser will still remain in the competition, but they'll just be down on that lower bracket side. I have got confirmation as well that it was Rastarata that was eliminated. That other lower bracket game as well. Abdi continuing his really good run. Finesse from distance was desperate for the moment, but he needs something now. Time is trickling away. It's probably the worst person to play against, Ryan, when you need 2 goals and such a smart player that he knows exactly how to keep possession and to take minutes off the clock.
Yeah, that's why I said if Nicholas got the 2-goal lead, I found it very difficult, despite how good Umut's been offensively throughout this tournament and throughout the season in other tournaments. It's so difficult. He's got 10 minutes left here. He's got an attack with Pateas down the wing. Great defending.
It's even getting into those areas, Ryan. You're not going to get many chances to even be in the box to Nicholas. That one comes to nothing. 9 in-game minutes left now. Remember, it's the winner of Abo Fawzi or Stingray that will play, as it currently looks, Nicholas in a match to qualify for the Esports World Cup. Goal really needed ASAP just to have enough time or even the chance to regain possession again from the kickoff.
That were a big win. Virgil van Dijk got in front of Haaland, but the second pass didn't fall Umut's way, and you've got to think unless he scores literally from this attack, there simply just won't be enough time.
Oh, I thought he was going to play it to R9. Just ran offside there in the end.
That's a ball.
Great ball.
Big chance, has to score this one.
Beautiful.
Mateus does!
It's beautiful.
Hello.
3.5 in-game minutes plus additional time. There could be a chance for Umut still here to claw this back.
Got to press, and he's got to press now. That touch off the chest is really nice work from Umut.
It's lovely play.
He knew that the shot wasn't there with R9 and just moved the ball on. Bringing Alexia Puteas into play. One of those 99 rated items. Does Nico decide to keep possession, or does he try and attack? That's the question.
Very nearly gets the ball back, keeps possession away again. Minute 20 left plus whatever time's going to be added. That's a massive win back. Nice step of Rex. It gives him the acceleration boost he needs. Can he work this one well? We can. The goalie's gone missing.
Oh my goodness.
Umut with 2 goals in 3 in-game minutes. He's sending this to extra time.
It's never safe. It's never safe when Umut is in town.
That is a massive mistake there. Huge the show of composure and confidence there from Umut. The extra pass there to Haaland.
I thought you were offside.
It's like time froze when that pass was played into it. Goalkeeper movement completely out the way for Haaland, an easy finish. But that mistake from Nicholas from the throw-in, the initial pass, when it went out from the throw, was risky. And right here is my prediction's gonna. I said if Nicholas took the 2-goal lead, I see him seeing out the last 10. I'm completely wrong.
Now the question is,
it's not enough time.
Where do we go from extra time?
Wow.
Getting a round of applause here in Riyadh.
Does that mean that Abo Fawzi's won?
He looks very happy. I'm going to say he's won just off the reaction there to the camera.
I don't see Stingray anywhere.
Yeah, Abo Fawzi won against Stingray 4-2. So Abo Fawzi's in.
Abo Fawzi plays the winner of this game. Talk about home field advantage as well. He is going to have maybe 100 of his friends, family, supporters in there, supporting him every single step of the way.
Well, it could also be, Rich, as well, that we could be seeing 3 Saudi Arabians at the Esports World Cup itself, which would be massive.
Oh, without doubt. 3 out of 16.
Especially in the nicest way, when you've got 2 of the biggest players already there, MS Nassar and Abu Makka. Well done. We said it would deliver, and it really has this game. With 9 in-game minutes left, even less than that, with about 4.5 in-game minutes left in the game. Nicholas had a 2-goal lead still. Now we find ourselves here, 4-4. In extra time.
It's a little bit route one from Umut, but the bounce.
Mbappe, step over, spot.
Felt like I was watching Sunday League for a minute there. Someone shouted bounce to Havertz and it went straight over his head.
Back to you, Nicholas. Corner. A little bit longer with this one.
Oh, just give it straight back to him.
Run. Huge interception there. Carla was peeling away from his man.
Oh.
Croy reverse to Yaskow. What's he given?
A red card.
To be a free kick on the edge of the
red,
box.
it's a red, yeah. Free kick, red. Wow.
Red card, Kanate. It gets difficult now for Umut.
This is worst case scenario, really. Awful situation to be in.
Who gets sacrificed at this point, Ryan? Surely just a striker.
Yeah, a lot of players tend to change formation as well, but getting a red card this year in the 9-minute half is very difficult to try and defend and also create enough opportunities. So it's a tough one. It depends on what Daniel's telling him, what they decide to do. They change formation and get rid of a striker.
4-2-3-1 maybe, no striker?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people do, 4-2-3 on no striker.
I don't know if production are able to do this. Can we see that foul again, if possible?
See how close it was as well to being in the box.
I'd love to get a second watch of it.
Through.
It's a small child. Dead ball plus. For me, I score this. So does Nicholas.
Chance, goal!
He says guaranteed as I actually would rather have a free kick in that scenario than a penalty. With dead ball plus. You aim it, you put the power on, you score.
That's it.
It's generally that simple when you've got dead ball plus in that scenario.
Worst possible scenario for me as well. He's got one player less on the pitch, needs a goal.
Goal for the visitors. Number 21, Tony Cruz.
They've still got second half of extra time to be played. Can he maybe snatch a goal with this last chance of the half? Mbappe. Tony Cruz, the goal scorer, back defending. Should see this one through. Into half time, I would have learned from his mistakes from earlier, you'd like to think. That'll do us for the half time interval there. 15 minutes for Umut to come up with a game plan. I mean, he scored 2 goals in 3.5 minutes. He will get a chance, he will get chances. Can Nicholas stand strong and keep himself in this upper bracket?
Awful scenario to be in. However, he'll have confidence, will Umut. As you said, he's already done it once before. He's got time on each side as well. These are the moments where you pray for 9-minute halves rather than 6.
Yeah,
6 minutes in extra time used to fly by.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the difficult part here from it is obviously you're down to 10 men against Nicholas, who's going to obviously be happy to keep possession and sort of try and rectify from his mistakes in regulation time. He's going to try and keep possession. Obviously, with a man down, you don't have the opportunity to press as aggressively without leaving huge amounts of space around the pitch. So yeah, it's very, very difficult to try and push forward and constant press a man down, and especially doing that without potentially conceding another goal.
Maybe a formation change. Is there any point where you sacrifice a player outside of an attacking option, like maybe... Hello, Nightwatch. Maybe go to like a, I don't know, 4-4-2 and sacrifice 2 centre mids, one of the centre mids, I'm not sure.
It's so difficult to say.
Just to get an extra body in the attacking areas.
Here we go again, Umut.
What a
What's he
pass.
got left in the tank? Just offside.
Weghorst is on the pitch, by the way, so
Yeah.
there has been some sort of attacking change. Schweinsteiger looks pretty fresh as well.
Nicholas, another corner. Make the most of this. Change player POVs very quickly there.
Just rushed out.
That Saka. Oh, close to pulling away there with a little step over exit. Happy to be in possession, happy to take time out of the game.
Oh,
my
Oh, is he going to get pickpocketed there? Rudiger very nearly did.
that's so fortunate.
Haaland. Cruyff, brilliant V off the post. Is it there with the rebound? No. The corner. Again to come the way into Konate, of all people to be in that area. Still matched up with an incredible piece of goalkeeping.
I think he still moved it to the near post as well. Is it just a flick too far? You can see what Umut's trying to do. He's just trying to force just one ball over the top, one driven pass. Just play the percentages. If you do it enough, one will fall for you. However, time's not on his side. What a game.
It was going to deliver something, but maybe not to this level.
Good ball.
It's going to go for another corner. You just saw Coach Furley in there and asked for a pause very quickly. Just to work out how they are going to see out this last couple of in-game minutes. Winner plays Abo Fawzi for a spot at the Esports World Cup.
Imagine having that much of a fantastic relationship between player and coach, that coach can cue the pause. If imagine I was coaching you, Ryan, I went in behind you and went, look, just pause it now. You turn around to me and go, what are you doing?
No, but I feel like that's what the coach's job is, you know? Like,
Yeah. I still thought you'd tell me. Don't interrupt me.
he's going to do it again, is he? He's actually done it
Oh,
again.
he's done it again. What is this? The Nicholas keeps on. Pull it out from his sleeve.
Clearly found something that the goalkeeper doesn't react when the ball's shot at him on the angle.
I think he's just saying that's twice that's happened as well, and it's worked. And it looks like this is the headline news. Stingray down into the lower bracket, Umut down into the lower bracket. Nicholas against Abo Fawzi
Number 16, Kai Havertz.
for a spot at the Esports World Cup. That'll be from the upper bracket side, of course. Then we'll go down to the lower bracket. Well, all up fault, but what a game it's been. A 10 golf putter had a red card in it as well. Nicholas was able to do the business. As we said, we'll be one game away for qualifying for another major tournament.
You know what that means, don't you? It means Abdi versus Stingray and Jafonso versus Umut in losers bracket quarter final action. And I'm pretty sure that game is due to start as soon as Umut is ready. As soon as that game's ready to go, those competitors will be getting ready to play. Very quick before we head on over to Nate and Mitch. Ryan, thoughts on that game? I've got to try and clip that chance for Nico to see how much power he's putting on the shot, because that looks something that I think you could see happening today, picking up on Thursday from a lot of players who are watching it.
Yeah, potentially. He scored 2 goals from it, so obviously it's working in Nicholas's favour. I think, in fairness, he dominated a large portion of the game in terms of controlling the game. There wasn't really any moments where I'd say Umut was really prodding and probing for large portions of it. So I'd say Nicholas deserved to win for sure.
Well, 6 players remain here in the last chance qualifier, but 2 men who are going absolutely nowhere. Nate and Mitch to break down that juggernaut clash that we just witnessed.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Wow, Mitch, the Battle of the Titans. It didn't let us down. A little low power technique that we picked up on yesterday. We'll talk about in a bit, but friend, your thoughts on that? It really did have everything.
Mate, had everything. And as you said, keen to kind of look into Nicholas's little goal mechanic thing that he's found there. I think there's, as the lads said, there's going to be quite a few people testing that out, I think, over the next few hours. So yeah, keen to give that one a try, but fantastic game. Obviously, as some of the boys said, I think Nicholas thoroughly deserved the win. Umut didn't really have too much control in the game. But
it's all about that late second half fight back, wasn't it, Mitch? I don't know about you. I was sort of prepping, thinking this one's done. I didn't think extra time was on the cards at all.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But that's the thing, innit? As we said, there's so many goals conceded so late on. And there's just what we're talking about. Little goal that Nicholas seems to have found, just almost a half press on the shot, and it just sort of goes through the keeper's legs.
So that was 4-2, and with less than 5 in-game minutes remaining, there's 1, there's 2, the easiest goal that Umut will ever score. And then in extra time, the big talking point, Mitch.
Yep. No, I think it was thoroughly deserved red card. And what a fantastic free kick. Tony Cruz, we've given him a fair bit of stick, Nate, but thoroughly deserved. And there's that goal again there. Courtois maybe it's a Courtois thing. Maybe he just can't do it.
Well, we can break it down for you now. We've got just a little bit of time. Firstly, shout out Cruz has finally got a goal during the LCQ, has done nothing of note, and I'm with Richard there, that anyone with double plus, and then all of a sudden it's a free goal, dead set, easier than a penalty, and if you do it quick enough, you can't do anything with the keeper or a player on the line to do anything about it. So, hey, free tip there, and that is why on the market you're going to find they're a bit more expensive. Now, your second one, it's as simple as it looks. Byline dribble, and all you do, Mitch, is just tap shoot. Goalkeeper animation is scuffed every time. A shout out whoever it is on TikTok I was following when I found that out a few weeks ago. The trick is, of course, getting that far down the byline. For mine, if you've got a player with technical plus dribbling, you can get to that spot a bit easier. It doesn't mean it's a goal every time. It does mean it's a weird keeper animation every time. I'll give you that for free.
Yeah, I think, as you said, actually getting into the position, that's the difficult part. But I mean, look, Nicholas managed to do it twice, and obviously with the players or the foot items these guys have got available to them, there's no reason why they can't create these chances. But maybe it's just something to look at, I guess, going into the other games. I mean, it's certainly, I think something that the other players obviously coming up against Nicholas should be wary of, because, as I said, 2 goals. He's obviously going to keep on doing it.
Yeah, and when you've got Havertz, of course, who can utilize that to effect. I believe that was the last one we saw there. Your overlapping fullbacks, Mitch, they have been huge throughout. We know that some people aren't, as we always go back to your typical example. You just said both bombing forward, but it's really been in the LCQ competitors who left back or right back. You sort of got one to defend Haaland or Weghorst and one to be an attacking outlet.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about, isn't there? I think, as we said, players seem to have kind of We've seen few with Frimpong, who looks like an absolute midget when he's on the left-hand side compared to the other guys. But yeah, it's personal
Ryan,
preference.
by the way, big Frimpong fan. Yeah, not in your top 20 for stats.
No.
Anyway, moving straight along. Sorry, Mitch, that got me good. Abo Fawzi, as confirmed, the gentleman all over it on the casting desk. Abo Fawzi 4-2 over Stingray, which means we'll get that tantalizing battle. It just gets better, doesn't it, Mitch? Nicholas versus Abo Fawzi.
100%. Really looking forward to that one. Abo Fawzi strutting around the studio as well just before. Not sure if you noticed him on camera, but confidence is high, mate. Confidence is high, and obviously Stingray dropping down into the lower bracket, Nate. Abdi, going to be another tough game for him.
Feels like one of those that's about to explode, doesn't it? Stingray come on, I guess, their outside, but absolutely lethal FC24 action on the inside. Abdi, we said, has just been more of a nice man than Nicholas, to be quite fair, at the end of that regular time period. Umut versus Jafonso. Mitch, I can't pick them. I actually can't. We sort of said we're just going to do a bracket overview and let the three of them, dive down into the meat. But when you're having a look, starting with Stingray, Abdi, one bigger name, one smaller name, but based on today's play, Abdi arguably is the one in form and has the sort of little edge coming into it.
100%. But as we said, we've watched him enough over the last few days, and he's just been absolutely fantastic. Unfortunate with some of the goals he has conceded, but I feel like he's going to be the man to kind of go through. And Stingray, I mean, we don't want to see any tweets after the game, so I feel like for him, it's lads were saying before he wasn't seen in the studio, so hopefully he's getting back to the drawing board. Sure, he's getting himself fired up and ready for the game, Nate.
Bring it on. A fired up Stingray is one you do not
Dangerous.
want to miss, and dangerous indeed. Abdi, if you haven't been paying too much attention to the LCQ, firstly, shame on you. Secondly, he's just been very calm and composed throughout, even with a dramatic last-minute equalizer and then a winner later. He was the one sort of just like little fist bump, and his coach wasn't even having any of it. It seems like he's going to keep that mentality throughout. Will that change as we get to these? They're not quite do-or-die games, Mitch, but I tell you what, when it comes to FC24, they're as big as they get.
Yeah, I think once the stakes get a bit higher as well, I mean, it's impossible, surely, not to show any signs of emotions. I mean, all it's going to take is maybe a little something in the game that may just go against him, whether it's an animation, rebound goal. I mean, there's plenty of things that we cop on FC that maybe makes us react a little bit in our FUT Champs weekend leagues or whatever it is. So, yeah, I think we'll see something in this game. I really do.
I rate that like relatability as well. You're watching along, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, I don't know if it's elsewhere. Please let us know in the comments sort of any matchups you're keen on, any player facts that you're looking for. We might get Brandon running to see if we can get him in the background again. Hopefully this time just in time. Big shout out to anyone getting in there among the chat. Jonesy, by the way, did answer that trivia question earlier about Neymar being an impact sub. He said that in his team, in FC, he's an absolute star and he's starting him every time. We did see Tex do that yesterday, to be fair.
Yeah, we did. But I think, as we said, we've just been so many random player selections that I just can't really get my head around. So, I don't know. We're not the pros. We're not the pros, but I don't know. Like, it's just very, very interesting. But obviously with the amount of, FUT items that are up for grabs, I mean, there's new 99 items coming out every single day at the moment. So I think that's kind of another interesting thing, obviously with, new batches and things coming out. I guess as the days go on, players, are they going to be willing to maybe test out some of the new items, or are they just going to just throw them straight in and hope for the best? So yeah, interested to see that, to be honest.
You tried and tested, or maybe something new. There's 18 FUT items that are 99 overall. You can learn that fun fact and many more with your custom trio now.
Thank you very much, Nate and Mitch. Mitch, don't beat yourself up. You're a pro in my eyes, okay? And there is that many 99 rated items, and there is more trivia coming your way. You're watching the Last Chance Qualifier with myself, Richard Buckley, the man to my right, Brandon Smith, and the man to his right, Ryan Pessoa. We are live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and only 6 players remain. 4 in the losers bracket, 2 in the winners. And in that losers bracket is we're about to jump into. Brandon, it's been an end-to-end day of FC, and we're back on board with Stingray on the main stage.
Absolutely, and look, he's had a little bit of time just to sort of sit back after that game and try and get it together. We didn't get to see that game, it was off stream, but you can imagine what it did provide. You've got Abo Fawzi there, of course, one of the local players here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. There would have been a lot of locals around that game supporting, cheering him on. So as much as you could argue on paper in terms of head-to-head, in terms of achievements in the scene, he would be the stronger of the two players. Unfortunately, he's up against the home favourite and he had a lot to try and get through in that game. Can this time, though, he win the match and get himself into a lower bracket semi-final matchup? Takes on Abdi, who did enter the lower rounds a little bit earlier on, Ryan, but he's had a great run ever since he's been in there.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned how I haven't been able to see a lot of his gameplay this year, but I've seen a lot of his results, and he's performed well at the other chances to get to the Esports World Cup. But that game we saw early on between him and Yaskow, some of the goals he scored in that game was sublime. Just the build-up play. I know Richard was a huge fan as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that he builds up, the way that he plays, the way that he executes inside the box is something to behold as he green times it at the near post, and Stingray equal to it with Thibaut Courtois. Corner to be whipped in. He scored a corner in the game against Yaskow. Takes the rebound, tries forcing through the space with R9, but a very frantic start to this game.
Davies now all the way from fullback to get Stingray off the mark in this one.
Oh, Stingray!
He likes that. He likes that.
Yeah, he likes that. Oh, that's a beautiful goal, Sting.
Put me through it, Ryan. I think he were a little step over cancel, and then he hit the step overs to take the acceleration.
Yeah, just a twisting and turning. It was rash defending. You could argue that for Abdi to step in with Van Dijk there with the tackle, mistimed it completely, and the finish across goal from R9, of course, the banker, the guaranteed one that you would expect to happen for Stingray in that moment.
Little facial expression on camera, though. Showed him that he did enjoy it.
I'm telling you, you'll be watching that back.
Early starts, something that we've had a lot of here on the main stage at the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier. Players putting themselves in real dominant and rampant situations. Jafonso was, 4-0 up against K1 John within a half. Stingray in his game earlier on today.
Oh, could have been a big mistake there.
Run into a lead against K1 John, believe it or not. Same player, but different matchups. Nicholas earlier on as well.
Abdi, back to you now. We have to say, Rich provided us with one of the best build-up goals we've seen in the competition earlier today. All-important result he had against Yaskow. Remember as well, as this game is underway, there's also another lower bracket game which is
Oh my goodness.
currently taking place. Umut taking on Jafonso. Chance for Stingray to get a second. Has he got
timed
time to Trivela it? Round the post. The red time finish was all the difference there, Ryan.
Yeah, he mistimed it. It was perfect, the shot choice as well. If he green times it, I think it's a goal, but mistiming it there is a crucial element as to why he missed that chance.
We've got 4 more rounds of games here to guide you through. After this matchup, every single game will be played individually as well on the main stage, with a losers bracket semi-final. The winner of this and the winner of Umut and Jafonso, that's going to be a winners bracket final, Nicholas and Abo Fawzi, and then a head-to-head one-shot spot to qualify. The loser of Nicholas and Abo Fawzi and the winner out of the 4 players standing, Stingray, Abdi, Umut and Jafonso.
Good offside trap.
Fully offside. Just about remains onside there into Arnheim, who was offside. Too much to do with Stingray. It's only 8 minutes into this one. It's going poor when he was able to recompose himself after dropping down to that lower bracket for the first time in this last chance qualifier. In terms of today's playoffs, he had a ridiculous run via the lower bracket just over 24 hours ago when he had 7 rounds back-to-back. To keep himself in this top 16, he is showboating, he is skilling, he is feeling himself inside the box. Very nearly, Ryan, getting himself a second.
Hold on.
Oh no! From coming so close down one end, the red time finished before that. And Abdi might have had a quiet first 20 in-game minutes or so. Poof! Will strike back with his first proper chance of the game. Haaland on the half bounce.
It's just one ball over the top and then Erling Haaland doing what Erling Haaland does. Ilian Bushi with a big smile on his face behind him as well.
It's narrow margins. It shows how close the games are at these moments. From one end to the other, as you said, direct the ball over the top to Haaland. Green timing it as well, which of course helps a lot. But it's a great finish there from Abdi.
Arsenal as well. Umut's match has kicked off against Jafonso. Played off street. What pass? Can he get around the goalie? No, he can't. Check came out flying. Enough time just to smother that one. Look at the space, look at the time. Getting better check. With a heroic save, corner whipped in, and easy pickings again for the goalkeeper.
Stingray done, I think, extremely well there, but also credit to Abdi for not committing with his goalkeeper. I think it's very easy for a lot of players to automatically think a shot across goal would have been used, but it was a near post in that moment.
That might be a fortunate bounce back.
very, very intriguing game, because for the most part, Abdi stopped a lot of what Stingray's been successful with in this tournament so far. That high press attacking play. It's a great feat.
There was Ronaldo and Mbappe. Somehow in possession, still with Stingray. He's twinkle toeing around so many players. It's going to fall back to Haaland. He can't get a shot away in time, John Stones.
I feel as though there were a leg there that he should have gone over for a pen. That sort of got outstretched. Last chance of the half will fall Stingray's way.
Flick on, it's got to be there on a play. Mbappe can't really turn and find the angle he was looking for, and it will go for a goal kick.
Abdi has shown that it only requires one chance for him to score.
Still got potential to get another one just before half-time as well.
Play the 1 minute, but
can't go backwards.
Attack will be continue. That's going to fall.
Just green time and pass.
To Ruud Huller there, and then cleared away. To half-time, 1-1 between the two. But you're right to say, I mean, look, one chance Abdi's only had in this game.
I think it's going to be key to see how Stingray's mentality has developed over the years, because I think the Stingray of old will sort of be frustrated in the situation, knowing that he's had a few chances. He's been unfortunate to potentially not have at least a second goal in this game, but there's still, of course, the whole second half to go, potentially extra time as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he maintains his head, I would say, and not to get too frustrated.
Agreed. I think especially in the way that, I mean, it was a great finish from Abdi, but he's not dominated the game. And it's going to be interesting.
Well, we're loading back in now for the second half. Lose, you're out the tournament. You will not be going to the Esports World Cup. One win. You still do need to win 2 games. Technically, from this point onwards, you're 3 wins away from the Esports. Saying that, I meant 2 wins from the Esports World Cup. Of course, they'll be matching up against the loser from that winners' grand final, that qualification game. Long ball over the top again. He looked for the run that was triggered, slightly too late. Saka out on the far-hand side. We'll look for it again. That time timing it to perfection. Reverse Elastico's nice. Saliba does enough to give Stingray a corner. Look at the time.
Oh, keeper's down.
Can you make the most of it?
The longer that this game goes on and Stingray is starting to create chances and doesn't score, you talked about the mentality. It's going to be so intriguing to watch. See, he will feel as though I should be winning this game. And that feeling is very detrimental sometimes. Especially if you feel as though you've played well in the game and you should be beating your opponent. And if they compound that misery and get a goal to go 2-1 up, could be tantalising viewing. Actually, it won't. Could be. It will be tantalising viewing. Constantly making runs off the ball as well is Abdi. Just flooding players forward. What are you making of it, Ryan?
I think I sort of add on to what you said. I think as the time ticks on and the scoreline remains the same, I think it favours Abdi a lot more than it does Stingray. Just because of, I know how Stingray will be going into the last stage of the game mentally, he'll be thinking he deserves to be leading. And
oh, manual heading.
Oh my God, but could have just gone down 2-1 there, right on cue. Again, manual heading, you have to aim that to perfection, and he's aimed it as if it was on an assisted heading. Oh,
is it?
Oh my God, hold on.
They make the most of this one, oh no, and big chance for Stingray!
That's
Time
big.
green!
That's the goal. That's the moment he was waiting for.
Yep.
Small margins. He should have been 2-1 down, and he finds himself 2-1 up.
Straight down the other end, very symbolic because that's the way he conceded as well. It's a green time shot across goal, and Stingray takes the lead again in this game.
You saw him look over in the crowd. I think I saw red lack just on the left-hand side of Stingray's PS5 there in the crowd.
We haven't had an update yet from Jafonso against Umut. I am chasing for a score, and if we hear anything, we'll let you know. That game is currently taking place backstage here in Riyadh. The winner of that will play the winner of this game.
Is that on? I don't think it is. Yeah.
As a pause comes in there. Very, very tight games. And we expected this as the bracket drew on. What's waiting for one of these two? Jafonso or Umut, who are going head-to-head right now. Nicholas and Abo Fawzi scheduled to kick off in about 37 minutes-ish. Your losers bracket grand final in around 2 hours.
We're getting closer, aren't we, to find out who those final 2 Esports World Cup spots will be going to by the end of play tonight here in Riyadh. We will know the 16 players going into battle on Thursday.
That one's on.
Ireland surely can get the touch there. Stingray to conclude the game now. Goalie's gone missing. He certainly enjoyed having the crowd on their feet inside this STC Gaming Hall arena. 3-1 he leads. And it looks like he's running off into a lower bracket semi-final matchup where he will be playing against Jafonso or Umut.
He expected the near post, didn't he? He thought he'd move it to the near post, and he just left that entire goal gaping for Erling Haaland.
This is a message for Alex O'Neill. Alex O'Neill, can you please return to your vehicle? Your lights are on.
He's not done yet though. Too much there from Alfonso Davies, just runs it out of play.
See Redlack and Diogo Mendes there. That Luke Downing.
Just seeing sort of pockets of players, aren't they, that made the trip out here. Some, of course, playing in the Esports World Cup in a few days' time. A lot, unfortunately, fell out yesterday or even today in the last chance qualifier. Who will be next to fall out? Will it be Abdi? Just under 20 in-game minutes left to try and pull back 2 goals.
Coming off the pitch, number 4.
Changes made.
Coming onto the pitch, number 22, Alphonso Davies.
Oh, fresh Jafonso Davies looks like he's just made it onto the pitch. On the side of Abdi on this left-hand side, full of 99 pace. Plenty of acceleration. Can he be the difference? Before the 80th minute would certainly shake things up where he has gone for the game. Then there will be gaps now that will start to slowly appear. Stingray.
I've got to ask you, Ryan, we've seen a lot of players here competing, but there's also a lot of big names that haven't made the journey over. If you were still competing, would it have been something that you entertained if you weren't with a club that were willing to fund part or all of that journey?
It kind of obviously depends on your motivation this later on in the season. A lot of players that I'm actually surprised didn't make the trip because I think they're good enough to possibly be in with a shout. Not sure why. There could have been other reasons. Maybe they just sort of chalked off like the latter stages of the season to maybe go on holiday. But I personally think if you're not with a team, it's a huge outlay and it's a gamble. But I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think some players it's possibly worth it.
I'd love to see Tom Lees over here.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, every single person's got their reason for not making the trip, as that's green, but a great save from Courtois.
Goalkeeper movement there is incredible to stop that goal.
Proper flick on! Can't do enough that time. Thibaut Courtois, we got something on it, but just wasn't simply enough.
This game's not over yet.
Goal and all that pressure that he's feeling off his shoulders. To the space for R9 on that left-hand side. Can he peel away from the defender? Yes, he can. One more pass. There it is. Game, set, match. Stingray will survive another round in the lower bracket. 2 wins away. He will be from the Esports World Cup.
Is it a deserved victory, Ryan?
I would definitely say so. Maybe there's a slight bit of bias in there, but I genuinely feel as if Stingray's sort of been on top for a large portion of the game, especially in those decisive areas. I think Abdi's kept possession in some areas, but he hasn't really been able to penetrate the defense of Stingray. So I personally would say it's been a deserved victory for Stingray.
He will continue, and he will play one of Umut or Jafonso. Great tournament.
Abdi.
Yeah, I was about to say great tournament from Abdi as well. I've been really impressed, and I hope to see him back going into FC 25.
Sure, we'll see him in France in the League One next season. Commiserations, Abdi falls here in the last chance qualifier. Stingray will move through to that loser semi-final. We'll be playing the winner of Jafonso or Umut, and the winner of that will have a chance of qualifying for the Esports World Cup. Still plenty more action to come here from Riyadh, Richard. We are getting closer and closer and closer. 3 games left now. It's all that's left.
Yeah, not long ago at all. Stingray will play Jafonso or Umut. The winner of that will take on the loser of Nicholas and Abo Fawzi. We could have a Nicholas versus Umut rematch for the spot if Abo Fawzi wins and then Nico comes down and Umut beats Jafonso, and then Stingray. Plenty to discuss, plenty to decipher and try and work out where this bracket is going. But I know where we're going, and that is back to our fantastic analysts, Nate and Mitch.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Who needs the graphic? I reckon Mitch Austin, the human bracket. Richard Buckley breaking it down for us there in words. And Stingray nearly breaking the game, mate. Fantastic from him, getting the crowd fired up as well.
He was, mate. I think had a few of them, didn't we, to the crowd? But no, Abdi was fantastic as well. I feel for him. He's had a really good tournament, and I think we even got one of those, a finger wag. So we got a bit of emotion out of him, I think, on one of his goals. So commiserations to him. But as Richard said, hopefully we'll see him back for FC 25.
Indeed, indeed. If you missed out day 2 of action, this is, of course, the 3rd final decisive day. Abdi was just giving us nothing. Fist bumps that were going missing. Just admin came over to report an issue. Yeah, okay. He just shrugged and got straight back to it. Stingray, on the other hand, what did I tell you 2 days ago, Mitch? Do not fire this man up. I think we're finding out why.
Certainly, but just the skill moves. This one here, I reckon that's got to be one of my favourite goals of the match. Again, uses a double step over the speed boost so well. But this was a cracking goal. I can't lie, from Abdi.
Woo.
Green timed it as well, mate.
Anything from downtown, from distance, gets us off our seats. I've been standing up for most of these games, to be quite honest. It has been top bins, the order of the day, but some fantastic early passing as well.
Yeah, definitely. Again, their keeper movement, always very, very questionable. But on that occasion there, Courtois making another mistake, in my opinion. Thought he could have got a hand to that one. But then this was where it was finished up nicely for Stingray.
You said questionable keeper movement. That's what this awkward pause is right now. It's Mitch Austin about to go on another little rant, or are you just going to aim it at Courtois instead?
No. I mean, Courtois, I can't lie. He's been very questionable. Not to mention, Nicholas seems to have found something going on with his legs as well. I mean, how you can get beat from that angle with virtually a pass back and it goes through your legs every time, I don't know. But hey, something for us to look into later on tonight.
Yeah, I remember when we were commentating just a few months ago, and weirdly it was almost the shorter keepers that had a bit of an advantage, just getting down lower, the taller ones. Yeah, something with the gangly legs, as weird as that might be to say those words, it seems that they just sort of collapse and fall over. We've seen it actually with Petr Cech a little bit yesterday, haven't we, Mitch? Getting like an early punch in, and then with a phantom dive on so many occasions on the follow-up.
The phantom dive. Yeah, it's Yeah, it's frustrating in a way, especially when it's like an animation. But it's one of those things where it's like out of your control. You can't really do much about it. So I think it goes back to trying not to, I guess, let them things frustrate you. But at the same time, there's so much at stake. So when, you know, the phantom dive does cost you a goal or cost you a game, it's tough to take.
In terms of like the controllables, as I know one Jay Treaders used to like to say, what about the skill moves? Stingray bringing them back a bit. I feel like we've been quite passing heavy in FC24 for a while now.
Yeah, no, he had all the skill moves, didn't he? So it's just enjoyable, isn't it? Sort of brings a different element to the game. Obviously, the guy's going to get caught up with the, you know, the traditional meta, so to speak. So when you actually see, you know, a player that's got something a little bit different, utilizes the skill moves, just nice and easy on the eye, isn't it?
The chat was loving it as well, Mitch. I reckon you might just be a voice of the people. A lot of times where it's just emotes. At some point, chat just giving up on words, getting into it, and celebrating with their man. In terms of that support, we said getting the locals on side could be a good thing. Is Stingray the one to sort of turn Riyadh on its head a little bit, get the crowd on side, and maybe get that extra advantage we've seen for some of the Saudi competitors?
I don't know. I mean, as I said, he was doing that. So I don't know if that was aimed at the Saudi crowd. I don't know, or whether they're on his side. I mean, we'll have to maybe leave it to the guys down in the studio to kind of maybe get somebody to do a runner and see what's going on down there. But
man,
I mean,
Brandon
if
is
he's
going
got
to
the
get
crowd
his
on,
steps in by the end of today. If you're going to keep giving him tasks like that, go and get in the background of the scene. Go and see what the crowd's like. Come on, Mitch, give the guy a break.
yeah, well, I'm sure he's. I think in between that, eating his salad and whatever else he's doing, he should have a bit of time to run down there. So.
If you're unaware, Mitch, unfortunately, just recovering still from a knee surgery, can get a little bit jealous of those able to do those quick runs down to get a salad or whatnot, right, mate?
You had to go there, didn't you?
Am I wrong?
No, you're not. But it's a touchy subject, mate. You know,
It's been
I'm
getting
jealous
stronger
of
and
people.
stronger. Have a look at the content. Have a look at the
Yeah,
channel
yeah.
coming up. Mitch Austin giving you the skills like you've never seen them before. And we've seen it from the competitors here in Riyadh. Of course, an upper bracket game, Mitch, with the winner. Finally, we get to this point where we work out who's getting one of those final 2 spots.
Yeah, we're finally getting to the back end of it. It's been a long few days, especially for us. So to actually finally kind of nearly get to the end now and find out who's going to go through, it's exciting. But as I said, I think this is where we sort of see where the players kind of, you know, mentally start to get properly prepared for this, because, you know, this is where it is crunch time now.
Bring it on. Bring it on. I feel like I've turned a friend into an enemy here for a little bit. Mitch, anything I can say to get you back on side? Any predictions you need from me or something?
No, all good, mate. All good.
I'm in trouble, guys. You know what I'm going to do. Production team, bail me out here for a short break. In just a moment's time, we'll be right back. Hello, friends from wherever you're watching. From around the world, the LCQ Day 3 to find out which FC24 competitor will make it to the Esports World Cup. I say competitor, singular, Mitch Austin. Talking, of course, about this game coming up. One is about to make it through, finally.
Yes, certainly are. And, mate, I'm really, really excited. As we said, we're nearly at the crunch time, nearly at the end now. It's been a long one for both of us. But, no, I'm looking forward to it, mate. I'm looking forward to it. $300,000 up for grabs if any of these competitors can get through to the Esports World Cup. So much at stake, mate.
Look, mate, they do need to win the actual Esports World Cup itself. And then there's guys like Anders and Mark 11. Or are you just saying it's going to be one of these two?
I'm just reiterating it just so they know. If they didn't know already, that's what's at stake.
If the competitors maybe were thinking, oh, do I really care? Mitch Austin's just let you know, if you win the whole thing, 300,000, it's going to change it. That's the tactical input I like from my guy here on this side. Nate Loss and Mitch Austin thoroughly enjoying these 3 days of LCQ action. And I guess a few surprises in there. We talk big names and whatnot, Mitch Austin. But one last time, potentially, at least from us, Stingray, superb. Confirming just with a few people in and around on the ground. Stingray is getting the crowd on side. They're enjoying some of the antics.
Okay, fair enough. No, I rate it, to be fair. You know, the crowd, they're like a player that kind of gets involved, you know, not winds the crowds up, but gets the crowd involved. I mean, I like it. Makes it more entertaining. So hopefully a few more celebrations to come from Stingray.
Yeah, I know that we've talked about mentality and composure and those things. I think some people watching along questioning it on occasion, just saying, if you've got the best players, if you've got the best items in game, isn't that all you need? Maybe you can help educate our friends politely about the difference between your casual game and what is happening right now to try and get into that Esports World Cup.
Well, playing for money, do I have to keep reiterating that? There's a bit of a difference there. But no, it is. There's a heck of a lot more at stake. As I said, it's not just your kickoff mode that we're used to, well, probably the casual is more used to playing. There's a heck of a lot more things that you need to factor in. I mean, we could be sat here probably for the next 2 days explaining it all. But you know, I think the main thing, as we've said, player selection with the foot items. You know, we have had some questionable picks, but look, these guys are top of the notch now. The guys that are left over in the competition. So, if you're looking for, I guess, new to Ultimate Team, looking for some sort of team tips, these guys have got the best squads, formations, tactics. These are the players you want to be watching.
Tell you what, one player that sticks out that I don't think we've seen today because, you know, Abo Fawzi and whatnot, Marquisio. Yesterday, just all of a sudden, left field pick, playing in that center mid spot in the 4-3-2-1. Did not do a single thing wrong. There was one incompleted pass. It went out for a corner. Then they scored from it. Having a look now at that lower bracket. We've been talking all things Stingray. It's about time. I'll just call myself out directly to give Jafonso the biscuits, the credit, the chocolates, all that good stuff right now. He deserves this spot big time.
Yep. And I think it's perfect now. He's getting a bit of a run where he gets to play back-to-back games. So it's only going to help him. But Jafonso, look, we've seen him. We know he's got goals in him as well. So this is going to be another tough game. There's just no easy games now, is there, Nate? So it's got to be on form. Get the crowd behind him and let's see what can happen.
Yeah, of course. Looking at your lower bracket, there were 2 wins needed to sort of go through at the start. We've been talking 2 losses to go out. I mentioned I like to keep it positive, you know, and not focus on it. Each competitor has 1 loss, 1 more, and your tournament is done, friends. There couldn't be much more on the line. There couldn't be much more talent. Down there in Riyadh, let's go down to the casters now.
Thank you very, very much, Nate and Mitch. Perfect timing. Fantastic from the pair of you. It's like you could see the game starting, and here we are underway. Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa, and Brandon Smith bringing you the losers bracket semi-final. You might be wondering, where is Umut? We just saw him an hour ago taking on Nicholas. Left, right, good night. Your season is over. A defeat to Nicholas and a defeat to Jafonso. Send him packing. Stingray opens up the scoring here, 1-0.
Oh, it's a blistering start from Stingray. We saw in the last game how brilliant he was with his skill moves in the area. Didn't really need it that time, though. Saka, decisive. And just a shot across goal to give him the 1-0 lead.
mean, we didn't get to see that game, did we, off stream? But you have to feel for him. We said it a few times now. It's come so close. On quite a few occasions now of just getting to that World Championship in the FC Pro season, getting to the Esports World Cup. Fortunately, as you're right to say, Richard, that is it now for FC 24. Back to the drawing board, a couple of months off. We're seeing the German, previous world champion, back at it for the new game. Back to this one now. Jafonso looking for a direct equaliser. Red time the finish with Vitinha.
That was beautiful there, Rich. Step was with the team.
Yeah.
I don't think Stingray expected how direct Jafonso was there.
Jafonso clearly knew there was going to be a goal kick move as well, so he sort of anticipated, he waited, and then just got his timing off with the strike. But if that had been green at the near post, probably a goal.
Yep.
Keep in mind as well, we've just got 3 rounds left here in the last chance qualifier. This is our lower semi-final. Then we'll be going to Abo Fawzi against Nicholas. Winner of that qualifies for the Esports World Cup. The loser drops down to play the winner of these two. Again, that one will also be for a ticket.
Oh my goodness, Mbappe.
The Esports World Cup. Mbappe pulls away. Stingray looking for a second. Is he down the byline? Yes, he is! Big save out for a corner. Can he find Haaland? Yes, he can. Of all the time in the world. What a start from Stingray. What a first 10 minutes.
Does so well there with the movement with Haaland in the box there, selecting him. Is he betting a little run to the near post, which is not what a lot of players usually do, but then drags him back. There's a huge gap in the area there. Canate obviously committing to the near post, and Haaland wins it. You could argue he deserved to score from that initial chance anyway, but it's a fantastic start from Stingray again.
To my knowledge, I don't know if they used to have played that much. One time in a FC Pro December Cup, where Jafonso beat Stingray 9-8, is the only thing I'm seeing in my research for these two. You got to think Jafonso, even though he's been playing in Europe, all of his domestic league performances have come from the EMLS.
Feel some confidence now of an early goal, yes! There is a way back in for him.
It's a lovely bit of recycling there, just building up on one side, sort of just waiting, playing it back. The run into the box with Hullet and into Haaland, and it's a way back in the game for Jafonso. He started very, very slowly, but that's more like it from what we've seen throughout this tournament so far.
Goal for the visitors, number 8, Erling Haaland.
One goal can just settle your nerves, settle the butterflies that you've got.
This will be Jafonso's 4th game in the lower bracket. 6th game that he's had to play today as well.
And I've spoke about it before. What are we right now, local time? 10:40 PM. Probably got to the venue. If you want to get a few warm-up games in, maybe 2 PM today. Been here a while.
Mbappe. Scratched there by 1 or 2 players from Jafonso, but so many times we've seen Stingray get the ball around the area and just connect together the perfect skill moves, the perfect animations, and he'll continue to do that again and again and again.
It's not necessarily just the fact that it is getting a little bit later here, but it's the fact that you're playing so many games. You mentioned how many losers matches, where it's mentally draining. Like, you've got to concentrate so hard to be switched on and to make sure you're not making mistakes and you're not making errors. A couple of times, Ryan, he's got into that space inside the box where I don't know if it's reluctancy or just not pulling the trigger, looking for the extra pass. He's got into the box, but he's not got shots away. Yeah,
it's been a couple last-ditch tackles as well from Stingray to prevent a shot, but I understand what you're saying there.
Oh, what a goal. One more pass that no one saw other than Stingray.
Beautiful ball.
He's got his pitching wedge out and he's just floated it onto the green. And he said, go on, get yourself a birdie, tap it in. Oh. Superb. And that's 2 words.
Goal for the hosts, number 11, Kylian Mbappe.
We had a half-time in Jafonso's last game. It was 4-3 up against him, and there were 7 goals in that half. Before then he was able just to pull away in the end and put 8 past the RB Leipzig player. Maybe threw one down early on, but don't count him out just yet, unless Stingray.
Good defender.
Try and find a 4th or a 5th before half-time to really dictate which way this game is going to go. Mbappe could pull away there if he can just find the gap between the left back and the centre man. Not going to be needed this time. Havertz instead will come in. Pateos on a play to Haaland. He's simply not going to miss from there.
It's lovely again. Just a pass there. I believe it was to Pateos, and then of course an easy finish at the back post. But the build-up play was fantastic there. It's that little extra pass in there. It's beautiful.
Goal for the visitors, number 8, Erling Haaland.
I think we've got ourselves a game. Gentlemen, it's going to be a really, really end-to-end game. No one's pulling away with it. Jafonso doesn't really get into games where his opponent pulls away with it. He's done that in his matches, but very rarely does he get beat heavily. The one game he lost today, Abo Fawzi, 4-3 loss.
A quick look as well at the Stingray's 12th game he's had to play in this last chance qualifier, as we said yesterday. The day before that, I should say, went on a crazy 7-match run. Technically 6 rounds in the lower bracket after he lost his opening game. May have dropped down late into this lower bracket and the playoffs. To Abo Fawzi.
That's one thing they've got in common. Both players lost to Abo Fawzi. 4-2 and 4-3 respectively.
Potentially they might have another rematch against him if he was to lose against Nicholas.
Could you talk about Abo Fawzi's run, by the way, as soon as this chance has come in from Stingray, bikini cancel.
Ah, mistimed it.
He beat Jesus in the first game. He beat Jafonso and then Stingray. That's today. I'm pretty sure to even qualify, he had an unbelievable run. Yeah. Beat Christobor. Tets, red light. Virgil as well.
Was that his first game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
5 games in that lower bracket as well. Fell down there pretty early. Big chance. Jafonso, 3-3 at half time.
Sometimes you just got to sit back and just appreciate what you're watching. This is 2 players just trade for trade, like heavyweight boxers slugging it out in the middle of the ring. Who will drop first?
Perfect
haymaker
time.
after haymaker.
Perfect time to get a goal as well. Literally last kick of the half. And Stingray done well to move the keeper, but again, the build-up plays you mentioned was just seamless from Jafonso. It was perfect. Again, my God, he's done that a few times in this game.
Nate asking in there in the chat, who wins? Let us know in the chat right now. Who do you think is going to win? Type 1 if you think Stingray is going to win, and type the number 2 if you think Jafonso. 1 for Stingray, 2 for Jafonso. Who is going to win? Jafonso does have a lot of support. Brood thinking Stingray is going to go all the way. Do you think going into half-time, that late goal, has it swung this tie for you, Ryan?
I would say yes. I think those moments in games always tend to be proven pivotal moments, just because, again, it changes the whole thought process going into the half, or the second half, sorry. Leading is a completely different set of a mental approach coming into it. I think it will favour Jafonso a lot because he started off extremely slow, but I'll never count out Stingray. Beautiful step on.
Saka! I've got the curse of the commentator there, Ron. So,
yeah, literally. Great build up.
Stingray back in front. I mean, he's never been behind so far in this time. He's always led the pace.
He's been the pace setter, but will he get lapped?
In his team. Back his fellow Portuguese. National player. Some switch there from right to left. Does come off nicely. But we are still yet to find our 2 players that have qualified for the Esports World Cup. We are getting closer and closer to it. A lot there from R9 against Canate. Overlap available, finds Kai Havertz. Continues with this perfect build-up. R9, step over. Oh, he went the opposite way.
Keeper movement was very, very early.
Guessing going to the other corner.
The build-up play again, though, honestly, is sensational.
The Portuguese pressure. MLS champion, Vitinha.
The ball's just not breaking for either player at the moment. Chance.
One more pass, Saka, can he push, can he turn around his man? He nearly, very nearly sent Canate back him. That's you, Jafonso.
Oh! Free kick right on the edge.
Oh, goodness.
What does he have in the locker?
This is Richard
Not too
Buckley
sure.
territory, man. This is top bins.
I'm not sure what came out of my mouth, but this is a massive chance. I said it earlier, it's as good as a pen. You can put players on the line, you can try and defend it as much as you like, but if that accuracy is correct, it's a goal. Let's wait and see.
We are celebrating the wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Mike and Eileen.
Well done. Jafonso, massive chance. Look how close needs to be in the box, by the way.
Literally.
Haaland surely does! Oh, no, he doesn't.
I don't know why he put Haaland on it, I'll be
On
honest.
target.
I don't know why he put Haaland on it. Are you surprised we've not seen Cristiano Ronaldo at all, really, today?
That's
Right?
a very good point. Genuinely, there's so many attacking options I actually forgot was even one of them. Potentially overplayed a little bit by Stingray, but he offers the aerial approach as well.
I mean, I think he doesn't have aerial plus, but everything else he possesses. And he's got his own animations.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Sport ball seemed a bit too obvious there. First time that he would have led it. Should say equalised in the tie, 4-4. He went and played short, then found Haaland, who just peeled off. Goalkeeper was too late to react. Fonzo will square at 4-4, making up for that wasted free kick opportunity.
Number 8, Erling Haaland.
He's trying it from kickoff again. Jafonso's read it every single time, though. It's not really...
Pulled him back, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's read him every single time from kickoff.
This could be his opportunity to lead for the first time in the game.
Oh, that shot, that's
Rock
great.
the shoulder. This goes down to the ground, no sign or intention of a penalty call there.
Ooh, he tried that pass earlier. I don't know if you remember that through ball.
In years gone by, again, that was like the Umut through ball.
Yeah.
Worked perfect.
Chance!
Haaland!
Oh!
Stopped, good goalkeeper movement. He's guessed the right way again. Covered well. There's Mbappe. Was he onside? He was.
It's got very unlucky there.
Oh, what a ball. Offside.
That's just offside.
That has to be on the line. Who will blink first? Every time one of these two players looks like they're going to get control of the game, the other one answers back.
That looked onside to me.
He's on.
He is onside. Havertz.
Oh, he tried it.
Tries to squeeze it into the near post.
He expected the goalkeeper movement. He anticipated it. Then Stingray comes up the other end.
This will be heartbreak for Jafonso.
Oh, the extra pass. Still got it, just about. This will be a foul though.
Last 6 in-game minutes lose, you are out of this competition. You will not be going to the Esports World Cup. Big win there from Alphonso Davies. There's the flick on.
Thought Militao maybe would have been, I know he's got aerial plus, but I thought maybe Haaland in that situation would have been favoured to win the ball in the air.
Almost like it just fell to no one.
Yeah.
I said it earlier, like the 50-50s have just dropped in the middle of the pitch. Driven passing to R9.
Potential kick of the ball.
Just a massive step from Stingray there. Had to win it there.
Lost attack.
Chance back to you, Stingray.
Oh my goodness, hold on.
It's breaking down.
Time of 2 minutes. He's getting it past the halfway line. The ball's got to get moving now.
It's not really high up. He has to go forward.
Yeah, he's got to drive with John.
He's got to go.
Can he find a way through? Stingray, this will be clutch in the last kick of the game.
Oh,
Chance very nearly open. Extra time is going to be needed.
Do you know what the craziest thing is?
yeah.
If
go
he'd
on.
have just drove into the space with Ruud,
Yes,
he
literally,
scores.
literally, it felt like, obviously it's so easy for us to see that.
Yeah,
But the offside trap there, it felt like the space opened up completely. But it wasn't meant to be.
it was there.
Very
See if we
happy
recognise any more familiar faces. There's Casey there.
Got Diogo, Lamps, Night Watch, Red Light. I think I saw Luke Downing as well.
Here we go.
Not Bedov was there. A couple names still in the crowd.
Well, 8 goals or 90 minutes was not enough to separate the two. Shot from distance! Time green from Neymar, who continues to be the super sub of dreams.
So she's tapping back into what Nate and Mitch are talking about, subs off the bench. They're key aspect of changing the dynamics of games. Cruyff and Neymar. Finesse shot into the top corner.
He's off his feet. The crowd's off their feet.
Number 11,
perfect placement.
There's Ronaldo. Rich, I know you're calling for him.
He's on the pitch now.
Tuchemene also being introduced in the extra time period. It's the first time Jafonso's led in the tie.
What Jafonso's done really well defensively, if he's in a predicament and a place to do it, he's getting super tight to Sting.
I think he's noticed that the way Sting was attacking with the skill
Yeah.
with cancellations and everything, if you give him the room, he's just gonna, sooner or later, he's
yeah,
gonna
cook you.
spin you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So he's getting super tight and he's not allowing him to turn and to make space for himself.
Yeah, that's
and
even.
when he's,
Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, when he's not in that predicament, he's using the offside trap a lot.
I was just about to
forcing
mention
Stingray
it.
to do something.
Yeah, that last chance there for Sting in the last moment of regulation time, it came from the aggressive approach from Jafonso. It was so aggressive. A lot of players would never do that.
No.
Never, ever. Not that late on into a game anyway.
Big chance.
Linking into another one. Cristiano
Oh.
Ronaldo off the post.
Oh my goodness, the power on that.
He's going to beat him.
Just about recovers.
Fascinating FC to watch. Just the way this game has edged and grown throughout. You have to think with the time left on the clock, in that second half, Stingray will get a chance, maybe even two. But Jafonso looks like he's predicting. He's counting the cards at the moment. Every single turn that Stingray makes, Jafonso is there.
And he's about to have a last attack as well.
Ronaldo into Hully. He's timed it red. He's still got in. He will not care. He's got a 2-goal cushion for the first time in this game.
Power shot there
Swung.
was. Yeah, power shot there was a key component to that going in the back of the net. I know it was mistimed. I think it was just about orange towards red anyway. But I believe there was goalkeeper movement towards the same side just about, but still not enough to prevent it going in.
Are you surprised Stingray didn't play last attack?
It's difficult to say because I don't think he done anything glaringly bad in that situation. Because Jafonso just about got into Stingray's half as the clock ticked over that 1 minute, just about. So he had to go forward. It's a difficult one to concede so late on.
Really makes you think, what's going to happen? We've had everything so far.
So speaking of Saudi players there, a handful of them including Abu Maka. There will be an action on Thursday.
Having a good time.
Maybe a bigger Cristiano Ronaldo fan than Mitch Austin.
That takes some doing.
It does. It's giving us all the Sues. Give us another one. Oh.
Superb. Sorry, I'll see myself out.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Please do.
Off the pitch, number 16, Jose Lu. Coming onto the
Let's get
pitch,
back into the action.
number 23, John Stones.
have to remind you, the winner of this game gets a shot to qualify for the Esports World Cup Grand Finals. Back post, begging for it, Neymar with the header, and Jafonso puts himself in touching distance.
It's smart. Reacted very well there to not directly goal for goal. I think he kind of knew the angle was too tight, knocked back across, and Neymar just nods it home. And for me, that's game done there. I know I said that in the Nicholas Umut game, but for me, 3 goals in extra time against Jafonso, yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Goal for the visitors, number 11, Neymar Jr.
I think that says enough about how Stingray's feeling in these last 12 in-game minutes.
You just felt as though the balance of play was shifting. And unless Stingray scored, it was going to teeter over at some point. And it has.
Still for Jafonso, it could be quite the season on FC24. An MLS champion, a great run in the FC Pro World Championships where he played in that just a few weeks ago in Berlin. He will be 1 win away. Whether it's Abo Fawzi or Nicholas that falls down into that lower bracket qualification matchup. So tough as well, Ryan, on this side of Stingray. That one does go in. There is a few in-game minutes left, but you're 2 wins away, Ryan, from qualifying for the Esports World Cup. He's gone through 7 loser bracket rounds 2 days ago. He's gone through so much FC24, and to not have anything from it or not to see a reward from it, it's going to feel so hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be difficult, and right now it's obviously difficult to see any silver lining in that. It's just ultimately, it's just a tough loss to take.
Hosts, number 2, John Stones.
What a run from Jafonso.
His run's actually been absolutely insane. So he beat Rastaralto in the winner bracket, lost to Abo Fawzi, then defeated Goatmo, K1 John, Umut, and now Stingray. And then in order to even get a chance to make it into the Esports World Cup, you have to defeat the loser of Nicholas and Abo Fawzi. Again, it's been an unbelievable run from Jafonso.
He'll be wanting that revenge.
Yeah, 100%.
Of course, Abo Fawzi Nicholas will be our next game that comes up tonight here in Riyadh. Winner of that qualifies for the Esports World Cup. Congratulations to Stingray. Unfortunately, crashes out here in the last chance qualifier in Riyadh. Jafonso is into that lower bracket final. He will wait patiently now for Abo Fawzi or Nicholas to fall down to face him in a qualification game for the Esports World Cup. And I think he's gathered a few new fans as well here in Riyadh also.
We've got 2 games remaining, and it's 2 big uns, because we're going to find our 2 last chance qualifiers going all the way into Thursday's tournament for a chance to play for that $1 million prize pool. Jafonso marches on. We can dissect Jafonso's run all day long, but there's 2 men who want their say on it. Nate and Mitch, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mitch, you've got a lot to say, a lot of individual players that you've been talking about, and of course, Jafonso himself.
Yeah, he was absolutely unbelievable comeback there. Feel a bit for Stingray, especially after he had the early lead there. But just one of them things, isn't it, where I just felt like maybe just a bit of complacency sort of snuck in for him, and Jafonso took it away, took it to extra time, and then ended up running away with the win, Nate.
It's just so hard to sustain that level of focus and whatnot. Obviously, wow, we past 11 p.m. in Riyadh now, day 3 of this LCQ. It is, we've got to be honest, Mitch, what separates the best from the very best.
Yes, very, very, very best, Nate. We're nearly there. Obviously got big game coming up next. Nicholas, one of the GOATs of the scene, coming up against one of the young up-and-coming players who Abo Fawzi scored some absolutely cracking goals. But just a bit of a recap from the match, Nate.
Yeah, before we get there, we've got to start here. And for mine, it was the extra pass across goal, Mitch, that was a feature. Stingray, to be quite honest, scored one of his first 2 doing it. Maybe Jafonso just took a trick out of his book. Have a look at how many we had of those for the remaining goals. It might sound really simple, Mitch, but it's that vision, that poise that can really give you, I guess, a clear-cut chance.
Yeah, definitely. And still Stingray really just couldn't hold on to the lead, could he? And Jafonso just was not saying die, just kept coming back. And I think that's going to be a huge factor. He's got that mentality where he just doesn't let even 2 or 3 goals, we've seen it in the past, he doesn't let it affect him. Constantly trying to get himself back into the game. It's been a feature of his play so far. Not sure about the red time.
Let's strike. That has a few in chat at a minimum questioning. John Stones poaching as he does the GOAT. I did enjoy the silence that followed just a bit of a few crickets and whatnot. And then the PA in the distance was like, John Stones. And like one person in the crowd starts applauding. We've enjoyed, I guess, a bit of comedic relief as we've been going along. Only because the stakes are so high. And he has said before, those that have been with us are going to get rewarded. We will find out which 2 of these competitors finally will be making it through to the Esports World Cup proper. Unfortunately, still a little bit of heartbreak we might have to endure before that point, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely. But as I said, it's part and parcel of the game, and I think something that, you know, as a esports player, it's something you got to accept, losing and defeating. But I think, as I said, going into next year, the players that have obviously got knocked out, you know, I guess it's one of the positions where you want to make sure you're not in. This last chance qualifier was a bit of a, I guess, a last minute thing for some of these guys to actually get a chance. So I feel like the guys, you know, as much as being disappointed as there will be, I think at the end of the day, you know, I think most of them will think they haven't done enough if they've obviously not gone through.
One thing as well, just a note that I am noticing, not just in like Twitch chat and whatnot, I feel like Riyadh is becoming that like late night city, so to speak. That crowd is as full as it's ever been, and I appreciate that we're getting to the serious end of the tournament. What about that little legend suing like non-stop? I reckon if that camera never went off him, he'd still be doing it now.
I'd be joining him with him, mate, if I was there.
I actually reckon he would. Mitch Oster would just come out of nowhere being like, let's do it, friend. All the way through. CR7 fans unite in the chat as we have a look at your lower bracket, where we've been going through today, of course. Just that one more to go. Jafonso is 1 win away from booking his spot. He will, of course, Mitch, play the loser of the game that's just about to come up now.
Yep, no easy feat either. Nicholas or Abo Fawzi.
Wow, man.
Jafonso. I mean, who would you take, mate? Who would you rather
Come on,
take?
man. You know I've been saying Abo Fawzi all the way through, and if I bailed on that now, it'd be a bit disappointing for me, and I think the crowd in Riyadh would be like, you're never coming here again, brother. For Nicholas, though, you tipped him at the start of the day. Will you stick there?
Oh, well, I'm going to. I think his experience is just going to get him over the line, but honestly, I'm obviously not a betting man, but if I was, I don't think I'd be touching this one. Really is a difficult one. Abo Fawzi's just been in absolutely unreal form, can score a goal. I'll tell you now, it's not going to be a low-scoring match, that is for sure.
You reckon? Because of the man on the right, and you think you might don those sunglasses again? Of course, friends, if you weren't watching yesterday, he put them on twice. He literally conceded from kickoff twice and then decided to have a bit of fun of it on Twitter. Surely no shenanigans like that today, Mitch, even though it's been part of the reason, you know, getting the crowd involved. He is here in this big game.
He's certainly a character, isn't he? So it's good. It's good to see it, you know. I like to see players with a bit of personality, you know. So hopefully he's got the glasses on standby. But yeah, maybe wait till he gets maybe like four goals up, which fingers crossed probably won't happen. But yeah, it's it's good to see, and I'm all for it. I'm sure the home crowd is going to be getting behind him, and I'm sure they'll love to see it.
Bro, if he hasn't sort of put the sunglass thing to bed, I think Richard Buckley did that himself. Literally
Wow,
put them
I think
on
he
like,
took them off
I
him.
cannot see a thing, right? Was that not what he said?
Something along those lines, yeah. But yeah, I'm not too sure Rich has spent too much time in the sun, so not sure where the glasses came from, but here we are.
Look, my guy is just getting a little late. He's probably a little cranky. He might just need a little snack, Richard. It's all love. It's all love. Please, when we throw to you in a
It's
little
the bright
bit.
lights.
My guy is hanging in there. I do want to ask as well, real quick, if we get the opportunity, about Cloud9's involvement. Mitch, we've been talking esports orgs and, of course, Team Falcons. Absolutely the toast of this Esports World Cup. Cloud9, Nicholas, could be a little good thing they got going on there, don't you think?
Yeah, it's obviously a good time to get in there. You know, obviously look like the exposure that I guess the Esports World Cup brings to these organizations is huge. So, you know, it's makes sense. Get your brand in there, and obviously Nicholas, huge, obviously online social media presence as well. It's pretty much a no-brainer, should I say, for esports orgs to kind of get involved with him. So hopefully for them, they're going to be banking on him, making it through into the Esports World Cup. So let's see how we go.
Look, if it's not the Esports World Cup, you've got the LCQ, but only for an hour or two, friends. This is it. This is what you've been waiting for. The triple commentary team of dreams. Richard, Brand, Ryan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Nate and Mitch. Mitch, firstly, look at that tan. That is all tan. Definitely not all white. But everything will be all right because we're getting into qualifying games right now. It's your chance to book yourself as the 15th player out of 16 available at the Esports World Cup Grand Finals. It's going to be a big one. We got the hometown favourite versus maybe the favourite for this entire qualifier. Nicholas versus Abo Fawzi. Brandon, what do you think is about to go down?
I mean, I spoke to a couple of the Saudi fans here as well. We're getting a couple of drinks breaks between the games, and they were saying to me, who do I think is going to win? I think Nicholas goes and wins this game and qualifies straight through to the Esports World Cup, but they're saying Abo Fawzi, as they would, as their local hero. I mean, look, he's an up-and-coming talent. I believe he won an Olympic gold earlier this year, representing Saudi Arabia, playing esports. He is the man who's in form. And if you look down the list of all these Saudi Arabian players, you go Nasari, Abu Maka, and you probably would say maybe Abo Fawzi is that third player. Could we see 3 Saudi Arabians qualify for the Esports World Cup? Maybe we will.
I've got an incredibly hot take.
Go
on.
And it is 11:18 p.m, so I might just be getting a little bit delirious. But if Nicholas wins this game, Nicholas then goes on to win the Esports World Cup.
Wow. The thing is, he's got the ability to do it, so I can't really call it a crazy shout. I can't even disagree with you. It's definitely possible. But of course, he has to overcome this man right here. He's got the support of more or less the largest portion of the crowd here in favor in his home nation as well. And I'm sure he'll be backing himself to do it. And they'll be backing him, definitely. And I'm sure when goals go in, we'll be hearing the celebrations. I can already hear it here. We've got the headphones on, the wall shaking with the support.
He threw a set of windows, at least 3 sets of wall as well, between us and that main stage area. I can definitely hear the fans coming through there.
Sure. Falcons might even be amongst it.
Shout out Falcons Mike. I did see his absence from the chat, so I thought he might be in there.
So with the time, Richard Buckley, the Abo Fawzi stop commentating.
There is a good story about that. Have you ever heard this story, Ryan?
Well, go on.
So we were at the Team of the Season Cup, and I can't recall the esports organisation.
01 Esports.
01 Esports. And their station was right next to commentary, so basically it was like 2 tiers of booths, and their booth was the last booth before the commentary like balcony, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
And Abo Fawzi turned around, like before the game had even started in the rehearsal day, and we're like, "Are you commentating from there? You can't commentate from there. You're going to put us off." And he were like, "No, you're not commentating from there." And then throughout the entire like day that they were in the tournament, every time we would commentate, he were like, "Give us more energy, give us more energy." We basically had a private audience to O1 Esports and Abo Fawzi.
Goodness.
And I tried to get him on the broadcast, but he didn't really fancy it in the end. But they, good sense of humour and great players. And you talk about fan favourite, they're already making themselves be heard. I'm sure if there's one person it's not going to put off, it's Nicholas. He probably relishes this. However, they're getting loud. I don't know if we can get in there with the camera that we had last time and hear the audience.
I think you're right though, Rich. He will absolutely relish this atmosphere, Nicholas. He want to spoil the party, he want to upset the party. And more importantly, just get himself into the Esports World Cup. This is it. 3 days of action have all led to these matches now. Qualification games for the Esports World Cup. To be amongst the best 16 players in the world on FC24. A prize pool of $1 million on the line. This is the game, Richard, that it's all come down to.
It's a big moment. Who is going to be able to deal with the pressure, deal with the nerves, the expectation? I mean, when you look at the individual runs both of these two have been on as well, very impressive. Abo Fawzi just today, Hezers, Jafonso, Stingray, before having to take on Nicholas. On the other side of it, Nico beat Goatbolt and then the One-Os before knocking out Umut down to the loser's bracket. This will be his third Saudi if he was to beat him. Out of 4 games, Nicholas.
Abo Fawzi being from right to left in that green strip. Chance for Nicholas to break and to silence the crowd here. Big chance for Kai Saka. Nicholas silences the room here. The Iceman strikes again. It's an early goal, it's a long old game, but it's a step in the right direction. It's a step towards the Esports World Cup.
And you could hear a pin drop. It has gone very, very quiet in the STC Play Gaming Hall. As Cloud9 and Nicholas 99 FC are edging closer to the Esports World Cup Grand Finals.
And I know from many conversations with Nicholas, he will just want to absolutely put 3, 4, 5 past his opponent. His words to me during the Liga FC Pro season is he just wanted to destroy everyone. That's exactly what he did. With Fawzi, have you got a reply? On this occasion.
Strong at the back there, he was trying to play those driven passes, those ping passes through the gaps, but Nicholas was really compact with his back four. Second man pressing off the ball, forcing players up the pitch, and then Kanate was the one who got the interception in the end. He's loved that Kai Havertz at left back as well.
Camouflages that pass beautifully. Davies able to double up there. Alongside Mbappe, who looks to work it into the box instead of going for a cross. Marquisio of all players. Let's get a start in this game. The Wild Wegos turn, he can.
Pen.
A penalty.
Yeah, it's penalty.
Now Weghorst tried to put away for a shot. Abo Fawzi has a penalty against Nicholas. Can he score from the spot? No, he can't. Nicholas. A massive save. Quick corner played in. Weghorst starting green. It goes all the way across. There's about 3 in-game seconds there. There was a massive chance wasted. A penalty missed, and then Weghorst off target of a time green header.
Let me just quickly dissect what we saw there. The chance came in from Weghorst. It was a tackle from Nico. I think he did press circle. He tried to block it. He went through the back of him. Penalty given. Abo Fawzi steps up, misses the pen, and then the corner has to be a goal. He just didn't aim it on target.
Havertz.
Oh, he tried it.
For that. Nutmeg through the goalkeeper again, which Nicholas has pulled out from his pocket once or twice so far already. Oh, back up. Nicholas looking for a second.
What Nicholas has done now with that sort of byline shot, he's almost forcing his opponent to mark the byline, so it gives that little bit of space on the cutting side. Really,
so when
really
he gets
smart.
down the byline, it's everyone's expecting a cutback.
Yep, and then he drives. If you
Just
don't
step
know what he's
away.
going to do, you know he doesn't have that in the locker. He drives down the byline and either scores or forces a corner.
20 minutes gone in our qualification game here from our last chance qualifier. Coming live to you from the Esports World Cup, the STC Play Gaming Hall. 28 players travelled from all over the world to battle out just the 2 spots, the 2 final spots. You already know 40 names that have qualified already for the Esports World Cup. Such a stacked list of talent already. Looking to be even more stacked. Whether it's Nicholas, Abo Fawzi, Jafonso, 2 of them definitely be back in 2 days' time on Thursday.
Chance
for Abo Fawzi. Wow, Weghorst must score this one. Will he? Does! And the Saudi home hero has pulled back a massive goal. I mean, it's pretty fortunate he didn't go in, Richard, because if it wasn't,
it's another pen.
That's another penalty and potentially even a red card.
Yeah, he slid straight through the back of him. Again, Nicholas, he's been a little bit open defensively when Abo Fawzi's gone forward with pace. When it's a little bit slower and he's trying to build up on the edge of the box, Nicholas looks really compact, but on a couple of occasions he's been able to spring the counter and spring the ball in behind. And Weghorst actually looks like he's got the running of the centre-backs as well.
See behind Nicholas's camera there, just a group of Saudi fans making so much noise. Ooh, Saka, Price! Quick corner played in, Haaland! Nicholas! Back in cruise control.
It's the pace of the corner yet again. No real delay, just got it, put it in the box, and Abo Fawzi didn't really move the goalkeeper, he didn't pull the keeper out, it was whipped in, and Haaland with the header. Makes it look simple.
Goal for the hosts, number 11,
What first 30 minutes this has been.
with the owner of a silver hatchback with the registration GR21LJJ. Please contact your nearest security guard. Thank you.
Away with pressure from Nicholas down that famous byline again, which has been such a corridor of uncertainty. You dive into your standoff. Next thing you know, he's pulled 2 or 3 players completely out of the box. Now the space starts to open up for Nicholas. He looks to build Haaland. He pull away from 1 or 2 defenders. Big win there from Virgil van Dijk. the right side of Alphonso Davies, then Mbappe, corner. Well, comes in, Haaland in loads of space over the bar. As we are 34 minutes into the game, Ryan Pissoba has the chance that if I could watch a bit of the action there, Ryan, I mean, what a start to this qualification game it's been. Penalty was missed by Abo Fawzi. He did pull a goal back, but Nicholas ensured that he got straight back in front.
Yep, you could definitely tell when Abo Fawzi is the one to score. The roars from the crowd supporting him as, of course, want him to win in his home nation.
Marquisio dinks it into R9. It was a clever idea. Interesting choice there with the midfielder Marquisio, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely would be the only player that we've seen utilising Marquisio. I think if that pass was played first time, that would have been onside in on goal by Kyle Slacker. It could have been goal number 3 for Nicholas, but I think the extra touch, sort of the sluggish approach there with Haaland, the time the pass was played, it's well offside.
Remember, this is the qualification game for the Esports World Cup. Lofted in, wow, where course, you know where it's going to end up, Courtois. It's very fortunate there that his defender is quickest to react. Power shots. Last chance of the half, looks like it's going to fall back to Nicholas. 2-1 lead so far in this one.
Ooh, just about wins it back.
Havertz from distance! Nicholas! We'll go into half-time with a 3-1 lead.
It's perfect. And again, it's at a pivotal moment. We spoke in the previous game, Jafonso scoring just before half-time, sort of set the tone in that game. And of course, Havertz finesse shot plus. Perfect into that far corner, and it gives them the 2-goal advantage going into half-time.
Goal for the hosts, number 16, Kai Havertz.
Half-time. 3-1, Nicholas leads. You see different players have different seating positions there. Abo Fawzi, legs crossed on his chair. I think the last person I saw do that was probably Marla.
There was somebody last year at the Esports World Cup as well, and I can't remember who it was.
Fernandez?
It might have been. It might have been. I feel like it was. Oh, was it? I can't remember, but there was somebody else that done it.
I think it was Di Fernandez that used to play barefoot, completely barefoot. Just see there on the right hand side of your scene, Abo Fawzi in the tactics menu. Back on the way for the second half here. 45 minutes away, Nicholas, from qualifying for the Esports World Cup. Richard, what an ending to the first half it was.
Yeah, you've just got to say, don't doubt Nicholas in these scenarios. When he gets into moments of glory, typically he comes out on top and he gets the job done.
Just by getting to the Esports World Cup as well, the win here, $10,000 guaranteed. You are already part of the $1 million prize pool. Abo Fawzi needs to make this one happen. He does.
Big goal.
I'm sure that support will push him on that extra mile or two. Get around Virgil van Dijk.
One thing I will say about Nicholas though, we saw it against Umut, we might be seeing it here. Defensively, he can get at him. There's holes.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That is what I like to see. Abo Fawzi. An absolute rocket of a right boot. We heard this chant last year, didn't we? Well, you might not have, Ryan, but I did.
Oh, I did. They were in the same tournament I was in.
I don't know if you stayed that long. Sorry. It's personal. Sorry, it's not personal. I seem to remember they were doing it for every player. He's in again.
Big chance, Mbappe must to score, he will!
Wow.
Abo Fawzi from 3-1 down half time. Has somehow just made this crowd even louder.
Brilliant play there. Came from just the building up with Marquisio, just on the ball possession, dribbling into space, make the right choices and the right passes, and it's a great goal from Abo Fawzi again.
This is now a very, very interesting game. Is there any point in which the home crowd does play a big factor? Because Cruyff just made it 4-3 back to Nico. And it's silent again. Is it the opponent that you don't think the home crowd really plays that much of a factor? Like, I don't see him getting in Nicholas's head.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe if some players need that sort of boost of confidence, especially when they're in tough moments in the game, maybe they hear that there's obviously a lot of support. They can see the crowd getting up whenever they have important moments in the game. Maybe that could help. But as you said, I think it's more so being put off by it.
If you'd have had like 150 Man City fans in Stone Island doing the Poznan behind you, would that have gave you a little bit more encouragement?
To me, that stuff never really impacts me at all.
Does it put you off?
No.
Well,
but I think for Nicholas again,
Cheers, Ryan.
no, but I think Nicholas is the same in the way that I don't think he cares whether it's for or against him. he's there just to play FC.
He's playing his game.
Yeah, that's it.
He could be playing in a 5,000 spectator arena or remote during COVID. Right, he's just going to play the game.
Find the gaps in between the lines, Nicholas.
Oh, it's close.
25 in-game minutes away from taking spot number 15 in the Esports World Cup. What a ball that is if he's onside somehow. He is one way course, cuts it back into R9, on for a 4-4, ball roll into the finesse. To be that composed against Nicholas takes some real doing. What a game.
What a game. Couldn't say it any better myself. Every time Nico gets in front and starts to edge away, Abo Fawzi fires back.
It feels like it needs extra time, this game. It deserves extra time. As we slowly approach midnight here. That's what the Esports World Cup's all about. The games will be going into the early hours. No out of the match.
Yep,
Everyone has that one. The one fan that gets the fans going.
that's him.
That's him. Although there's one on each side. 24 in-game minutes, 8 goals between the two, nothing to separate them. Back over to you, Nicholas.
What a space again.
Abo Fawzi, Papa off the post.
Deserved the goal.
The keeper was nowhere to be seen as well.
Abo Fawzi is dominating right now.
He's got Nicholas on the ropes potentially.
Oh, he absolutely deserved the
Animation.
goal there. I think with the player lock as well, just to stuttering around with possession with Haaland there. It was so well worked. And the shot, the right choice to shoot that side of the goal as well.
Taka. Nicholas, ball rolls round 1-2. Can't get past Virgil van Dijk on that occasion.
15 minutes left to play. The loser of this game plays Jafonso for another Esports World Cup spot. It doesn't get any easier. It is standing room only here.
Never known a place that the later it gets more busy.
Yeah, that's Riyadh for you. It's getting rowdy in Riyadh.
make of this, Ryan? If you were in this situation, your coach just takes the control, he does the tactics, he does the changes, you just do your job and play.
Yeah, again, it kind of depends how they set up for it, but I'm guessing the coach is sort of in that role to specifically just amend and adjust that depending on how the game's going. Maybe set up tactics and variations to try and nullify his opponent. Because sometimes it's very easy as a player. You get tunnel vision into the game. You don't really... Your coach is there to sort of nitpick and sort of focus on areas that you might not be able to whilst playing.
We're going to find before the extra time period is needed. So to the battle, wins that one. Ronaldinho fresh on the pitch for Abo Fawzi.
Modric not been on long either. Stones into centre back, Frimpong in at right back. Alongside William Saliba. The next goal is going to go Abo Fawzi's way. He is having all the ball right now.
Ronaldinho, Modric, Hulin. Little cancel there of a potential power shot that was coming Nicholas's way. Nine in-game minutes now. Someone to send themselves to the Esports World Cup. Bright power shot block. Pressure goes back to the hands of the Saudi Arabian. His turn to roll the dice. Unfortunately, he could only roll the one, but then she gives it back to Nicholas again. They're given on either side.
Great press. Unfortunate not to win the ball back there.
They get round Sky Havertz. Modric, Hulin, patiently waiting for that killer pass, that ultimate decision. Could be enough to send yourself to the biggest tournament of your season.
Where'd you see it going, Ryan?
Just for the atmosphere, I'm kind of hoping there's a last-minute goal here. Just to see how the crowd react, but I think if there is a goal, I know it's easy to say because he's in possession, I think it will fall the way of Abo Fawzi in the time.
Can't imagine what the celebrations would be like if he was to make something happen from this attack now, adding time in 2 minutes. Can he unpick the puzzle of the Iceman, who is always so consistent in these moments, or will he have the last laugh instead?
He's in over the top.
What first through ball that could be? Can he get round? Unfortunately, Hansen couldn't get round Canate there. Extra time will be needed, 30 minutes of it.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want as well. Extra time. Let this game stretch on just a little bit longer. We start to see who really is going to pull out on top.
Saw Jafonso there as well, front row seats. Now at home, who do you think takes the win in this game? qualify the Esports World Cup. 2 minutes of extra time on the way.
I think what extra time gives Nicholas as well is just a bit of a break. He was getting pressed in. Chance to reset, chance to get your foot back in possession, and hard reset on the manual.
Mateus! Stopped. Tracks there by Petchek. Massive chance there for Nicholas gone.
I don't know if it's harsh, but I feel like he should have done better. They are loud. Oh, Howland, it was inches away from connecting to his head.
Finesse from a long, long way out. Keeping on Ronaldinho, Mbappe at the back post. Not the most aerial threats, but certainly will be an option there!
Not just one, not just two. 12 fist bumps.
So direct with Haaland there. Thought as if sooner or later he was going to cut back, try and play for a pass maybe a little bit earlier, but he had a mind, or a thought in his mind, I should say, to try and play that pass to Mbappe, and it worked out perfectly for him.
And again, is the hit, I'd have to watch the replay. I didn't see exactly where Nicholas was putting his players defensively. Is there a hint of he might shoot with the near post here, so I can't fully commit to the back post where you would previously and mark the players and sort of let them take the shot?
He also moved the keeper slightly as well, anticipating the shot across goal. It's a difficult one because in that situation, again, you have to sort of be cautious about many different ways to...
Nicholas. Cruyff! 5-all! That did not last long at all from Abo Fawzi.
Step overs are beautiful there. Green timed across the face of goal. It's Cruyff again for Nicholas. It's a beautiful goal. There's no better way to get back into a game, Richard. Straight from kickoff, you equalise instantly.
Straight from kickoff, come down the other end, put the ball in the back of the net. That goal you just conceded, yeah, forget about it. We're back at level pegging. And zero reaction.
Qualification game this has been.
Great pressure up the pitch.
Bellingham around the corner, player lock. Not used, just tease from Nicholas.
Doesn't really have the players where he wants them. Haaland's out wide, Jude Bellingham's running in the gap, and I think electing to recycle here is the correct thing to do.
I think it's great defending from Abo Fawzi. There was even an option, maybe a whipped cross to the back post that he even read and moved Konate in a correct position early on in that build-up. He's defended extremely well there.
Havertz just pulling out wide to the top of the pitch. It's going to get switched over there, you would imagine.
Big switch of play, and in time of 1 minute is pretty much up.
Oh,
referee will play this last attack, goes through the legs of the defender.
Oh.
Hansen, Cruyff, corner.
He's dangerous.
It's taken so quickly, he can react fast. Back post, Konate can't. Squeeze it in.
What a save. It's when you take that corner and you cross it into the box and you see Haaland with pretty much a free header from 6 yards, you think it's a goal. You press the
100%.
button thinking I've just scored.
I thought that was a goal. I thought it was almost destined with the amount of space because, as you said, that was a free header.
Well, that was Pepe in the crowd for a second. Time, 15 more minutes to come, and we are still undecided. Chance, what's a save? Another one off the woodwork!
How close can you get before the net ripples? Was 2 examples of it right there. And what an incisive pass.
Can Nicholas cause heartbreak? Osselu, power shot saved! The corner to come his way. Roy. Finesse from Mateus.
First time, green time finesse.
Throwback.
Yeah. Someone called Danny Hackerberg. Could be a big chance this. He's looking for that isolation.
Oh.
Found it!
Oh my goodness. What?
How has he not even got it on target?
That has to go in. All the chances that we just saw had to go in.
The pass was perfect as well, the turn.
You're not putting him in against Nicholas, it's just not going to be your day. Through massive goal scored opportunities, Nicholas survives. Can he make the most of this one? Cruyff! Another massive save from Courtois.
Direct.
Oh, just over his head. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, no. Massive mistake. Will he be punished for it? I think he will.
Oh, the goalkeeper movement.
Saved him. Genuinely saved this. That's massive.
The bottle. And the Iceman didn't keep his cool.
He might be on a way to a penalty shootout here to decide an Esports World Cup spot. Was Abo Fawzi going to snatch it
Oh, it's hasty.
at the death? Not get a better chance than that though from Johan Cruyff. Mistake from Abo Fawzi. Luckily enough, he recovered with an unbelievable bit of goalkeeper movement. Can Nicholas make the most of it this time though? Teo Hernandez. And to Cruyff! Not that time! 120th minute winner! The Majid sends the Iceman back to another world final stage in the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. Silences the local crowd. And who else would it be than that man there, Johan Cruyff, who has been the hero from him in so many parts of this year. 4-5 result, 6-5 result, Nicholas qualifies for the Esports World Cup. The switch of play, the isolation out wide, he cuts it back, and when it falls to him inside the box, it's a split-second decision. Do you shoot far? Do you shoot near? And what did Nicholas do? I'm pretty sure he greened it into that near post. Nothing the goalkeeper can do about it, and books his place as one of our 16 grand finalists. Nicholas, it only seemed right that he was in the party. Yeah, you're right. It's not an Esports World Cup without Nicholas there, is it?
He's going to the dance. Will he finish on top? We'll have to wait and see. One thing we do know, he is going to be there. Nicholas 99 FC, congratulations. You're in the hunt for that $1 million prize pool. We've got one game left today. Abo Fawzi's got to pick himself up and go again because he plays Jafonso in about 10 minutes' time. Let's head back to our fantastic analyst to break down the game of the day.
Thank you so much, Richard. Yeah, game of the day, game of the last 3 days. One of the games of the season, surely. Natalos alongside Mitch Austin. We're in a little WhatsApp chat, I'll be honest, just being like little predictions. How is it going to go? Mitch, at the end of the day, you're pretty much bang on, mate.
I wasn't expecting that, I'll tell you that. I thought it was going to be a lot more one-sided towards Nicholas, but wow, I literally had everything. I thought we were just going to go to penalty shootouts there, but hey, the Iceman, he is not called the Iceman for nothing, but full credit to Abo Fawzi. I mean, flipping heck, he came back. The guy just would not say no, and as Richard said, game of the day so far.
And for fans of that competitor, he will be back again. Just let him compose himself, maybe review the tape, maybe have a look at his epic keeper movement, Mitch. I got to mention it. It kept him in the game until that last one. You had a bit of a smile on your face saying, mate, you can move the keeper to the exact spot. Doesn't matter.
Mate, yeah, as I said, it really is a big skill issue, isn't it? And saved him time and time again, except for when it counted.
So many
Weghorst.
chances, I reckon, missed chances, Mitchell. We've got one particularly at the end that I hope you'll tell the people about. Weghorst early was dangerous, but so many shots that were off the frame of the goal or headers just wide of the post.
Yeah, just chances after chances, and honestly, both competitors really were creating. Again, there, even the finesse shot was out, Nate.
Yeah,
Fantastic
Havertz,
stuff.
right foot green, if you don't mind. And I feel like Nicholas really read those crucial moments, half-time and a full-time, of course, right at the end of that game as well.
Yeah, he did. As I said, it goes back to his big game experience. As I said, to keep composure as well at the very end. But again, Abo Fawzi, really unlucky there as well. So many chances. When you watch back the highlights, you forget how many times he came back and the chances that were created. Cruyff, lovely step over there. Great finish. Another crossbar attempt.
If it's a crossbar challenge, he's going straight to red.
Oh,
He's
yes.
going straight to the Esports World Cup proper. Unfortunately, we're playing a slightly different game. That was the first one from Cruyff. This was the second. Right past the keeper. He was moved out the way. What we didn't see there, the Dino miss. Mitch, you want to say what I said in chat right before that happened or nah?
Okay, he said Ronaldinho is going to score the winner. And I think we all saw that miss. Left foot. I mean, Dino's right-footed, isn't he? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, we wouldn't have heard the end of it, to be honest.
Oh, I'm saying that's on me. I'm putting my hand up saying...
I'm just
it
glad
looks
it didn't happen.
I was a little bit off the mark there. Nicholas, that's not the case at all. Bang on point all the way through. And I know, Mitch, you love your competitors that can keep their cool, their composure, despite that epic home crowd support. At no point did he look phased.
No, he didn't. But as we say, we keep going on. He's got the experience to kind of handle that. But I must admit, you know, the local support, I mean, they went through a bit of an emotional roller coaster there, didn't they? Up and down, up and down. But yeah, I mean, it's great for it, isn't it? And obviously, look, he's dropping down now to play Jafonso. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what the home crowd do now. They've got to just get behind him and see if he can bring it home.
Yeah, of course, you got Abu Maka who's there. I feel like the camera's always panning to him, waiting to see what his compatriot makes of it all. But it really is a whole crowd effort. I didn't realize there was another, like, 2 stands on the other side. That was full as well. Of course, we got that little legend from before who was just suing all the time. I don't know. Maybe he's the missing link. If you are looking to go again, this time, after suffering defeat, now in the lower bracket, what changes, if anything? Is it just Nicholas was a bit better? Jafonso, hopefully he's a grade below? I don't know. Grasp it at straws potentially here, Mitch.
No, I think you've just got to say, Nicholas, massive time player. So I think you just got to take everything you've taken from that game. More of a confidence boost, for me to virtually take him all the way. Very unlucky at the death there, as we said. So I think he's just got to keep doing his usual game. The one thing I would say is he does concede quite a lot of goals. So, maybe something to tinker at the back. Obviously, he's in a bit of a close-knit relationship with his coach there. So I'm sure them two will hopefully come up with something because he has been conceding a fair few goals.
If I can point on 2 things there, if you don't mind. Number 1 was the substitution of Frimpong, who got bodied, I reckon, 4 times. Like, legitimately, his best defensive effort was when he got bodied, slipped over, and accidentally won the ball. And then, of course, I'm going straight for that centre-back Saliba, that low agility, low balance. The amount of times I see that player out of position, there's nothing you can do. Like, that's an AI thing, that's a stats thing. Get him off the pitch when you see Konate, Virgil van Dijk getting it done time and time again.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. I don't get why. Maybe he's not getting told. I don't know why the coaches aren't saying something. I mean, we can all see it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But maybe we'll see something in the next game, Nate. But it's just really odd, as I said, with all these extra centre backs, as you said, 99 Van Dijk and co. Yeah, really confusing for myself, I'll tell you.
Yeah, when the goals are flying in at both ends, you can be like, all right, there's one massive positive, but perhaps there's something I should have a little think about. A reminder, friends, thank you so much, by the way, everyone in the chat. Chat has been popping off that has been here over the last 3 days, this LCQ. We've done the upper brackets, friend. Guess who is through? It's Nicholas the Iceman. We go down for one last game. Abo Fawzi, Jafonso, who, of course, the latter there has had to sit and watch all of this unfold.
Yep. And for me, Abo Fawzi, definitely the favourite, Nate. I think just watching his play there on the end. I think obviously Jafonso, he's had a bit of a wait too, so could go either way here. Maybe he's kind of had the time to sort of watch that match and maybe sort of pick a few things out where he thinks he can exploit Abo Fawzi. But what are you thinking, Nate? Gonna give me a pick this time? Or?
I know one thing I can give you. Twitch chat's going to be livid. The Spanish speakers are out in force and will be like Jafonso all the way, vamos. Personally, I said at the start of the LCQ, Abo Fawzi is the name for mine. I think he will qualify. Comes down to one last game for me to find that out. What about yourself, brother?
No, I've got to agree. Finally actually agree with you, Nate, on this one.
Yes!
It's, yeah.
Let's go!
As I said, I think he's got that momentum going into this match as well. So we'll see how it goes, but home support on top of that. Can he be stopped? We shall see.
Look, the power of unity, spirit of unity is finally alive. I have got Mitch Austin to agree with me. What about you in the chat? You let me know what you think. Wait a minute. Let's find out what our casting team thinks right now.
Thank you very much, Nate and Mitch, finally agreeing on something. And you know what? Straight away, I'm disagreeing. I think Jafonso wins this game. I think that little bit of a rest, that little bit of time off will do him wonders. It's going to be a fantastic game. It's your final game of the last chance qualifier. Get some hype in that chat right now. We're going out with a bang. It's going to be Abo Fawzi, the hometown favourite, against Jafonso, who has been looking to ruin the party all day long. He has had an hellacious bracket to get his name in the ringer, but so has Abo Fawzi, beating some of the biggest names that FC has to offer. He just suffered a defeat to Nicholas 99 FC in the harshest way possible. 121st minute winner. Is it too quick of a turnaround, Ryan Pessoa, for Abo Fawzi?
I think it's very tough. I think we spoke about how sometimes some players kind of need a break. and sometimes it works against some players. I think for Abo Fawzi, the way he reacted as well, it wasn't really sort of like a tantrum reaction. It was more so, okay, it happened. I kind of have to move on from this straight away. Obviously, you see the game getting ready to be kicked off. For him, he knows it's his second bite of the cherry at a spot at the Esports World Cup. He knows how much it would mean to him in his home nation, and I'm sure he won't let that game against Nicholas affect him.
It's going to be absolute fireworks.
Can we, sorry to interrupt you, can we get a Brandon Smith prediction at least? Surely. Got to get one. Come on, Brandon.
I reckon. Abo Fawzi.
There's going to be goals. Oh, wow.
You actually predicted. You know what? Fair enough, Brandon.
What do you think, Ryan?
It's past midnight now. The watershed's gone.
Yeah. I'm actually going to agree with Brandon. I think
Wow, I'm on my own. I want Jafonso Island.
I just want to see the crowd. I want to see them amped up. And I think it'll be a beautiful moment if he wins this game to qualify. And again, his home nation, it's just an important thing for him. Plus, well, I was going to say the names he's taken out along the way, but Jafonso's done equally the same. Finesse.
Here is Jafonso. Great timed. Top bins. Kai Havertz. 4 minutes in. Opens the deadlock for the Portuguese superstar.
Space just opened up. Havertz, you know he's got finesse shot playstyle plus. You have to move the goalkeeper, but I think he was more worried about the driven pass into the likes of R9, maybe a dinked pass into Haaland, but it was the finesse shot that found the top corner there.
Goal for the visitors. Number 7, Kai Havertz.
Perfect start for the MLS champion.
Apologies as well for anyone at home if you did just hear me cough. I thought I muted my mic. I didn't. You two didn't hear it, but everyone at home got a nice little chesty cough there from Richard Buckley.
Could be a second.
Bit of horror show there. That mistake would have been costly for Abo Fawzi in that moment. Going 2-0 down in the first, 8 minutes or so would have been a dangerous position to be in against Jafonso.
Of course, Tullet. They've checked.
I really do feel as though when you suffer a defeat, especially in such narrow margins where you put so much into it, so much emotion, so much energy and thought process and just real sort of emotion, having 15-20 minutes to decompress, to get your thoughts back, to really take your time on what you've just gone through, I think that's really important. Abo Fawzi's not been given the luxury of that. And I do see that being a decisive factor.
Pull it. What pass that is. Extra one that no one else saw.
What a goal!
Superb
Oh.
Jafonso.
I'm off my feet!
Oh my goodness, that shot cancel there. Yeah, fair enough. I've changed my prediction, Richard.
You can't do that.
I'm changing
You stick. You stick.
No.
You locked it in.
That is an outrageous goal from Jafonso. The build-up there was
Goal of the day.
perfect. Absolutely.
That's goal of the day.
We have to appreciate, on top of all of this as well, what a long day it's been for Jafonso. I mean, he's still playing at this level this late on.
Hasn't wavered at all. He's just been professional in every single game. And the thing is, it's a key one for him because it's a rematch. It's the only player he's lost to.
Yeah. The
This
super fan was just trying to get the audience up for it then as well. I don't know if you saw that behind Abo Fawzi.
is going to need all the support. He won in the upper bracket game, 4-3 against Jafonso. It looks as if payback could be on the horizon, but there's still a long time left in this game for Abo Fawzi to come back. He was 3-1 down against Nicholas as well, and he brought it back, so it's definitely possible with this substantial amount of time left.
You know what they say? Revenge is a dish best served in the losers bracket final.
Please return to your vehicle immediately. Thank you.
Onside? I
Yep.
thought it was off. Instant reply.
He's on
Just
Vekhorst.
about came back on side, didn't he, well, Weghorst?
Yeah, Vekhorst comfortable into the corner there. An important goal, obviously, in that game he just lost. Because he goal straight from kickoff against Nicholas. This time it's worked in his favour of being able to respond as soon as possible.
Especially for him as well. He went all the way to extra time with Nicholas. I think Mitch said it in the best way possible. He went toe-to-toe with Nicholas and just never gave up. And in case you missed it, it was 120th minute winner and added time that Nicholas won the game 6-5, sending himself into the Esports World Cup. There's only one spot left in the 16, and it's between these two here. Nice run if he's onside, just off.
Game's getting very, very interesting all of a sudden because Abo Fawzi, after being under pressure really for the first, 15-20 minutes, Ryan wanted to change his pick, is now slowly started to establish himself back into this matchup.
Yep.
Lovely build-up. They get a fortunate bounce back, which will continue the Portuguese pressure, just offside. It's the worst game to lose. You've come so close.
Yeah. I mean, both sides of the story, right? Both sides of the coin. Abo Fawzi, 2 attempts to qualify. You lose them both. Jafonso, that hellacious losers bracket, to fall at the final hurdle is so demoralising. I think if I had to pick which one I'd rather be Jafonso. If you're Abo Fawzi, having 2 chances, especially in the way that he lost against Nicholas, that would be really tough to take.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking stuff for him if he doesn't end up winning this game. 2 bites to the cherry is devastating.
Back to the cherry, he couldn't finish it.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Cherry's still there. To be fair, it'd have to be a very big cherry. 2 bites of a cherry, he's definitely seen it off. Maybe apple.
If you can do an apple in 2 bites, I don't know what apples you're eating.
No, I'm saying you could have 2 bites from an apple and still not finish it. It's definitely a phrase that needs really looking at, that. sloppy.
Chance here for Abo Fawzi. Can't find that. Marquise can pick up the piece. Mbappe! 2-2. We're all square going into half-time.
It's a costly error there from Jafonso. It's two in a matter of moments, gifting away possession for the throw-in, and then straight away in his own box there. Mbappe, great finish across the face of goal. Abo Fawzi's back in this game.
You can't make errors like that.
Not at all.
Especially on the edge of your own box. It's just not a place where you can give the ball away. You will be punished at this level.
Goal for the hosts, number 9, Kylian Mbappe.
Abo Fawzi could go into half-time leading here.
We time the pass to break this offside trap. Saka.
It's one of the only players that isn't using Haaland to my eye. Is Abo Fawzi. He's got Weghorst from the start, and you know what they say about Weghorst?
Don't do it.
I'm waiting for someone in the chat to tell me what they say about Weghorst. See if it's caught on. You know what they say about Weghorst, right, chat?
Hopefully they leave you hanging.
NDW, correct. Never doubt Wout. He's been the magic man for him. I think when it comes to player items, though, there's so much versatility that you can use. Oh, another!
Wow. What?
Was that an error or was it a touch?
I think it's a touch. I don't.
Oh, it got a double deflection.
Yeah, I think it did.
It got a double rebound. It went off Van Dijk firstly and then bounced onto the second centre back.
Goal for the visitors, number 8, Erling Haaland.
Bonzo, back over to you.
It's very nearly an instant one.
Game he's played in the lower bracket. He goes! We're all square again!
Wow, Weghorst with the power header. Inside the box, he rose highest and powered. It's the only word to describe it. That ball past the goalkeeper. Look at that crowd.
reaction there when he scored, and you just saw them all jumping, going crazy on their feet. Was a great sight.
They are living, breathing every single kick of that ball, every head, every tackle, every save. They are feeling it with Abo Fawzi. At 12:25 AM, yes, you heard that right, midnight. This crowd is as alive as they have been all day long.
In 2 and 5 minutes potentially for him. Abdi there just cutting between the lines. What played Edmund Latau. Remember, this is our last game here from our last chance qualifier, which has been taking place these last 3 days. The SDC Play Gaming Hall. It's part of the Esports World Cup. After this, it'll be 2 days of rest for our players, and then it'll be all about the Esports World Cup $1 million FC 24 tournament, which kicks off on Thursday. 4 days of action, one. Going to be crowned Esports World Cup champion for the game.
And the fact that one of these two, Ryan, won't be there feels a little bit harsh.
I was genuinely just thinking that as well. They both deserve genuinely to be there, which is it's a tough position to be in because obviously only one can make it, and whoever doesn't, it's going to be devastating. But of course, the complete opposite for whoever does make it. Goal. Again, huge save. Oh my goodness. Every time Haaland peels away, I think, yeah, it has to be a goal. Incredible save.
That is a ridiculous save. He's not moving the goalkeeper a lot either on those.
No.
He's not right sticks pulling him out and trying to narrow down the angle. He's just saying, I back you to save it if it's not a good header into a corner.
Great being that play. Too much wrong with that one. He's penalised. Well, that is important to overlap. Finds the ball back of Haber. Cuts it back into the top net.
One word to describe that. Decisive. Everything he did, Brandon, had punch to it. It had real emphasis. The switch of play, straight to his boot. The driven pass inside, the green time finish.
They need to keep pushing their player along. You can only imagine the amount of concentration and mental fatigue that no doubt would have been feeling.
I didn't catch the minute, Ryan, that goal was scored, but we don't have long left to play.
It's about 20 around 20-25 minutes left in this game, I believe.
Bang on, 25 minutes. Referee Ryan comes out again. He's got his stopwatch on.
Oh my goodness.
What a ball. Haaland! 4-4!
Oh my gosh.
You switch off for a second, you get punished. He didn't track the runner. The player locked it right over the top, didn't follow him, and was made to pay.
For the hosts, number 15, Erling Haaland.
Ever since that Jafonso Stingray game, the match has just been ridiculous. So tightly contested all over the winners and the lower bracket.
I think I'm hearing booing. I don't know if you can hear that, Rich, as well.
Yeah, I can hear it through the walls. Coutinho. Well, it's Jafonso. Still fighting for his ticket to the Esports World Cup tomorrow. Charles Haaland, it's a gift. Quick corner played! And it might just be a corner that could be enough to send him through.
Not moving that goalkeeper would punish you. And do you know what it was? He actually did pull him out a little bit, and maybe that was the reason it went in.
Yeah, 'cause
Just
it was-
check save that.
Yeah, straight down the middle as well.
Yeah. Small margins.
Visitors, number 8, Erling Haaland.
Can he do it again? Many bodies in the way. Keeper movement as well from Jafonso if it managed to find its way past the cluster of players outside the box there.
Okay, management now, the pitching Jafonso. Does he want to get another one just to make sure it is enough to send himself through?
I'm surprised we've not seen something a little bit more cute there. Inside the box. The ball just seems to be falling Jafonso's way now since he got that fifth.
Haaland, Tullin. Oh no, can he wait? Can he buy his time? Find the perfect opening. Is there a cutback with the corner? More minutes taken out of the game into a final 10 now.
Keeper this time, yeah.
Waiting for those fullbacks to get high and wide.
That's exactly why. Easy as that, looking behind Mbappe.
Off the pitch, chance wasted possession. all under control for Jafonso. Would not be wasting any second.
What do you think, guys? One chance, maybe? One good chance?
He'll get one good chance.
Take the space.
Oh, just opened up to him, hasn't it? Oh, on the off angle, it's gone in! Jafonso!
Oh, that
Take
is
that!
incredible. Who was it who scored that goal for Brazil? Was it Maicon?
Yeah,
Where
I
he
remember.
cooled it, just like that. And a brand new hero for FC 25, Maicon. Always working. No, it is.
We said it, didn't we, in commentary? Which side would you rather not be in? You've had 2 chances at an Esports World Cup ticket for Abo
hard to
Fawzi.
take.
He worked across the last 3 days just to get to the top 60 now, the 128.
Jafonso knows.
Massive
3
for him.
minutes.
It just continues on to the season he's had. Commiserations, Abo Fawzi. It will not be 3 Saudi Arabians in the top 16 that compete on Thursday. It will just be the 2. And Mr. Sari and Abu Maka. But there will be a Portuguese player there. The guy's by the name of Jafonso. His season continues to keep on delivering. It may be August, but he's still amongst the best in the world. Jafonso takes spot number 16 and the final spot in the Esports World Cup. The qualification journey is finished. From Dallas to Sweden to online qualifiers to the last chance qualifier, we have our final 16.
We certainly do, as Abo Fawzi bows out in front of this passionate, loving crowd that wanted him so much to go on and do it and bring that tally of Saudi Arabian talent up to 3. However, it wasn't meant to be. Jafonso and Nicholas, your 2 players going through. If you'd have said to me at the start of today, you got 16 players, who'd you fancy? Jafonso and Nicholas would have probably been 2 out of 4, 2 out of 3 that would have said. I think Umut would have been in that conversation as well. It just goes to show that even though in such unpredictable circumstances, Ryan, the cream does rise to the top. We'll be back, Brandon. We'll be back on Thursday, refreshed, raring to go. Does it seem a long time ago since you were in downtown Dallas?
It does, but it's gone very, very quickly indeed. As we said, 6 players got invited, and there was 10 invited. Sorry, 6 invited, and there was 10 different ways to qualify for the competition. It has been a long qualification process. It's been lovely to be here in Riyadh as well, a little bit early before we got kicked off with proceedings here. As we said, we're back on Thursday. 16 players to be at the Esports World Cup. Rich cannot wait. Winner takes 300k on Sunday.
$1 million up for grabs over the 4 days. We will be there. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the last chance qualifying commentary. But for one final time, let's head back to your fantastic analysts, commentators, presenters. They've done it all. Nate, Mitch, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Richard, Brandon, Ryan. Almost done it all, Mitch, but my prediction, 3 days ago falls just a little bit short. Unfortunately, the home crowd a little bit disappointed. Abo Fawzi, superb effort, but shout out Jafonso. What an effort to be patient, hang in there, come back, fight back, and take that second spot.
Yeah, credit to him. I mean, it was a fantastic game again, wasn't it, Nate? End-to-end stuff. Just, I mean, the home crowd have had their money's worth today. FC on show has been fantastic, but as we said, there was only going to be one winner. Had some very, very good goals on show today, Nate.
Give us some ideas, some insights as to the separation then, Mitch, because it feels like the longer that we've gone, the deeper we've gone into the LCQ, the finer the margins have been. Jafonso, time and time again, just found a way to get ahead. Eventually, gets that 2-goal lead, and that was that.
Yeah, but I mean, credit to Abo Fawzi as well. I mean, 2 goals down early on, constantly found a way, even in his previous matches where he went goals down, he just always seemed to find a way back into the game. But as you said, Jafonso just managed to take the edge and get the extra couple of goals. I just feel like the same stuff again, isn't it? The Haaland corners, and we won't talk about that goal at the end there. Courtois for me, very, very questionable.
After, goalkeepers have been something Mitch and I have cheekily talked about. Maybe we can move right along. And I will say, Portuguese fans in chat getting all around it. Attempted joke from me before. There was a guy being like, Jafonso is my favorite Spanish competitor, and I tried to clap back. Never mind, friends. Diogo Jota's team. Love and life right now, Portuguese fans. You may well celebrate Mitch, of course, joining Nicholas for one of those final 2 spots.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Diogo Jota, hopefully, I'm not sure if he'll be watching on. What time is it? No? 10:40 maybe it would have been. It's, his own esports team, so I'm sure he was. But, he'll be ecstatic with that performance. As I said, I think overall, Jafonso, I think he probably deserved to take it in the end. So credit to him. He's got himself a ticket to the Esports World Cup, and obviously commiserations to Abo Fawzi. Obviously did his friends, family, the crowd who were behind him proud.
The crowd were made proud, Mitch Austin.
Love it.
Spitting bars until the very end as we have a look at the lower bracket. This was, of course, the 16 competitors that made it through to day 3. That's right, we've been here, pretty much sat here, Mitch, for the last 3 days. Stingray, that almost seems like a lifetime ago. Umut, so unfortunate not to make it, so many close encounters. And yet, how many times could we say that for a few of these gentlemen? Having a look at the upper bracket now. What a game that was. Nicholas getting through. And yet it felt like one of those, Mitch. A cliche, I know. We're happy if either, both of them make it through. Abo Fawzi getting down to that lower bracket. Can't take that second chance. The cherry, the apple, whatever fruit it was, it's still sitting there.
Yeah, well, did we come to a conclusion on what fruit? I think Richard apparently can eat an apple in 2 bites. So not sure myself. I had an apple before and it took me about 6. But as you said, it was really anybody could have taken it home at the end there. Those last 4 competitors there, I feel like it could have gone either way. But looking at it, I think the 2, Nicholas and obviously Jafonso, that have gone through, probably deserved it just in the end.
Tell you what, I might need to be separated from yourself and Richard. If we're doing this again sometime in the future, I've really enjoyed it. Occasionally a little bit too much, or I'm like, look straight down the barrel, Nate. Give the competitors their due, and we start talking about like mangoes and fruits for a while. What about your unexpected highlight? If I'm unexpectedly being like, what's going to come out of your mouths next? Was there something that's happened over the last 3 days you're like, did not expect that? Player, a competitor, maybe even just those Riyadh vibes that were so on point?
Probably Abo Fawzi pulling the sunglasses out, mate. If we're talking off topic from FC, I think that was one of my favourite moments, I think, of the tournament. But no, I think it was just, I guess, obviously we had a lot of the, favourites, should I say, Tex, Diogo, that obviously did go out early doors. So I think it's just kind of the next generation sort of coming through, and I guess, stating their claim as being sort of the next generation player. So it's been entertaining to watch. Got my eye on a couple for even, going into FC 25, and it'd be interesting to sort of track their progress really and see where they end up.
I like that from you, Mitch. I like that. There's been just these little sly moments from Mitch where you're like, sometimes he sort of doesn't give too much away. And after yesterday particularly, I'm thinking Tex, Diogo, there's been a lot of people in chat backing you up, Mitch, saying these are some of the legends of the scene. Like, you do not disrespect them like it was perceived to have been done yesterday.
No, you don't, of course. As we said, you can't forget what they've done for the game, and you know, you have to. They deserve some sort of respect, you know, especially when you come up against them. But just for what they've done for the scene. But yeah, as I said, it's you know, obviously it was disappointing to see them guys go out early, but as I said, the new players, you know, they've given themselves, I guess, something for, you know, esports teams to look at for next season. It was almost a bit of a, you know, put yourself on the stage. Let teams know you're a free agent if you are, and you know, try and get yourself a contract for next season.
All right. Well, if that's the unexpected, maybe the underdog stories or something we need to think about going forward. What about your final thoughts, brother? It's been a pleasure doing this alongside you, and of course alongside that all-star commentary team.
Oh mate, it's been fantastic, and obviously big thanks to the Esports World Cup for having us involved. You know, we have been remote. We're not in Saudi. But I felt like I've been there from the start. So, you know, the atmosphere, all the fans that have obviously turned up, it's been great. And hopefully one day, Nate, we'll maybe make another trip over to Saudi at some point.
Hey, Mitch and I did enjoy that last December, friends. We certainly hope that we can join you, if not next year, sometime before then. Mitch Austin, Nate Loss. Maybe we'll be back. Who you are going to see, of course, Nicholas, Jafonso, and a lot more action, a lot more jam-packed fans. Maybe that little legend doing the Sue will be doing his thing as well. Friends, it's all to be decided. Some things have been decided. Let's get down now to Barra on the stage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a journey that was. 3 days as we had 128 players battling it out all the way till today. From 1 to 8 to only 2 players who are gonna make it to the EWC. So let's hear it for our champs, starting with Jafonso and Nicholas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, our champions. They're not done yet. Now they're gonna go to the lands where nothing is granted and everything is earned with the Esports World Cup EAFC 24 coming this 15th of August right here at the Boulevard City, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. From now till then, keep your game on and bless you all. We'll see you then.